Strange cataclysms occurred all over the world because a man possessed of demonic energy was actively using his powers. The Knights of the Carvedman Order managed to capture the demonic entity at one point, and a great battle ensued between them. The hero of the new era was finally ready to attack Zeke Moore, who had caused so much trouble for everyone by using demonic power. The members of the hero's team tried their best to help him in order to bring victory over the demonic entity closer. The archer did not use ordinary arrows, but special ones that had been enchanted with a special magic spell. Combining their forces, the members of the hero's team directed them towards Zeke Moore to launch a massive attack on him. Zeke Moore, in turn, watched the forces directed at him closely to assess the situation and make the right decision. He was a devil and possessed great demonic powers, so he began to block his enemies' attacks with his sword. Zeke Moore activated his aura and filled his blade with it, which immediately took on a red glow and became filled with powerful destructive force. Using his powerful dark force, Zeke Moore managed to block his opponent's magical attack and move closer to victory. The saint could not stand by and watch, so she decided to give the hero of the new age a blessing to increase his strength so that he could win. The hero of the new age, receiving the blessing from the saint, began to feel much better and more powerful and prepared for the confrontation. Therefore, using his newly acquired divine power, he immediately began to fill his sword with it to attack the powerful demon king. Then he looked at Zeke Moore and directed all his divine power at him in the form of a large and powerful beam of light. Zeke Moore watched as the divine power approached him at great speed, beckoning him with its beauty. He knew he couldn't stand up to such a big and powerful force, so he decided to trust his fate. A large, powerful wave lifted Zeke Moore and threw him several hundred meters to the side, where he had not expected to go and could not imagine. Falling on the rocks, Zeke Moore suffered numerous injuries and did not want to believe that these were the last moments of the Demon King. As he began to regain consciousness, he opened his eyes and realized that the hero of a new era was standing before him again, along with his team members. Zeke Moore realized that his head was spinning and hurting badly, so it was very difficult for him to get up from the ground, and he decided to sit down. The hero asked the demon to listen to everything he was about to say, because he planned to list all his evil deeds before punishing the Demon King. Zeke Moore noticed that the hero's hair seemed to shimmer with gold, and he looked very well groomed and handsome. Looking at him, he thought about what to do in this situation in order to understand what to do next. The hero spoke of how the Demon King had brought much destruction to the world, and harmed many knights of the Grail Order of Carvedmen. Zeke Moore listened to him with curiosity because nostalgic memories of his life before his regression immediately came to mind. He was even somewhat interested in how long the hero of the new era had spent, coming up with and rehearsing his mind-boggling speech. Looking at his fingernail, Zeke Moore thought about how proud he was of himself for managing to keep the key that could distort the fate of any person. He didn't know exactly how the key worked, but he really wanted to use it on the hero of the new era as soon as possible. Attacking the Demon King, the hero of the new era said that he hoped that in his next life, Zeke would only do good deeds. Grabbing the hero's sword, Zeke Moore said that he now had to finish some business, so he prepared to activate the key. He immediately pointed the fate-altering key at the hero of the new era, and everything around them was bathed in a bright light. The hero of the new era could not understand what was happening or why his armor was disintegrating so rapidly and unexpectedly. Realizing that he was holding the key that distorted fate, the hero of the new era could not understand how such an artifact had come into the possession of the Demon King. Zeke Moore, observing the reaction of the hero of the new era, realized that he had succeeded, and he was very happy about this because he had not lost. The hero of the new era flew into a rage and decided to deliver a decisive blow to his opponent in order to win. After a while, Zeke Moore opened his eyes again because his deep sleep was interrupted by the chirping of a bird outside the window, which had decided to sing since early morning. Sitting down on the bed, he began to look around his room and at his hands, because he couldn't understand anything and was therefore examining everything carefully. Approaching the mirror in the room, Zeke Moore realized that he had become several years younger, which surprised him greatly. Zeke Moore remembered that he had been defeated in a confrontation with a hero of the new era, who had spoken at length about his misdeeds. Then he remembered how he had used a key that could distort fate, and that was where his memories ended, which meant that he had most likely been reborn. Grabbing his head, Zeke Moore tried to remember where he had gotten such a key and why it had acted so strangely. Looking around the room, he realized that he had returned to the past and was still living with his parents, who loved him very much. He felt like his head was a mess and his memories were tangled up because he didn't understand why he had decided to leave his parents' house. At that moment, Hans's young butler burst into his room, planning to tidy up his young master's quarters. Hans was surprised to see the young master in his room because he usually left early in the morning at dawn and did not spend the morning in bed. He said that the young master could not afford to continue being so lazy at such a difficult time for his family. Zeke Moore smiled and asked Hans to come closer because he had no intention of raising his voice. Hans began to approach the young gentleman with a questioning look on his face because he did not understand what was required of him. Suddenly, Zeke Moore jumped off the bed and punched Hans, his personal servant, in the face. Hans's butler immediately grabbed his cheek because he couldn't understand what he had done to deserve such treatment. However, looking at Zeke Moore, Hans realized that he was emitting a large amount of negative salgi and that his power was formidable. Seeing this, Hans immediately realized that something bad was about to happen and tried to prepare himself. As soon as he had time to think about it, a young man surrounded by negative energy immediately headed in his direction. After receiving numerous blows to his face, sides, legs, and arms, Hans began to cry like a small child because he did not understand what had happened. Trying to get up from his knees, Hans began to beg for forgiveness from the young gentleman, Zeke Moore, for his careless behavior. Zikmor had no desire to listen to him because he wanted to teach his servant how to behave towards his master. Suddenly, the best swordsman, Mr. Boehner, entered the room, and Hans immediately ran toward him for protection from the young master Zik. Mr. Boehner was very displeased and decided to ask the young master what exactly had happened in his room. Zikmor looked closely at Mr. Boehner because he remembered well that he was also a servant in the house of his noble family. Mr. Boehner did not understand why the young master was approaching him but not saying anything. Then Zikmor smiled and replied that he planned to educate them so that they would understand who was the master and who was only a servant. Approaching Mr. Boehner, he said that they deserved severe punishment to subdue their own temper. Mr. Byron laughed and decided to ask Zikmor if he was sure that he, as the heir to Krepistall, had enough strength to carry out his punishment. Zikmor approached the table and agreed that, with his current level of ability, it would be difficult for him to win, but his servants must know their place. Mr. Boehner was horrified, thinking that the young gentleman had completely forgotten who he really was. However, before he could finish his speech, the knight noticed that a tablecloth had been torn from the table and was flying towards him. Mr. Boehner became entangled in the tablecloth as if in a large net because his armor was too heavy and unwieldy. Hans's butler did not know what to do and tried to warn Boehner that his master was approaching him from behind. Behind him was indeed Zikmor, heir to the county of Krestopal, holding a clay pot with a flower in his hands. The knight, who had almost managed to escape from the tablecloth trap, was completely unprepared for the second blow. Striking the knight on the head, Zikmor, heir to Krepostall, said that strength was not the most important thing in a knight's skills, but that quick wits were the most important thing. After that, the young gentleman turned to the butler and said that now they had to finish what they had started. Hans was confused and realized that he would not be able to avoid an attack from the young gentleman, who was very angry. The next morning, the young Lord Zik, heir to Krepostall, stood at the door leading to his father's meeting room. He used to be very afraid to enter this door, but now he didn't care at all, so he just took a deep breath. Opening the door, he noticed that his father was already waiting for him, along with his stepmother, his stepbrother, Mr. Boehner, and Hansa. Mr. Boehner looked at the young gentleman with great contempt, because he knew that the Count was about to scold him. He immediately remembered his conversation with Greg Krepostall, who was Zik's stepbrother and who had told him that his father was very upset. Greg wanted to cheer up Boehner because he knew that he had done nothing wrong, so he asked him to be more confident. Count Vardo Krepostall, Zik's father, noticed that his son was very late and had not even greeted them. Zikmor pretended not to notice anyone, so he asked why Count Vardo Krepostall had summoned him. His father was very dissatisfied with his son's behavior because he did not understand why he did not even greet those standing in the hall. Zikmor, showing no interest in what was happening, said that he knew his father would not answer anyway, so he decided not to bother. Vardo was furious and couldn't understand how, with such intelligence and behavior, his son planned to inherit the county and begin to rule it. Zik said that as the chief heir to the county, he understood perfectly well that the Count himself had never thought of handing over the reins of power to him. Vardo Krepostall understood that he had never really thought about passing the title onto his son, but he was dissatisfied with his son's behavior and manner. Floral Krepostall was Zik's stepmother and decided to support the Count, saying that she had repeatedly mentioned Zik's inappropriate behavior. Zikmor remembered his stepmother and stepbrother well because they had always tried to bypass him in order to take the throne of the county. Therefore, he bowed and said that he could not treat his own mother with arrogance and disrespect. Zikmor, the heir to Krestopal, decided to make this gesture of goodwill in order to hide his true feelings toward Floral. Florian tried to restrain her anger because she understood that she had to do everything to ensure that her son inherited the county. Zikmor continued to laugh and wave his arms, realizing that thanks to these two, he had even been invited into the room for negotiations. Afterward, he told his father that he sincerely regretted making a big mistake and headed for the sword hanging on the wall. Hans and Mr. Boehner were confused and did not understand why the young gentleman needed a sword. Count Vardo Krestopal was also confused, but decided not to interfere and to watch his son's actions closely. Zik's stepbrother, Greg, also did not understand why his brother needed to take the sword that was his father's pride and joy. Zik pointed his sword at Hans, a court servant, and said that he would take this opportunity to finish what he had started. The Count couldn't believe his son would dare point a sword at someone inside the castle, and Greg even started laughing, realizing his brother had crossed the line. Zikmor replied without hesitation that the head of the man who dared to insult the heir to the great Count must immediately leave his shoulders. Floral begged Zik to stop this spectacle because she understood that Hans could not afford to insult the heir. Zik sighed, lowered his sword, and, looking at Hans, decided to clarify whether he believed that the heir had allowed himself to speak untruthfully. Hans thought for a moment because he understood that his life depended on his answer, and that even Floral would not be able to help him if he answered incorrectly. Zikmor, observing their reactions, immediately realized that Hans was closely related to the Countess, so he wanted to see what would happen next. Hans thought for a moment and tried to say something in his defense, but he couldn't find the words. Halton Boehner was a first-class swordsman of the Order of Knights of the Krepostall family and said that the older young gentleman was lying. Zikmor was a little surprised because he did not expect Halton to defend Hans' honor at the cost of his own reputation. Floral decided to take advantage of the situation and approach Mr. Boehner to clarify the information. Halton informed the Countess that the young gentleman had attacked him and Hans with his own hands without explanation. Zikmor, the eldest heir to Krepostall, began to laugh, unable to understand how such an important and distinguished knight could say that he had been attacked alone. Halton began to say that he never lied, and then Zikmor said that enough words had been spoken, and it was time to prove everything with actions. The swordmaster Boehner did not understand what was going on and why the young gentleman allowed himself to behave this way in front of his father, the great Count Vordo. Seeing the surprised faces of everyone gathered, Zik decided to tell his father that it would be an interesting spectacle for him to watch. Laughing, he added that if he lost the duel, his father would be able to legally get rid of his unloved son. Count Vordo thought about it because he understood that the contest could be useful, so he decided to give his permission for the event to take place. Halton Boehner was delighted that the great and powerful Count Crestapal had given his permission for the contest with the heir. The elder young lord, Zeke Moore, thanked his father for immediately giving him permission to hold the contest. On his way to the exit, Zeke Moore said that his father could choose a convenient place and time for the duel with the master swordsman. Werdo looked at his son and thought about how he had originally planned to simply have an educational conversation and nothing more. On the other hand, he understood that this situation could be a good excuse to pass on the title of Earl of Grey. Hanging his sword back on the wall, Zick told his father that he really wanted to change because he realized that he would not be able to achieve greatness without doing so. Vordo pondered his son's words because he didn't understand whether he wanted to receive the title of Earl or was talking about something else. Zick understood that no matter what he said now, his father would not be able to understand him. So he said that they would meet on the day of the confrontation. Leaving the room, Zick decided to get to know his 18-year-old body again, realizing that it was very weak. He remembered how much he had needed his father's attention, and that he had never been able to master sword fighting because no one had taught him. Now Zick understood that his father had been against him learning fencing, but back then, he had known nothing about it. At 18, Zeke Moore had no idea that he was the Demon King, and possessed demonic destructive power. Zick knew that the amount of mana a person had was usually determined at birth, but for him, the process was different. As he continued to train his young body, Zeke Moore realized that there was something special inside him, and that mana could circulate throughout his body. Suddenly, during training, he began to feel worse and realized that his mana was rapidly decreasing. He couldn't control his power, and so he accidentally attacked himself, which surprised him greatly. Lying on the ground, Zeke realized that the power of mana, comparable to that of a dragon, had not yet awakened within him. He remembered that before his regression, he had even managed to become the lord of demonic beings, but he had gone through many trials to achieve this. Suddenly, he felt a familiar aura behind him and realized that someone was secretly following him, most likely his younger brother. Getting up from the ground, Zeke Moore asked his observer to come out of the shadows and watch his training openly if he wished. Greg was very surprised because he didn't think anyone could notice him, and decided to ask if his brother had really been able to awaken his mana. Greg understood that with his current strength, Zeke would not be able to defeat Mr. Brainer, and did not understand why he wanted to obtain the title of Count. Therefore, he suggested that his stepbrother continue living as he had before, without showing any interest in the county. Greg approached him and said that he would watch over him so that he wouldn't even notice, although he wasn't sure of his words. Zeke noticed that Greg was very serious and exuded an overwhelming energy of mental control. Then Zeke Moore realized that Greg was very worried that he would lose his title of Count and the inheritance of Wardo, which he had dreamed of for so long. Greg was furious and said that this was out of the question, because the title belonged to him and no one else. He also said that he would give up the title of Earl himself if he could not defeat the weak Zeke Crepustal, the eldest son of Earl Vardo. When Zeke realized what was happening, he put his hands on his stepbrother's shoulders and said that he would do everything he wanted. Then he suggested that they use force to determine who was worthy of inheriting the title of Count. Greg did not understand what Zik meant, so Zik told him that they must determine which of them was stronger. Greg was a little confused because he realized that he had no reason to refuse and had to agree. Then his stepbrother said that he was very pleased with his wisdom, and that he had accepted his invitation to determine their strength. Zik Moore, passing by his stepbrother, said that he would set a time and place for the contest a little later. Sometime later, Zeke Moore and Halen Boehner met in a large arena filled with spectators. Mr. Boehner was very pleased to have the opportunity to teach the young gentleman a lesson in a legitimate manner. Zeke Moore did not listen to his opponent at all because he did not understand why his sword was slightly blunt, but he did not think that this would hinder him. The commander-in-chief of the Knights was invited to act as judge and, approaching the opponents, asked if they were ready for the event. The captain of the Knights, the swordmaster of the Order of the Knights of Krepustal, Halton Boehner, replied that he was completely ready. Zeke Moore simply nodded silently and smiled at that moment because he knew he was completely ready for this event. Upon receiving the command to begin, Mr. Brainer immediately headed toward the young gentleman to attack. Zeke Moore did not look scared at all because he had been ready for this for a long time and wanted to prove to his father that he was a worthy heir to the title of Count. He noticed that the swordmaster's blows were much heavier than he could have imagined, so he began to try harder. The swordmaster of the Order of the Knights of Krepustal was very surprised that Zeke Moore was so diligently resisting his attacks. Then Boehner decided to use his aura to demonstrate his skills, strength, and mastery of the art of sword fighting. Zeke Moore immediately noticed that the swordmaster had used his aura and was actively using its abilities and power. He actively tried to counter all attacks in order to bring his victory closer, but his opponent was very strong. In order to protect himself, Zeke Moore decided to use his aura and began to slowly release his own mana. Mr. Boehner was puzzled because he felt a strong, destructive mana, but decided not to pay much attention to it. He then decided to strengthen the effect of his aura, so he decided to use more mana to enhance his attack. Zeke Moore noticed this because it was becoming more difficult for him to resist his opponent. Count Vardo, along with his wife Floral and her son Greg, Watch the confrontation closely. Meanwhile, Zeke Moore successfully parried his opponent's attacks and did not suffer a single injury. The Count's advisor reported that the young Mr. Zik was holding up much better than expected or planned. Floral reported that, in her opinion, their position was still more advantageous in the current situation. The advisor agreed with Miss Floral because Zeke had indeed been unable to properly complete his sword training. Florine looked at the advisor suspiciously because she began to think that he was hiding something from her. Count Vardo watched his son's actions and did not know what to do because he had planned to pass the title on to Greg. The watching crowd cheered for Mr. Boehner and asked him to stop giving in and finish what he had started. Mr. Boehner looked closely at Zeke and asked if he could hear what the crowd in the stands was saying. Zeke Moore understood that Boehner was a strong opponent, so he thought about his tactics. To begin with, he diligently blocked all of the Swordmaster's attacks, which were indeed very heavy and difficult. Boehner was very pleased because he felt that victory was just a few minutes away. Zeke Moore said that he had no intention of giving up because he knew that this was his chance to prove his strength. Therefore, gathering his strength, he used his own senses to protect himself. It became very difficult for Mr. Boehner because he had not planned for the young gentleman to already be able to demonstrate his mana. He was able to repel and block all of Zeke Moore's attacks, although he was very surprised by the awakening of his new power. Zeke Moore noticed that his mana was unstable and very difficult to control. For a while, the confrontation was suspended because the participants needed to gather their thoughts and figure out how to proceed. The audience was astonished because they had not expected the young Mr. Zik to possess such great power. The advisor was also very surprised because he did not understand how Zik could possess the power to awaken his own senses. Count Vordo was also confused because he saw that his son was able to connect his own body and sword to increase the power of his attack. Floral did not understand how young Mr. Zik could have learned such skill since no one had ever taught him. Mr. Boehner was also very surprised and did not understand how Zik Moru had managed to achieve such a high level of mastery in such a difficult skill. However, he noticed that Zeke's stance when using mana was completely unstable. Mr. Boehner realized that his opponent was only the weak Zeke, so he decided to use his hidden abilities and skills to win. Releasing his mana, Mr. Boehner activated it and directed it to the tip of his sword to increase the power of his attack. He was furious because he could not allow himself to lose to an ordinary young gentleman who was not a master swordsman. After Halton, Boehner directed all his power and strength toward his opponent in order to defeat him. To his great surprise, the young gentleman Zik was able to simply dodge his attack, and Boehner realized that he had to act much faster. Zeke Moore realized that his opponent had used a space-cutting technique that was almost impossible to counter. He was thrown in the opposite direction because he was completely unable to withstand such a powerful attack, and this upset him. All the stands began to cheer because they understood that Mr. Boehner, whom they had been rooting for, had indeed won. Boehner said that since the winner was already obvious, he suggested ending the performance. The Swordmaster was already ready to bask in the glory because all the spectators were leaving their seats and applauding him while standing. Suddenly, Zeke Moore realized that with the techniques available to his current body, it was simply impossible to defeat the Swordmaster. However, he understood perfectly well that in a confrontation, it was necessary to use all available means and methods. After that, Zeke Moore immediately headed toward Boehner to attack him and prove that the confrontation was not over yet. He decided to use a little trick and threw sand from the arena into his opponent's eyes to blind him. Boehner was completely unprepared for this turn of events and realized that he would not be able to quickly clear the sand from his eyes. Zeke Moore decided to seize his chance and knock Mr. Boehner down to win the fight. Rubbing his eyes with his hands, Mr. Boehner lay on the ground, unsure of what to do in this situation. He was sure that the young Mr. Zeke Moore was behaving like a complete coward. However, Zeke put his sword to his throat and said that a coward could not win in a real fight. He was very serious because he did not want to lose this battle and lose the opportunity to win the title. The Swordmaster Boehner realized that he was in a completely disadvantageous position and admitted that he was ready to surrender and admit defeat. Zeke Moore smiled and said that he had known from the very beginning and was confident of his victory because the captain of the knights had behaved too rashly. He understood that although the knight before him possessed great strength, he lacked intelligence. After that, the young gentleman advised Boehner to always remember this confrontation in order to become much stronger. The captain of the knights, who had been appointed judge of the confrontation, announced that the winner had already been decided without question. The people in the stands couldn't believe their eyes because they were sure that the young gentleman had used too many tricks. Greg began to worry because he was sure that the Swordmaster would easily defeat his stepbrother. The young gentleman, Zeke Crestapal, was declared the winner, but all the spectators began to shout that it was completely unfair and unjust. Zik understood that his actions were not noble, but he knew that he was the winner according to the rules. His father, Vordo, couldn't understand how his son had learned magical techniques, since no one had ever taught him. His advisor was puzzled because the young man had never shown any interest in learning. To Greg's great surprise, the advisor suggested that Zeke was most likely born with such abilities. Greg couldn't understand how anyone could remain standing after being hit by the space-dispersing technique used by the Swordmaster. To the surprise of everyone present, Zeke Moore asked his stepbrother to enter the arena and fulfill his duty to his brother. He reminded him that he had promised to name the time and place, and informed him that the time had come and the place had already been decided. Greg Krepestal began to worry greatly because he was completely unprepared for the title match. Their father, Count Vardo, did not understand what his eldest son was talking about, and asked him to explain immediately. Zeke laughed and said that he knew very well that his father was aware of everything, and had given his permission in absentia. The audience realized that the young sons had indeed decided to fight each other for the right to inherit the throne, but they did not think it would turn out this way. However, everyone was surprised that Zeke Moore decided to take part in the second confrontation while in such a weak state. Zeke tried not to pay any attention to those present and asked Greg to come down as quickly as possible. Cold sweat ran down Greg's face and he broke out in a cold sweat because he didn't know what to do or whether he should enter the arena. However, his father strictly ordered his younger son to go down to the arena and take part in the confrontation. Count Vardo did not understand and did not believe that Greg was afraid of Zik, who was now in a weakened state. Greg realized that he couldn't disgrace himself any further because all the residents of the county of Crestapol were in the stands. As he approached his older brother, Greg could not understand where he had found such confidence. He understood that this was not the Zeke he had known before, because everything about him was different, from his behavior to his voice. His thoughts were interrupted by his brother's voice, who didn't understand why Greg was just standing there waiting to be attacked. Then Zeke realized that, as the older brother, he would have to take responsibility and attack first. Greg looked very frightened because he understood that he had no right to lose this confrontation, and let down his mother, Floral. So, gathering his strength, Greg began to block his older brother's attacks to protect himself and his honor. At one point, he noticed that Zeke was unable to hold his sword steady, so he decided to gather his strength and fight with all his might. Greg really wanted to become the heir to the title of Count, so he attacked Zik, who was surprised by his technique and speed. Zeke Moore realized that he had received a deep wound in the first confrontation, so he knew he had to speed up his victory. So he began to direct his mana, which he used to direct his aura directly into the blade, saying that now the flesh would be torn to pieces. Greg's blade simply could not withstand such power and broke into several pieces, which frightened him greatly. Zik smiled at his younger brother and recommended that he surrender, otherwise he would be sent to eternal rest. After saying this, he quickly turned his sword in his hand to attack his younger brother with the hilt. The sword's hilt immediately rushed toward Greg Crepustal's face and struck him. Greg was unable to block the attack and fell swiftly to the sand in the center of the arena before the astonished audience. He tried to open his eyes and noticed that his older brother's shadow was approaching him and was very close. Then Greg Crepustal saw that the sharp blade of his older brother was right next to his face. He looked into his brother's eyes and realized that he possessed an enormous destructive power that was impossible to resist. Tears streamed from Greg's eyes and he said he was giving up because he knew he had failed in this confrontation. The acting judge approached to confirm that Greg was indeed ready to surrender. Upon receiving confirmation, the judge declared the young Sir Zeke Moore the winner. All the spectators were very surprised and could not believe that the Count's eldest son had actually won twice. Greg was very upset because he realized that he had just lost his right to be the worthy heir to the Earl of Wardo. Zeke Moore raised his head and looked at his father, then said that he had won, and now it was time to fulfill his promise. Seeing that his father was silent, he decided to remind him that the condition was that the title of Count would go to the son who won. However, Vordo began to shout that this confrontation meant nothing, and that they had agreed on something completely different. Zik was not surprised because he had anticipated this, and the residents began to whisper among themselves, realizing that Count Vordo was not keeping his word. He then took off his gloves to remove the family ring from his finger and said that he had never wanted their title. Finishing his speech, he threw the family ring, shaped like the Crepustal seal, toward his father, who had never loved him. The ring flew at great speed and fell right at the feet of the powerful Count, who was furious. Floral began to worry about her husband's condition and asked the Count to calm down and not react to his son's provocations. However, Count Vardo did not listen to her at all because his eyes were completely clouded by rage, and he did not understand his son's actions. Zik calmly looked at his father and said that he had decided to leave his family voluntarily because no one appreciated him. The assistants began to lift Greg, who was completely unable to stand, but his older brother decided to address him. He asked him to remember that in order to win the confrontation, he should not fear the final hour and then he would become stronger. After that, Zeke took some medicine to quickly regain his strength and asked his assistant not to interfere anymore. Having regained his strength, he asked all representatives of Crepustal never to forget today's lesson and to strive to become stronger and more powerful. After some time, Zeke Moore gathered his belongings and stretched because he knew that a long and unforgettable journey lay ahead of him. After warming up a little before the long journey, he turned to his porter, who still hadn't brought all his things. Hans, who had taken on the role of porter this time, did not want to face the young gentleman again. At one point, he realized that the young gentleman had decided to attack him again, which frightened him greatly. He remembered how just a few hours earlier he had been calmly doing his chores and planning to go to the laundromat to do his laundry. Suddenly, Hans's face was covered in laundry, and he couldn't immediately assess the situation or understand what had happened. Lifting his head, Hans decided to find out who had dared to behave this way towards him. Zeke Moore calmly informed him that it was him because he understood that after everything that had happened, Hans was very afraid of him. The young gentleman informed him that he was his servant and was obliged to go with him, and Hans did not understand where they were going. Zeke informed him that Hans would now be his escort and that if he did not want to go, he could go to his eternal rest right now. Hans understood that he had no choice, so he agreed and immediately received a large number of bags. He agreed to fulfill all the conditions that the young gentleman would order him to do. Zeke Moore thought about how he had forgiven his servant for performing simple work, but considered himself too kind. Then he decided to make Hans more resilient and train him to become more useful as a servant. Hans decided to ask Sir Zik what his plans were for the future, but Zik said he had no definite plans. Remembering the hero of the new era, he decided that he wanted to visit the neighboring territory of Portia first, and then go wherever he wanted. He understood that he wanted to try to be a kinder king of demonic beings in this life. Entering the forest, Hans began to worry greatly because he realized that this road was not accessible or good for people. Zik replied that he was aware of this, but that this road could cut their journey in half, so he did not want to take a detour. Hans explained that they might encounter someone on this road, and Zick calmly replied that this was precisely why they had come here. Hans's servant thought he had probably misheard and decided to ask the young master what he meant. Suddenly, he heard a strange rustling in the bushes behind him, so he turned around to look but saw nothing. Seeing how calm Hans's young master was, he thought he must have imagined it and nothing more. However, the strange noises and sounds continued behind him, so after every step, he involuntarily turned around to check what was there. Carrying the heavy belongings of the young master Zick Hans, he hoped that they would leave this strange and frightening place as soon as possible. Suddenly, the young gentleman turned to him and, handing him his personal sword, announced that his training was about to begin. Hans was confused because he didn't understand what kind of training was being referred to, or why he was being handed a sword. Ziegmore asked his servant to look around, and Hans, not understanding what was happening, slowly turned around. Seeing a goblin monster behind him, Hans began to scream in fear and did not understand what he should do in such a situation. Looking at the goblin monster, Hans asked Sir Zick to help him, and at least explain why, because he had never seen monsters so close before. He confessed to his master that he had never held a sword in his hands before, and therefore had no idea what to do. His master laughed because he had given his servant a sword instead of a regular tree branch, and meanwhile the goblin was getting closer and closer to them. Realizing that these were ordinary people who could be mistaken for food, the goblin immediately decided to attack them with his club. Despite the fact that the monster was very small, Hans could not cope with it, and received many blows to the head. Ziegmore was very upset because he realized that his servant still had a lot to learn. As soon as the goblin monster decided to attack the second master, Zick simply raised his fist, filled it with his aura, and attacked the monster. The goblin monster fell, and Zick asked his servant to pay attention to the fact that he had no weapon in his hands. As he got up from the ground, Hans did not understand why his young master had done this to him, and Zick replied that he was too weak. He added that a porter couldn't just carry things, but also had to be able to defend himself, then handed him the medicine. Hans realized that the goblin would soon regain consciousness, and Zick would give him another chance to defend himself. After several unsuccessful attempts, Hans held his sword more confidently in his hands and looked the monster straight in the eyes. Now he didn't stand and wait for an attack, but immediately began to attack his opponent first. The goblin monster was of average skill, but he was still much stronger than his opponent. The monster managed to knock his opponent's sword away with his wooden club, which Hans did not like at all. The goblin monster was very pleased with himself because he knew he could easily win, so he prepared for a new attack. However, Hans managed to dodge and prepared to attack because he knew he didn't want to lose to an ordinary monster again. Zick was very surprised that Hans managed to dodge the goblin's attack, and then he realized that Hans had an innate hidden talent. The goblin monster was very surprised because he didn't understand how to proceed, since Hans hadn't yet moved away from his blows. Looking back, the monster saw that the sword his opponent was holding was rapidly heading straight for his head. After finishing his attack, Hans decided to take a short break because he was very tired, then looked closely at the monster. Realizing that the monster was no longer showing any signs of life, Hans couldn't believe that he had actually won the fight. However, realizing his victory, he began to rejoice greatly because he understood that his skills had begun to develop. Hans saw that the young gentleman was approaching him with medicine that could restore his health. Ziegmore praised Hans and told him that his actions had truly exceeded all of his expectations. Hans was very pleased with himself and thanked his master for the opportunity to train and gain useful skills. Turning their heads, they heard a strange noise and realized that a large number of goblin monsters were heading straight for them. The goblin monsters arrived in large numbers, and each of them was powerful because they were real monsters. Hans began to worry greatly because he had barely managed to defeat one monster, and now there were too many of them. He saw Sir Zick pick up several stones from the ground and did not understand what his master was planning to do. Ziegmore simply threw a handful of stones, and each one hit the goblin monster's forehead with precision. Hans watched his master's actions closely and was very surprised by his strength and abilities. Zeke didn't understand why his servant was so surprised because he knew they had only just begun, and Hans didn't understand anything at all. Then Zeke asked him to turn around and pay attention to the large number of orc monsters standing next to them. Hans was ready to lose consciousness because he understood that the orcs were much stronger, but Zeke said that he had many potions with him. Towards nightfall, all the orcs and goblins were defeated, and Hans simply collapsed from exhaustion because he was so tired, and his body was aching. Ziegmore built a fire so they wouldn't freeze during the night, and looking at his sleeping servant, thought about everything that had happened. He decided to analyze their conversation because he didn't understand why Hans was so close to Miss Floral. So, during the journey, the young gentleman decided to find out directly what kind of relationship the servant had with the Count's wife. Hans confessed that when Lady Floral was very young, his grandmother had been her nanny. Zick remembered that there was a young servant in the courtyard whom his mother did not like very much, because he was the grandson of Lady Floral's uncle. Hans said that it was indeed him and that he was not very well liked during his time working there. Zick decided to ask if he remembered his mother, and Hans replied that he remembered her very well, because she was a great person. He said that the young gentleman's mother had a kind heart because she treated even those who were much lower in status than her with respect. He also began to recall that she always treated those who were much higher in status than her with respect. Hans said that his mother was kind to everyone and respected everyone, although he remembered something completely different and even opposite. Ziegmore understood that the entire Crepustal family disliked him precisely because of his mother's actions. At one point, he even felt sorry for Count Greg and Florel, but he had absolutely no reason to apologize. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of wheels, and he realized that a carriage was passing nearby. Zick decided to wake Hans immediately because he knew someone was approaching them. Hans did not want to get up because he knew that dawn was still too far away, so he wanted to continue sleeping. Hearing that something was approaching, Hans immediately thought of monsters and quickly grabbed his sword. Zick ordered Hans to go ahead because he knew that he couldn't even imagine who was in the wagon. Hans suggested that perhaps it was just an ordinary merchant who had also decided to take a shortcut. Zick replied that a merchant's wagon would be heavier, and they would have heard the clanging of horseshoes instead of the clatter of wagon wheels. Hans then suggested that perhaps there was also a traveler in the wagon, but Zick said that travelers did not travel at that time of night. Looking at the approaching wagon, they wondered who could be in such a wagon in the middle of the night. Hans and Zeke decided to take up an observation position to see who was passing by, and they saw knights by the wagon. Zick Moore began to examine the knights closely because he recognized them as paladins from their armor and insignia. To his surprise, a girl began to emerge from the carriage, apologizing for her rudeness and saying that she also wanted to stop there. The girl had a large, deep hood on her head, and when she took it off, she said she was a follower of Karna. Zick was very surprised because he realized that standing before him was Ina Luvella, the only saint of Karna. He remembered her very well because she was the one who had given strength to the hero of that time and was a representative of the Karvidmans. Luvella did not understand what the travelers were thinking, so she decided to ask if she could also set up camp there. After the travelers were greeted by Vidge, who served Lady Luvella, who was a candidate for the role of saint. Zick was very surprised because in his past life, Vide was the most formidable person and had no connection to saints. He remembered that he had promised himself to be a good person in this life, so he decided to make friends with people who were different from him. Zeke Moore said that they would be happy to share their lodgings with the new travelers and turned to Hans to ask him to spread out some bedding on the ground. However, to his surprise, Hans was already kneeling before Lunella and greeting her with all due respect. Meanwhile, the accompanying knights began to set up a tent so that the lady could spend the night in comfort. One of the knights asked for help holding part of the canvas because he couldn't reach it to secure it. Lunella said she would be happy to help the knights, but her path was blocked by a hand, which she had not expected at all. Hans was very polite and told Lunella that she could easily lean on him because he was ready to do everything himself. Watching Hans's actions, Zick realized that his servant had simply lost his head and had most likely fallen in love with Lunella. At one point, he even became interested in watching his actions to see how it would all end. On the other hand, Zeke Moore understood that Lunella was truly beautiful and a very sweet girl. Then he remembered that Grenzenard always hired very beautiful employees, and these memories made him uncomfortable. On the other hand, Zeke understood that Lunella was currently only considered a candidate for sainthood, which meant that things could still turn out differently. Unexpectedly, Luvella bowed before him and asked if she could sit next to him. Zeke was very surprised and allowed the lady to sit next to him, while her escort, Vide, stood beside them. Luvella thanked Mr. Zick for allowing her and her escort to stay there for one night. To her surprise, the young Mr. Zick decided to ask what had brought the lady to such a place at such a late hour. Luvella replied that she was traveling to different countries to meet people and hear their stories about life. She also said that if she met someone who needed help, she always prayed for their blessing. Zig found such actions amazing, but Luella said that anyone from Carvidman would do the same. She then asked why he was there, and Zig said he was trying to find a way to become a better person and live a better life. After saying this, Zeke Moore thought for a moment and looked intently at Saint Luvella, who was sitting next to him. He turned to her and asked her to tell him how to be a good person and live a good and righteous life. Luvella was very surprised by this question and even decided to ask the young gentleman what exactly he wanted to know. Zeke recalled a hero and said that he had once been told to be a better person, which is why he decided to ask the saint about it. Saint Luvella thought about her answer for a moment and said that there were many ways to live a noble life. She decided to ask Zeke Moore what exactly he was good at, and he said that the only thing he was good at was using force. Then Luvella said that he could help others and thus live a noble life. Zeke Moore thought about her words and, rising from the ground, announced that tomorrow morning he would go in search of people who needed help. In the morning, there were many people in the town square because they were walking along the shopping rows to buy goods. Vige noticed that a large number of shops were under repair and reported this to Luvelle. He asked her to forgive him because he needed to leave urgently for a while to take care of some pressing matters. Luvella asked Vide not to worry because she had knights with her and could defend herself in case of danger. Passing by one of the shops, her attention was drawn by a cry for help, and as a candidate for sainthood, she simply could not pass by. Therefore, Lady Luvella informed the knights that they must go there immediately because someone needed help. The knights told their mistress that they would check it out themselves, but she wanted to see for herself and assess the situation. Then, entering the shop, she saw a merchant being punished by a man and ordered everyone to stop. The knight immediately rushed forward because he understood that his mistress was a weak girl and he was obliged to protect her. Lady Luvella looked closely and was horrified when she realized that among the bad men was Sir Zick, whom she had sent to do good deeds. That evening in the hut, she reminded Zick that she had advised him to do good deeds and not to help bad people. Zick Moore spread his arms and said that it seemed to him that people needed help, so he decided to assist them. Lovell asked him to make sure that he was helping the weak and protecting them, and not doing the exact opposite. She said that he needed to ask the gentleman for forgiveness, but the gentleman said that everything was perfectly fine. Sid introduced himself and thanked Saint Luvella for saving him and for passing by at the right time. He told her that the people from the Sierra Trading House were bribing the mayor to get a large amount of retail space on the first floor. Sid said that the shop was very important to him because it was all he had left from his grandfather, so he refused to sell it. He admitted that he had no idea what to do, and Luvella took him by the hands and told him not to worry about anything. She then stood up from the table and said that she was ready to meet with Mayor Porty right away and negotiate. The knights told her that she couldn't interfere in politics, but Luella said that as a Carvedman, she couldn't ignore it. Then she smiled and said that she would definitely solve this problem in a way that was familiar to her. The knights noticed that the lady had simply run away and immediately set off after her to stop her. Young Mr. Zick watched her go because he did not understand how an ordinary lady could solve this problem. The next day, the residents went out to the market square again to buy fresh produce. Hans didn't understand why the gentleman looked so sad and even a little angry, so he decided to find out what had happened. Zick said that he had been thinking about Lady Luvela's words because he believed that helping the weak could be a common mistake. He then said that Lady Luvela had not returned yesterday, so he was really starting to worry about her. Suddenly, they heard that an urgent missing person notice had been posted on the bulletin board. Zeke went closer and was really surprised because it was Luvela who was wanted for killing the deputy mayor. Hans read the notice and couldn't understand how this could be possible, and Zeke admitted that it was indeed very strange. Zeke began to hear the residents discussing that Luella was a witch from Carvedman, and that all their misfortunes were because of her. Suddenly, the sun began to set, and people in the square started shouting that they needed to hurry home before they returned, and Zeke didn't understand who they were talking about. Mothers began to panic, grabbing their children and running toward their homes, while Zeke watched them, unable to understand what was happening. He noticed that those who had already managed to return home were hurriedly closing their windows and shutters. Hans, who was watching all this, didn't understand what was happening, and hoped that his master was at least aware of something. Zeke Moore reported that something was indeed happening, so he suggested that his servant Zeke go with him. Hans gladly followed his master, but he was very frightened and looked around nervously. Zeke began to search through all his memories of the past to understand what could be happening. Remembering Luvela, he realized that she had always been a saint and could never be someone who would take a life. Then he began to think that the changes had probably occurred after they met, because nothing like this had happened in the past. His thoughts were interrupted by Hans, who took his master by the arm and informed him that someone was following them and had already covered a considerable distance. Hans and Sirzik turned around to see who had been following them all the way and was now following their tracks. Looking closely, they noticed that they were being followed by a real monster that was clearly very strong. Hans realized that it was an undead creature and couldn't understand how it could have appeared in the city. Mr. Zick had no desire to find out, so he immediately attacked the monster that was following them. Hans couldn't understand how the undead could be in port, since such monsters only lived in uninhabited places. Zick Moore turned to him and said that Hansa was absolutely right, and that the appearance of monsters in the city could be very dangerous. The city servants thanked the gentleman for his help and were very glad that no one had been hurt. One of the gentlemen handed his torch to the savior and informed him that they needed to return. Hans took the torch and was very surprised because the servant said they had to leave before the witch returned. He then decided to ask his master if he thought Luvela could be a witch, and Zeke replied that it was a mistake. Zeke Moore said he was absolutely certain that Lady Luvela had been framed by someone who knew everything. Hans decided to ask the young gentleman how he knew that Lady Luvelle had indeed been framed. Zeke wanted to say that he was sure of this because Luvela would become a saint in the future, but he stopped himself in time. Hans didn't get why the guy stopped and asked him to keep talking to explain. Then Zik said that he meant that everything was written on Luvela's face because she was a good person. Suddenly, Zik felt a very familiar aura and couldn't determine where it was coming from. Turning around, he tried to locate the person whose aura he had sensed. As soon as the young gentleman managed to identify the source, he immediately headed there, while Hans did not understand what was happening. When he reached the place, Sir Zik bent down and asked the lady what she was doing in such a place and why she was in such a state. Hans couldn't believe his eyes because the young gentleman had come to Lady Luvela. Lady Luvela's clothes were wrinkled and torn, her eyes were filled with tears, and her face was smeared with dirt. Mr. Zik accompanied Luvela to the hut and offered her a change of clothes so that she could tidy herself up. After changing, Lady Luvela thanked him, and he informed her that Hans had run to the grocery store to buy dinner. The young gentleman decided to find out where the paladins who had accompanied Lady Luvela had gone and what had happened. Zik suggested that they probably had another assignment, but Luvela lowered her head and began to sigh. Zig tried to understand something, but Luvela cried and said that she was to blame for everything, and that was why the others had disappeared. Then Zeke handed her the announcement and asked if there was any chance that what had happened was because of what was written in the announcement. After reading the notice with her photo, Luella started screaming that she wasn't a witch. Zeke replied calmly that he was well aware of that, which was why he wanted to understand what had happened. Luvela raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Mr. Zik in surprise, who really believed her. Mr. Zeke Moore explained that he believed her because he was sure she couldn't have done anything so bad. Therefore, looking at Luvela, he asked her to tell him in detail what had happened so that he could understand what to do next. Luvela explained that when she had come to the mayor to negotiate, she had realized that the deputy was Villier's puppet. The deputy mayor began to laugh loudly, not understanding why the saint had only just realized this, since it had been going on for so long. Luvela did not understand what exactly they were trying to do, and her knight diligently stood up to defend his mistress. The mayor's subjects said that their actions were completely obvious, so he began to take out his book. Beginning to read a special spell, he announced that he planned to present their souls as a gift to the great Vallier. His servants looked more like undead creatures and, at their master's command, headed toward the uninvited guests. The paladins defending their mistress tried with all their might to attack their enemies to protect Lady Luvela. The lady tried to help her knights and, using her divine power, attempted to apply divine armor. However, there were too many monsters, and she realized that she could no longer cope with such a large number of enemies. Watching the actions of her knights, she realized at some point that she was only getting in their way and not helping at all. This was because the knights were constantly turning around to check on Lady Luvela. Lovell told them that while they were talking to the knight, one of the monsters had started attacking them from behind. Seeing this, the knight immediately pushed his mistress away and headed toward the monster to protect her. Zik listened carefully to his mistress's story and realized that she was most likely talking about Val, whom he had been thinking about. Luvella looked at the young master with longing and said that he was probably right about Vale. She said that there were people who had formed a group that worshipped Vale, the god of chaos and destruction. Zik didn't understand what such a group could want from Portia, and Luvella suggested that they might be planning to perform some kind of ritual. After thinking for a moment, she remembered that behind the mayor's statue was another statue with an inscription saying that he had given the city to Vale. Then Zeke more realized that the group was planning to present the entire city as a gift, and Luvela decided to ask what the gentleman knew about it. Zeke said that the group would most likely erect statues of Vale throughout the city to place the bodies of all the townspeople in them. The book that the mayor was holding was the catalyst that could bring all the statues to life. Luvela began to cry because after her escape she had tried to ask for help, but the city was closed and she was unable to leave. Unexpectedly, Zik Moore told her that he was willing to help her, in the hope that it would be a good deed. Luvella was worried that Zik might also be in danger, but he told her that he would go to the mayor's mansion tomorrow night. After that, he wanted to suggest that the lady go to her room and rest, but when he opened the door, he was surprised to see Hans. Hans said he wasn't trying to eavesdrop and was just passing by, but the gentleman said he had a task for him. Zeke then whispered a few sentences in his ear, causing Hans's eyes to widen in surprise. The next night, young Mr. Zeke, holding Luvela in his arms, made his way to the balcony of Mayor Porty's mansion. Zeke Moore was very concerned about the saint's condition and asked if she was all right. Luvela replied shyly that everything was fine. After sneaking into the mayor's mansion, they began to walk through the corridors because they planned to find and retrieve the Catalyst book. Approaching one of the doors, St. Luvela said that everything had happened in that room and that there was a statue there. Zeke noticed that a very unpleasant energy was indeed emanating from behind the door. Opening the door, they took a deep breath and decided to go inside to check everything and do everything possible to prevent a disaster. Seeing a bald, unpleasant man emanating a powerful destructive force, Zeke asked if this was the mayor. Luvela replied that it was indeed the mayor who had taken the life of his deputy and loyal servant. Zeke Moore quickly surveyed the room, assessed the situation, and prepared to attack the mayor. However, when he touched the mayor with his sword, Zeke noticed that there was no reaction at all. This greatly surprised the young Master Zik, as he could not understand what was happening to the mayor. Saint Luvela asked the young man to be careful because she understood that monsters could appear at any moment. Zik pushed the mayor and said that Lady Luvela was mistaken because this man could not possibly be responsible for everything that had happened. Luvela did not understand how this could be possible and decided to come closer to take a closer look. As she approached, she noticed that the mayor was emitting a very strange, destructive aura, which meant that he was just a puppet. Zeke Moore sensed that the puppeteer was very close and was holding the Catalyst book in his hands, so he decided to turn around. Then he saw a man with a book in his hands and told Miss Luvelle that this man was the leader of the group. Luvella couldn't believe her eyes because standing in front of her was the deputy holding the book. Zik was also surprised, and Luvelle said that the deputy was dead, so she didn't understand what was happening. Looking closer, Mrs. Luvella realized that the deputy was holding a book that was completely enveloped in Valia's energy. The deputy laughed and said that the book was officially called The Key to the Ritual of Reviving Vale himself. Then Zik realized that the mayor was following someone's orders and was just a puppet in the hands of a puppeteer. Looking into the deputy's eyes, Zeke Moore realized that Mayor Porty was just a puppet in the hands of his own deputy. Luvella looked at the deputy and couldn't understand how all this could be real. Then she decided to ask the deputy what exactly he had done to her paladins, and he told her that she no longer needed to worry about them. Luvella didn't understand anything, and the deputy told her that he had simply turned her paladins into food for his beloved fish. Luvella began to sink into despair because she realized that her knights had suffered because she had decided to intervene in the situation. The deputy looked closely at Zik and did not understand who this man was, thinking he was Carvedman's secret guard. Zik Moore calmly replied that he had absolutely no connection to Carvedman or his servants. Still holding the key book, the deputy did not understand why the man had come to this house and was trying to stop him. The young Mr. Zik replied that he was not obliged to report everything to a man who believed so strongly in a non-existent fish. The deputy was very agitated because he couldn't understand how anyone could call the Great Valier an ordinary fish. Zeke Moore said that he was a completely normal person and did not believe in the existence of demonic fish. The deputy was furious and said that for such words he would surely feel the punishment of the Great Valier. Activating his demonic power, he said that he would plunge him into unbearable pain and suffering so that he would understand that his words were unworthy. Monsters began to form from the demonic aura, ready to carry out any order of their master. The deputy ordered the monsters to kill the man, but not to touch the woman because he was sure she would be useful to him. Saint Luvela asked Zik to be more careful, then sent him a divine blessing for strength. Zik felt a very strange sensation because his heart was in the dragon's claws. A glow appeared in his eyes and he felt a great surge of strength, making it very easy for him to fight the monsters. In a few seconds, he managed to develop such speed that he was able to deal with all the monsters of different levels. At one point, young Zeke even felt as if his former destructive power had returned to him. The deputy held the book in his hands and watched the man's actions closely, finding them simply incredible. He looked at Zik and his aura and couldn't understand how it was possible to deal with so many monsters with such ease and speed. Waving his sword, Zik began to laugh, asking if more monsters would be summoned, or if that was all. The deputy was very angry and believed that the man could taunt him as much as he wanted, because all the preparations had already been made. However, to his great surprise, Zeke Moore said that he was not at all sure about that, and believed that everything was not ready at all. Seeing the surprise on the deputy's face, Zik informed him that he had managed to find all of Valia's statues, so he had simply destroyed them. The deputy said that it didn't change anything, and Zik said that the churchman Carvidmena could take special measures regarding the statues. He then decided to check with the deputy to see if this would really weaken the effect of the custom. The deputy was furious and gave off negative energy because he couldn't understand how the man knew about this. Luvela decided to check with Zik to see if he was telling the truth, and Zik calmly replied that he was well aware of this. Looking up, he said that after he had destroyed all the statues in the city of Pori, the only one left to destroy was the one here. The deputy couldn't control his anger, so he summoned a new wave of monsters to catch and stop the enemies. Zikmore once again easily dealt with a large number of monsters, but he realized that his strength was beginning to wane. The deputy watched the enemy's actions closely and did not understand how to deal with them. Luvela covered her mouth in surprise because she couldn't understand how Zik could deal with so many monsters so easily. Zik paid no attention to them because he felt his powerful strength returning. Luvela didn't understand what was happening, and Zik immediately picked her up and asked her not to move so she wouldn't get hurt. She didn't understand how the young gentleman intended to leave when all the paths were completely blocked. Realizing that Zik was rushing toward the window, she begged him to wait and stop, but he didn't listen to her at all. Turning his back to the glass so that Lady Luvela wouldn't get hurt, Zik simply jumped out the window. The deputy realized that his opponents had decided to simply flee, which amused him greatly, so he decided to change his plan. The next morning, newspapers with breaking news spread throughout the city, saying that the witch Luvela had returned. The report said that the witch Luvela had come to Porti and killed the mayor himself. People read the article carefully and couldn't believe that such a sweet girl could have done such a thing. Seeing that there was a man drawn next to her, the residents began to think that the witch had an accomplice who helped her carry out her evil deeds. Zik looked at the report and said that no matter how you drew him, he still looked very good and handsome. Luvela said that it all looked very strange, since the deputy had seen his face clearly and he didn't look anything like the portrait. Throwing away the news photo, Zik asked Luvela to stop worrying and eat something, because they would be leaving soon. Luvela looked at the loaf of bread in Zik's hands and didn't understand where he had gotten the food, and he replied that he had borrowed it from a tent. Then she realized with horror that Mr. Zik had stolen the food, and he replied that in the current situation, it was simply impossible for him to buy anything. Luvela was very upset by his actions and fell to her knees to pray and atone for his guilt. However, to her surprise, the young man asked her not to be so upset, saying that he had not stolen anything. He then informed her that he had an open account and always made a note of where he took things so that he could pay for them later. Luvela told him that he still needed to get permission from the owner and that this was standard procedure. Zik smiled and said that he couldn't stick to such strict rules, so he just paid twice as much later. At one point, she decided to ask where Hans was, and Zik asked her not to worry because he had given him instructions. After accepting the bread from Mr. Luvela, she decided to ask where he was going next, and Zik said he had to find the rest of the statues. Luvela looked at him in surprise because she had no idea how he planned to do that. Zik smiled and said that he had some ideas about where the rest of the Vale statues might be hidden. Meanwhile, the group that had attacked the merchant Sid was sitting in one of the alleys, wondering what to do next. Their calm was interrupted by the appearance of Zik, who approached them and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The guys noticed that Zik looked very similar to the guy from the news report, and standing next to him was the witch Luvela. They decided to run straight to the guards to report the whereabouts of the witch and her assistant. Zik ran away and jumped right in front of them, saying that he had no idea what was wrong with them. Smiling, he said that he had returned to them not to scare them or take their lives. The group was very frightened because they understood that the witch had been in Porti for several days, where strange things had begun to happen. Lavelva noticed that Zik was holding the young men calmly, but they were already crying because they were very scared. Then, looking closely at them, she said that she remembered that it was they who, together with Sir Zik, had attacked the merchant Sid. Seeing that the leader of the group was still trying to escape, Zik decided to ask him why he had no loyalty to his friends. The leader stopped and asked why they, the people the whole city was looking for, were so calmly coming out into the open. Zik asked him not to worry about them because he needed help finding one person. The team said they had no intention of helping someone who was friends with a witch. Then Zeke Moore took a bag of gold coins out of his pocket and said he was willing to pay them generously for information. Seeing the bag filled with gold, the team was ready to happily answer any questions the young gentleman had. To their surprise, he asked if anyone had recently fallen ill for no apparent reason and if no medicine was helping. The team members looked at their leader because they knew that only he could have such information. However, to their great surprise, the leader said that he knew nothing and did not understand what exactly he was talking about. Zigmore was a little upset because he had offered a lot of money and did not understand what the problem was. Then he grabbed the team leader by the ear and started asking him if he really knew nothing. The leader begged him to let him go immediately because he said he knew nothing and did not understand what they were talking about. Saint Lavella fell to her knees and began to say that the city was facing terrible destruction and that only they could stop it. Zik looked at Lady Lavella's actions with surprise because he didn't think she would beg on her knees in front of a street thug. The leader listened carefully to Luvella, and her words enraged him because he was sure that the monsters had appeared because of her. Lovell was very surprised that she was treated so negatively because she understood that she had done nothing wrong. Zeke Moore was very happy when Zeke told him that if it weren't for the witch's actions, his brother would be completely healthy now. The company leader began to worry because he realized that he had said too much, and now everyone knew about his brother's condition. Zeke Moore asked to be taken to his brother, but the leader said he would not do so because he did not understand why they needed him. Zeke Moore realized that it would be impossible to reason with the young man, so he simply grabbed him. The leader started shouting that he had been grabbed by a monster, but humbly agreed to accompany them to his own home. When they arrived at his home, Luvela tried to heal her brother, but realized that there was nothing she could do until they found the source. She said that someone had done this to him on purpose, and Zeke decided to ask who had come to see his brother. The leader said that he had seen everything with his own eyes and asked them to step away from his brother and sit down at the table. He then revealed that it was the same merchant whom Mr. Zick had helped punish, but the witch had decided to save him. Meanwhile, Sid was actively using his demonic powers to create and animate the statue of Wooly. Sid was very happy that everything was working out because he knew that very soon he would be able to obtain demonic power. The head of the company was very angry because he understood that only Sid could have done this to his brother, as no one else had come to his house. Luvela decided to clarify whether she had understood correctly what the merchant Sid, whom she had saved, had done. The leader replied that she had understood everything correctly and that if it weren't for her, they would have been able to save his brother. Zeke Moore asked the leader to calm down a little and tell him in detail what had happened to his brother. He said that a few days ago he had returned home and realized that Georgie wasn't there, so he started looking for him. The leader explained that they lived in a dangerous area, so there were never any guards, and he was very worried about his brother. In one of the alleys, he saw Georgie lying on the ground with a man standing over him, holding a knife with a destructive aura. The stranger did not expect to see anyone at that time of day, so he immediately ran away. The leader of the group, not understanding what was happening, immediately followed him because he didn't know what he had done to Georgie. He couldn't understand how the stranger dared to treat his only brother that way, and when he caught up with him, he tore off part of his cloak. However, he couldn't believe his eyes because standing before him was Sood, who was a merchant named Sid. Zig decided to ask if his brother had really been in that state since that day, and the leader replied that it was true. He said that he hadn't noticed anything strange about his brother that day and thought everything was fine. However, George got worse every day and grew weaker and weaker, and then he just fell down as if he were a lifeless man. The leader said that he had asked Zeke for help in stealing the blade and making a deal with Sid. He explained that he wanted to later exchange Sid's blade for information on how to cure his younger brother. The leader added that everything had been fine until a righteous girl had interfered. Luvela apologized, saying that she had misunderstood, and the leader asked why, since he was just a poor man and not a bully. Zick asked the leader to calm down because he understood that Luvela had lived as an aristocrat and lacked experience. He decided to clarify why the leader did not hold a grudge against him, since he had also betrayed him when the saint arrived. The leader didn't quite understand what Zick meant, and he reminded him that he had left and gone after Luvela without helping him anymore. However, to Zig Mora's great surprise, the leader said that he was not angry with him because it was the first time something like this had happened to him. He explained that it was the first time anyone had ever said they would help them without any conditions or demands. Then Zeke realized that the boys were really in a very difficult situation, and that they simply had to help them. Once outside, young Mr. Zeke Mora decided to talk to Lady Lavella to figure out what to do next. She reported that in George she had felt Belle's repulsive energy instead of his usual vitality. Then Zick realized that they should start taking action, and Luella asked him in surprise if he had come up with a plan. Zick Moore said that he didn't have a specific plan yet, but he knew that they had to leave that place. Meanwhile, Sid was in the shop, calmly unloading the goods that had arrived that morning. Suddenly, he felt something very strange, as if someone had run past him and into the basement. Turning around, the shopkeeper couldn't understand what it was and began to worry that someone had decided to rob him. That's why Sid went to get a kerosene lamp and, opening the trapdoor, decided to check everything out. Looking around, he didn't see anyone, so he started to think that it was probably just rats, which often made noise. Suddenly, he felt someone approach him from behind, which frightened Sid greatly. When he saw Mr. Zick, Sid couldn't understand why he had come back to him, since they had already cleared everything up last time. Zick informed him that today they had to finish what they had started, and that no one would be able to stop them. After saying this, he turned Sid's face in the other direction to show that they were not alone. Pointing to Lady Luvela, he said that the heavenly protector who had saved him last time had returned today as an angel of hell. Sid became very frightened and said that he did not understand what was happening or why they had come to him again. He begged for mercy and asked why they had decided to do this to him, since he had done nothing wrong. Zick looked at the statue behind him and said that they should probably ask the fish what he had done. Realizing that Sid had no intention of saying anything, Zeke decided to attack him a few more times to get him to talk. Sid looked at the young gentleman and said that they shouldn't consider him a follower of Vali because that wasn't true at all. Looking at the statue of Vali, Sid said that he was not a follower of Vali and was not even connected to him in any way. Zigmore listened carefully to the merchant Sid, but did not pay any attention to his words, continuing to attack him. He understood that the man before him was someone who had helped the deputy in everything in order to get crumbs from his table. Sid had nothing to say because he understood that Mr. Zick was very well aware of his activities. Luvela looked at Sid with annoyance because she realized that she had misjudged him the first time. She didn't understand why Zeke had drawn his sword, and Zeke replied that they had found the idol of Valya, which meant that Sid was no longer of any use to them. Sid realized that his last hour was approaching and began to shout that he knew everything. Zeke stopped calmly and decided to clarify what exactly Sid knew and how he could still be useful to them. Sid, fearing for his safety, revealed that he knew all the locations where the statues of Vali had been placed. Zeke was furious and demanded an answer, but Sid laughed and said he wouldn't tell them where the statues were so easily. Pulling Zeke's hand away, he said that if he touched him again, even with a finger, he would not tell them where the statues were. Zik took his hand away and began to look calmly and expectantly at the merchant, who was enjoying his words. The merchant Sid continued to laugh because he realized that the gentleman understood the situation he was in. Luvela watched Sid's behavior and realized that he was indeed a very bad man. Sid began to laugh, looking at his benefactor, who still believed him to be a naive and unfortunate poor merchant. He considered Luvela too stupid and uninformed, which is why all the residents began to consider her a witch. Luvela did not understand why the merchant was doing all this, since he was not even a follower of Valya. Sid replied that he was doing it all for money because he had been promised a lot of money if he gave the idol's life. Zik listened to Sid, who said that he had already spent too much time in the shop. Luvela was horrified when Sid said that he didn't love his father and grandfather, who had forced him to work in the shop. Sid said that he had already wasted too much time and energy and asked to be released immediately so that he could finish all his business. He said that as soon as he could leave this place, he would tell them exactly where the statues of Vale were located. Suddenly, Zik clarified that he had changed his mind because he believed Sid didn't deserve to live. Zeke said that he could easily find all the statues without him, because he realized that Sid didn't really know anything. Sid, realizing that he was in a disadvantageous position, asked Lady Luvela to save him because she was a representative of the court of men. Young Mr. Zik looked closely at Sid because he understood that he was in a state of despair. Lovell lowered her head and said sadly that Mr. Zik must take the life of a man named Sid. The merchant Sid did not understand why the lady had treated him this way, for she was a candidate for sainthood and could not make such a decision. Sid realized that these were the last minutes of his life and begged Lady Luvela to stop, because he did not deserve such a fate. He screamed and called for help, but then there was silence, and Luvela simply covered her mouth with her hand so as not to scream in fear. Lovell was surprised, and Zik, striking Sid's hand, told him never to cross his path again. Sid was very scared, but he was grateful that they had taken pity on him and spared his life despite everything. Luvela returned to the hut and began to think about what she should do next and what actions to take. Her thoughts were interrupted by Zeke, who handed her a loaf of bread and wanted her to eat before the next task. Zeke Moore understood that Luvela looked very depressed and sad and decided to ask her if everything was all right. Sighing, Luvela said that she constantly drew the wrong conclusions and judgments and couldn't make the right decision in time. She said that she only believed one side of the story and didn't try to analyze it herself. Zeke realized that Luvela felt guilty because she couldn't immediately distinguish the weak and good from the strong and evil. Luvela apologized to Zeke and realized that this time she would have to ask him for advice personally. Zeke said he had nothing to say about it and understood that no advice could comfort her. Looking at her, he told her that she should figure things out for herself and not forget that time could heal any wounds. Continuing his meal, Zeke said that self-pity would not lead her anywhere good, so she should let go of the situation. Luvela admitted that she sometimes felt that the young gentleman was much older than she had imagined. Seeing the surprise in Zeke's eyes, Luvela said she didn't mean anything by it and thanked him for his advice. Zeke said that he had some ideas about where the other idols might be and that they should go there. Mrs. Luvela bowed her head and apologized because she realized that she couldn't help him at all. Young Mr. Zik Moore had no idea what the saint candidate was talking about because he really needed her help. Looking at Luvela's surprised face, he told her that she would now have the most important and significant role. That night, they made their way to another house, and Zik informed her that these people had been hired for money, just as Sid had been. Standing in front of the statue of Valye, Zik handed Luvela a paintbrush and told her that she simply had to imbue it with her divine power. Taking a regular paintbrush, Luvela began to pray to imbue the object with her divine power. Luvela was very surprised, but Zik took the brush from her and began to paint strange patterns on the statue. After that, Luvela placed her hand on the statue to fill it with her divine power. When everything was done, the Holy Lady asked if they could just leave and continue searching for the other statues. Zik believed that the statue had absorbed enough divine energy, so he agreed to move on. Luvela carefully examined the statue and began to hope that her actions would indeed stop the ritual to bring back Vale. Meanwhile, the deputy was in his office looking at newspaper clippings. He looked particularly closely at the photo of Ain Lavella because he realized that she could help him with his plans. Filling her photo with demonic power, the deputy wanted her to come to him immediately. Meanwhile, Mr. Weige was holding Hans like a kitten and running very fast through the forest, which was full of monsters. Hans asked him to slow down a little because he was already feeling unwell and his head was spinning from the speed. Suddenly, Weig stopped because he felt a special energy and said that it was time for him to go in a different direction. He left Hans, apologized, and said he had to go in a completely different direction. Hans did not understand how Mr. Weig could leave him there alone and asked him to wait for him. However, no matter how hard he tried to catch up with Mr. Weig, he couldn't do it because Weig was too fast. Meanwhile, Lavella was walking with the young Mr. Zeke Moore and wondering where else the statues of Veli could be. At one point, she wondered if she was doing everything right, because she began to worry that her actions were wrong. She understood that she had been following Zik's instructions from the start, but she did not recognize the runes he had left on the statues. Luvela's thoughts were interrupted by a strange noise because she didn't understand how such a thing could be possible and looked closely at the monster in front of her. She pointed out to Zik that this was the first time in a long time they had seen a zombie in Porty. Zik noticed that the zombie was moving more slowly and already looked much better than before. He reported that there were far fewer monsters in the city and believed that they had done a very good job, all thanks to Luvela. Luvela was very happy that they had really succeeded and that their actions could slow down the ritual. Young Mr. Zeke Moore noticed that Luvela's face began to glow with confidence that they were on the right track. Then he decided to point out that when he started drawing on the statues, she wasn't as confident as she was now, and he realized it was because of his runes. Luvela tried to explain that it wasn't a matter of trust, but that she had never seen such methods in Carvidaman before. She said that she considered the person who created these ruins, which had such a quick effect, to be a true genius. Zik smiled and told her that it was time to destroy the main idol located in the mayor's mansion. He said that they had managed to destroy all the idols in the city, which meant that the ritual's power should be greatly weakened. Moreover, he understood that the deputy mayor was still in the mansion, which meant he was the center of the ritual. Luvella listened attentively to the young gentleman and agreed to go with him to the mayor's mansion. They easily made their way into the mansion and quickly followed a familiar route to the door where the deputy was located. Luvella approached one of the doors and announced that they had come because she could clearly sense Vuli's energy behind the door. Mr. Zik asked Lady Luvella to stay behind him from that moment on because he planned to go first. Zik more carefully opened the door to assess the situation and figure out what tactics to use. However, unexpectedly, he was immediately attacked by a demonic entity that moved too quickly for him to see. Lovell was frightened and immediately stood behind her young master because she herself had not expected such an attack from the monsters. Zik was completely fine, but he found it very strange that he hadn't sensed the monsters at all. He didn't understand how, with all his strength, he couldn't have predicted that monsters would attack him. Luvella informed them that they were facing shadow demons, which were high-ranking monsters that should not have been there. The shadow demons watched their opponents closely and tried to attack them in order to win. With his sword, Mr. Zik could easily block the demons' attacks and did not understand why they were so weak. He realized that they were facing shadow monsters that specialized in stealth attacks. Luvella watched their confrontation closely and noticed that one of the monsters was right behind them and decided to warn them. Zik turned around in surprise and realized that the shadow demon was indeed right behind him. He even acknowledged that the shadow demon had well-developed stealth skills, but he was still able to detect it. However, Zik understood that before his regression, he had been the king of demons, and such small demons could not scare him, so he easily dealt with it. Luvella didn't understand where the demons could have come from, and Zik suggested that they had been summoned by the people of Vale. She knew that couldn't be true because the ritual's effect should have weakened by now. The deputy began to emerge from the shadows and laugh, saying that there was only one answer left, which was that he had become stronger. Zik and Luvella noticed that the building was beginning to collapse, which meant they had to leave as soon as possible. The young gentleman Zik suggested that this place was just a starting point, and nothing more. Then Luvella realized that this meant that all their efforts and actions had been in vain and had no effect whatsoever. Mr. Zik said that they would definitely talk about everything later, because right now the most important thing was to get out. Using some of his powers, he began to form a safe passage so that he and the lady could escape safely. Grabbing Luvella, he asked her to hold on tight and headed toward the exit so that they could survive this situation. Luvella was a little scared, so she held Mr. Zik very tightly, trusting him completely with her life. When they landed, Zeke and Luvella saw a large statue of Vuli filled with energy flying out of the mansion. A whirlpool began to form around the statue of Vule, gradually filling all the ruins with a large amount of water. The deputy approached them and asked Zik to look at the statue and notice how beautiful it was. Luvella looked at the deputy mayor and realized that he was a terrible person, but she didn't know what to do now. Alid Grodum said that he didn't really like the title of deputy mayor, and that now they had every right to call him by his name. He also said that the drawings they had left on the statues had led to nothing, so he was happy. Luvella was very surprised and didn't understand how Alid Grodum knew what they had done with the remaining statues. Alid replied that he had been guiding them to the statues all this time so that Luvella would come to their order. He explained that it was too difficult to bring her using force because of the man who was with her. Therefore, Alid confessed that he had made every effort to ensure that she came to their order of her own accord as a gift. Then Lubella realized that Aladdin had gone to great lengths to make her believe that the ritual they had performed really worked. Alid Grodum reported that he had calculated all their moves because he knew that after destroying the other statues, they would definitely return. Luvella was terrified because she realized that they had been deceived, and now they themselves had fallen into a cunning trap. Zik Moore remained completely calm and was curious why Alid had allowed himself to eavesdrop on their conversation. The deputy began to laugh, saying that he should be grateful because he hadn't tried to hide his wanted poster so that they wouldn't be caught. Alid announced that in a few hours all the residents would become his personal servants, so he asked Luvella to come closer to him. Aine Luvella stood holding the divine staff in her hands and did not know what to do in this situation. She was very scared, but inside her, anger began to awaken that was very difficult to control. Looking at how the water was rising rapidly, she said that she would not allow his plans to come to fruition and would do anything to prevent it. Alid, holding the key book in his hands, began to laugh and summon monsters, realizing that she had left him no choice. Surrounding his enemies with a large number of zombie-like monsters, he said that he would get her anyway, but by force. Unexpectedly, St. Luella decided to thank Mr. Zik, and he had no idea why she had decided to do so. She explained that if it weren't for him, she would already be dead, but now she still had a chance to fix everything. Smiling, she asked Mr. Zeke to run away because she was ready to do anything to stop Alid. Alid asked Zeke not to pretend and act like he understood anything, because it was obvious that he was giving her false hope. Zeke Moore said that he knew that his drawings would not help at all and would do nothing. He also said that he knew very well that Alid had helped them bring Miss Lavella here. Alid was very surprised and did not understand why the young gentleman had done exactly what he wanted. However, to his great surprise, Zeke smiled and said that he had done it all because he needed to buy some time. Behind the young gentleman, a magical cloud filled with a powerful aura rose, and he said that he had done all this for him. Smiling, Zik looked at Alid and realized that he had no idea who he was talking about. Meanwhile, Vague was speeding past the monsters, sending them to their eternal rest in milliseconds. Zik said that he was just waiting for Tasnia Belry Vague's death machine to return. Alid Gotham was very frightened because he understood that Vague couldn't be here, as he had left this city long ago. Zeke replied that he had simply asked him to return, and Alid raised the keybook because he understood that he had to hurry. The water began to intensify and looked more like a waterfall, and Luvela did not understand what was happening. She saw the water begin to take the shape of a large fish and didn't know what to do. The young gentleman Zik asked Miss Luvela to remain calm and simply stand behind him. However, he noticed that Luvela did not want to just stand there and began to surround herself with divine energy. Lovell said that she was a candidate for sainthood in Karuvaman, so she couldn't just stand aside. Zik realized that the divine energy was beginning to spread to him as well and said that the lady was too responsible. After receiving the saint's blessing, Zikmore immediately headed toward the large water fish to attack. However, the monster in the form of the large fish deity Vali tried to simply eat its opponent and envelop it in water. Alid watched what was happening and realized that he had spent too much energy, but the result was worth it. However, to his great surprise, Zeke and Luvela passed through the wall of water and asked if there would be any more obstacles. Alid looked at them and couldn't understand how this was possible because he had seen with his own eyes that the fish was right above them. Zeke replied that it didn't matter how big the wall of water was because when the pressure decreased, it would turn into a normal waterfall. Suddenly, he felt Vague's energy and realized that he had finally come to them, which meant that everything would be settled quickly. Wig immediately headed for a lead and used his sword to knock the keybook out of his hands so that he couldn't continue reading the spell. The keybook fell to the ground and began to disintegrate because it could not be released from his hands. Wig attacked the book to speed up the destruction and stop all the rituals from happening. Vague was very uncomfortable seeing the Vulgate artifact so close because it smelled strongly of rotten fish. Zik and Luvela looked closely at the statue, on which the drawings they had left began to appear. They noticed that the monsters had begun to carry the statue toward the underground waters flowing beneath Porty. Alid was beside himself with joy because he realized that he had succeeded, and now the power of Vali belonged to all the waters in the city. Wegu asked Alid to stop behaving like that because he understood that the keybook had already been completely destroyed. Alid reported that he had managed to begin the ritual because the life force was already flowing underground. He rejoiced because he understood that this process could no longer be stopped, which meant that he had become the victor. However, suddenly all the destruction stopped, and silence fell, and Alid did not understand why this had happened. Zik turned around and decided to ask Alid if he really wanted to know why nothing had worked. Leaning toward him, he informed him that all the runes that he and Luvela had left on the statues were real. Smiling, he asked Alid how it felt to experience a brief taste of victory and hope that everything had gone as planned. The next morning, people were calmly walking around the central shopping square, no longer worried about anything. The residents of Porty were shopping, enjoying life, and going about their usual business. Wig thanked Mr. Zik for his help and for warning him so quickly about what might happen. Wig said that thanks to Hans's note warning him that Lady Lavella was in danger, he was able to return to the city so quickly. Luvella also thanked Mr. Zik and told him he could rest in the temple, but he said he had to continue on his way. Young Mr. Zik understood that his next destination had already been decided and planned to go there immediately. Wig reported that he had heard from Hans that Mr. Zik was the eldest son of the Krepostl family. Luvella was very surprised because the Crestapal family was very noble and had been great defenders. She said she wasn't sure if Hans was joking or telling the truth. Wig thought about it and realized that it would be better not to mention Mr. Zik in the report they were writing. He understood that if Vardo found out that his son had taught them about the ruins that could prevent the ritual, there could be a problem. Luvella agreed with Vague, and he went to negotiate with the Grand Pope while she remained alone with her thoughts. Suddenly, a knight with an emblem belonging to the Sacred Order approached her from behind. Luvella looked at him disapprovingly and decided to ask who he was and why he had approached her. Glenn Zenard greeted her and informed her that he belonged to the elite Knights of the Grail, who came to the aid of the Order. Glenn bowed to her and said that it was a great honor for him personally to provide support to Karuvid Mena from outside. Luvella decided to ask him how he knew her, and if they had met before because she did not remember his face at all. Glenn said that he had heard about her from people who spoke of a great saint who always came to the aid of the weak and poor. Luvella said that she did not need his help at all right now and that she was very tired after a long journey. Glenn Zenard said he understood and apologized for delaying the lady after her long journey. Luvella thanked Glenn for his understanding and headed for her chambers to finally rest. Glenn Zenard began to analyze their conversation and realized that something had changed and was not going according to plan. Meanwhile, not far from the mining town of Swola, Hans and the young gentleman Zeke were walking along a road where there were many monsters. Zeke praised Hans because he noticed that he could already handle even huge trolls on his own. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a cry approaching them, and they realized that someone was calling for help. Then they saw a man running swiftly away from a small group of goblin monsters and decided to help him. The young gentleman Zik dealt with all the goblins in less than a minute with his skill. The young man who had been trying to escape from the monsters was very surprised by such strength. Stopping, he began to thank the young gentleman for saving him, and they decided to find out why the goblins were chasing him. Hans didn't understand why so many goblins were chasing the young man. Snock smiled and said that he was training to become an adventurer, but he wasn't very good at it yet. Hans and Mr. Zik were very surprised that a man running away from monsters wanted to become an adventurer. Snock replied that he was a miner but dreamed of becoming an adventurer and traveling the world. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a man who started yelling at Snock that he should come to him immediately. The man was furious because he realized that his student had once again failed his task and was simply running away from the monsters. Snock said that he was already on his way to his teacher, then asked the gentleman who had saved him to tell him their names so that he could thank them. After that, Snock introduced himself and looked at the young gentleman Zik because he understood that he admired his technique. Zik introduced himself in response, and Snock said that they would definitely meet again later or see each other in town. Hans was very surprised to see the adventurous trainer in the forest and did not think they even existed. Mr. Zick said that they didn't have time to pay attention to nonsense, so he asked Hans to continue on his way. Then he asked Hans to turn around and quickly deal with the large orc standing right behind him. Snock followed his teacher, who advised him to use mana while walking to reduce the strain on his legs. Snock agreed with his teacher but did not notice a stone under his feet, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. His coach did not understand how long this could continue and why Snock never looked at his feet. Seeing how his student had hurt his knee and was looking at it plaintively, he announced that training was over for the day. Snock didn't understand why his teacher wanted to end the training, since they had only just started and hadn't done anything yet. The teacher said he didn't want to see him anymore today, so he just headed home. Snock was very upset because he didn't want to be a miner. He dreamed of becoming an adventurer. Suddenly, he realized that something was near his foot. Bending down, he saw that it was a mole running away. Snock couldn't understand where the mole had come from or why it wouldn't leave his foot alone. He tried to explain that there had been a collapsed mine in that place and that it was too dangerous for a mole to be there. So Snock asked the mole to return to its family and leave such a dangerous place as soon as possible. However, after taking a few steps, Snock realized that the mole had no intention of leaving him and was following in his footsteps. Snock was puzzled because he had no idea what to do with such a small and defenseless animal. The mole looked hopefully at his new friend, and Snock suggested that he come with him. Meanwhile, Zeke and Hansa stopped at an inn to eat and regain their strength. Hans decided to ask Zeke why he had chosen Seoul as his next destination. Zeke said he was very surprised that Hansa remembered his words, and Hansa said he was an attentive person. Zeke said that he had come here solely because of one day that was slowly but surely approaching. He explained that very soon Seoul would be turned into ruins by Novum, a demonic god of destruction. Meanwhile, Snock picked up the mole and thought that he should give it a name and began to think of a name for his new friend. After considering a number of names, Snock realized that the name had to be specific, so he decided to call the mole Novum. The mole Novum looked at his new friend and trusted him completely because he had nowhere else to go. Meanwhile, Snock's teacher went to meet a man who was completely hiding his identity. The stranger handed the teacher a bag filled with gold coins. He was very happy that their deal was complete because he was convinced that Snock had indeed met the mole. The teacher was very happy that he no longer had to play the role of Snook's teacher and could continue with his own affairs. To his surprise, the stranger thanked him for his help and for playing his role so diligently. Laughing, he said that thanks to his actions, he could now put his plan into action right away. Meanwhile, Hans arrived at the market and was surprised to find that someone was trying to sell him a breed that appeared once every 1,000 years. His attention was distracted by a saleswoman who called him a young and handsome man and offered him a colorful shirt. Another merchant offered him a taste of the most delicious and properly cooked roast. Hans couldn't resist and decided to try everything, not understanding why the young gentleman was denying himself everything. Sir Zeke was very surprised and did not understand how Hans could have restrained himself for so long. Suddenly, Zeke's attention was drawn to a conversation between two residents who realized that they had been deceived again. One of the miners said that the adventurer's teacher had closed his shop, and they realized that it was just a common scam. They said that this had shocked Snock so much that he hadn't left his house for several days. Mr. Zick thought about it because he realized that Snock was the same boy they had met in the forest who was running away from the goblins. Remembering everything he had seen in the forest, he realized that he had been right to think that the teacher was just a common swindler. Meanwhile, Hans bought a few more items and told the young gentleman that he should also try buying some meat. Meanwhile, Snock lay in his bed and thought about what he should do, now that his teacher had simply abandoned him. He noticed that his new friend, the mole, had approached him and realized that Novum was also very sad. Novum climbed onto the bed and Snock realized that the mole lived a very good and carefree life because he had nothing to do. At one point, the mole crawled onto Snock's face, and he didn't understand why Novum had decided to do that to him. Snock removed the mole from his face and noticed that someone had decided to come to his house in the middle of the night. Getting out of bed, he decided to check his home and noticed that the front door was wide open for some reason. Looking into the distance, he couldn't understand how the door could have opened by itself, and it seemed very strange to him. Snock was sure that someone had been in his house, but he didn't see anyone, which surprised him greatly. Meanwhile, Zeke and Hansa finished their shopping and went in search of a place to stay because they had too many bags with their purchases. Hans asked the gentleman to try as many different delicacies as possible because they were all very tasty. The young gentleman Zeke decided to ask Hans why he hadn't taken off all those brightly colored things yet. Hans didn't understand why he should take everything off since the shopkeeper had said they looked very good on him. Suddenly, Zikmore felt a strange energy and noticed that someone was moving quickly. He noticed that people were hiding their faces and moving too quickly, holding something in their hands. Hans was very scared and didn't understand what had happened or who had flown over them so quickly. Zik said that they were ordinary people, but he noticed that they were holding the same boy they had seen in the forest. He became very curious to understand what was happening there, because it could be the fulfillment of a good deed. Then he gave all his things to Hans and told him that he could go back to the yard because he had urgent business to attend to. Hans didn't understand anything, and Zigmore said that he wanted to check something and therefore had to leave. Catching up with the strangers, he asked them to stop and explain what was going on and why they needed the boy. He asked them to stop and explain why they were behaving this way and what it was all about. Zik said that he had some business with the luggage they were trying to move so quickly. However, the strangers had no desire to talk to him and immediately began to attack Mr. Zik. Zik understood their intentions and, blocking their attack, struck back because he realized that the group was very dangerous. One of the kidnappers realized that he couldn't block the attack and fell to the ground, so the others rushed after him. They did not understand why a man was chasing them or why he wanted the boy Snock, whom they had been searching for so long. However, to their surprise, Mr. Zik stood before them and tried to understand who they were and why they wanted the boy. Zik tried with all his might to catch up with them, to understand what was happening and what their goals were, and asked them to explain. Then he began to attack his opponents to explain to them that when you ask a question, you have to give an answer. However, his opponents were very strong and immediately began to attack him in response because they had no intention of sharing any information. Zik easily blocked their attacks because he was completely confident in his strength and abilities. Therefore, he decided to punish his opponents so that they would learn their lesson and start behaving more civilly. While he was sorting things out with the other team members, their leader, along with the boy Snock, continued to run away. Mr. Zik began to worry because he realized that he had once again let the team leader and the boy get away. He realized that they had no intention of resolving the situation peacefully and set off in pursuit. Zik more rushed to catch up with the team because he couldn't understand what they were hiding and why they were trying to escape. Realizing that Snock was probably in danger, he couldn't figure out where they were going. As he continued to pursue them, he realized that they were heading for the mines and began to worry about the boy he had met in the forest. Suddenly, Mr. Zik stopped because he realized that someone was coming toward him to stop him. Seeing a large number of people whose faces were also hidden by large black cloaks, he realized that they wanted to block his way. He decided to ask who they were and thought that they were probably doppelgangers. However, the people hiding their faces did not want to talk to him at all and immediately began to attack him. Zik didn't understand why no one would just talk to him and answer his questions, so he simply killed them all. Zik realized that something was wrong because even if they were assassins, they were too skilled. He knew he had come to this city because he wanted to prevent a catastrophe, and this group of people was a strange coincidence. Looking at his opponents, he began to suspect that they might be connected to the disaster that was supposed to happen. He then decided to ask them if they were connected to the god of destruction, Novum, or if they were there for another reason. Meanwhile, Snock regained consciousness and noticed that his mole, Novum, was tugging at his sleeve. He didn't understand where they were, but he saw the stranger start to take Novum's mole and asked him to give it back. Then the stranger grabbed Snock himself, saying that such a reaction was quite curious to him. Looking at Snock, the stranger was very surprised because he was sure that he was looking at a completely ordinary coward. Then he suggested that the boy had behaved this way solely because of his special relationship with the mole. After that, he threw Snock back onto the rocks, not understanding why this particular boy should be a special gift for the demon. Snock did not understand what the stranger meant or why he would not let go of Novum, the mole who was very dear to him. Looking around, Snock was terrified because he realized that they were in the center of a collapsed mine. Then the boy approached the rubble and began to examine it carefully because he was very familiar with this mine. The stranger decided to ask the boy what he was looking for on the other side of the rubble in this ruined mine. Snock did not understand how a stranger could know so much about this place, and a silent question froze on his face. The stranger said that there was nothing unusual about his question because he could see the anguish and sadness reflected in the boy's eyes. He then said that he knew his father well, who was trapped in the mine, and asked Snock to look at the light. Then he pointed to the light coming from the sealing stone that held the beast of the mine. To Snock's surprise, the stranger said that his father had accidentally touched the stone during his excavations. Then the beast of the mine awoke and began to regain its strength because it had been sealed away for too many years. That's why the mine started to crumble quickly and ended up completely blocked by rock. Snock was very upset because he realized that his father had lost his life while the mine was being completely destroyed. The stranger said he understood the boy's feelings because he must have been filled with anger toward the beast that destroyed the mine. Snock was in despair because he understood that this was the reason why he did not want to be a miner and wanted to run away from the city. He began to be overwhelmed with anger because he understood that the beast of the mine was the only one to blame for his broken life. At that moment, the stranger handed him Novum and said that he could pass judgment on the monster who had taken his life. The mole looked very unhappy and did not understand what was happening or why he was being treated this way. Snock also did not understand what a normal mole who looked nothing like a monster was doing there. The stranger informed him that this very animal had caused the earthquake that had taken his father's life. He said that this mole was the beast of the mine, and tears welled up in the little mole's eyes. Snock looked at the mole and couldn't understand how Novum could be the beast of the mine and didn't know what to do. The stranger laughed that the beast that had taken his father's life was now living with him and felt like a full member of the family. Snock was furious and his eyes filled with rage because he knew he had to punish the beast of the mine. Meanwhile, Zik continued to run toward the mine to find Snock and help him. He understood that something bad was happening because as soon as he asked about Novum, his opponent simply took his own life. Zik understood that these people were very strange and most likely used fire magic. And if that was the case, he understood that they were assassins who had a large number of artifacts to help them. Zik realized that, among other things, these assassins were somehow connected to Novum, who was the god of destruction. As he approached the mine, he began to wonder who could be behind all this and noticed a large amount of dark energy. Mr. Zik stopped because he felt a strong aura and realized that someone was coming towards him. However, to his great surprise, he saw the same boy, Snock, whom he had met in the forest, but he had Novum's aura. Zik looked closely at the boy approaching him and tried to understand what was happening in this mine. Then he decided to ask Snock what was happening here, why his aura had changed so much, and why the assassins had taken him away. Snock didn't answer at all and just silently looked at the young man without doing anything. Zik realized that there was no reaction at all, so he thought that perhaps the boy knew Novum's name. As soon as he uttered that name, Snock immediately became angry, and his aura began to spread around him. Zik felt the ground beneath his feet begin to shake as if there were an earthquake. Everything that was happening seemed very strange to him because, until the moment of regression, everything had been completely different. Looking at Snock, he tried to remember if Novum had been like this before, and realized that he was being attacked again. He remembered that before the regression, Novum was known for his extreme rationality, so no one could defeat him. Zeke understood that he was facing a completely different person who was in a state of blind rage and couldn't control himself. Snock was very surprised because he saw the man in front of him start to move too quickly and prepared to attack. Zeke informed him that he simply had to pull himself together, otherwise he would have to punish him for his actions. However, Snock put his hand against his sword, and a large number of large rocks began to appear around him. Zeke was very surprised because he did not expect such a turn of events and was thrown in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Snock continued to attack him with stones of various sizes using the power of Novum. Snock was in a state of rage and simply wanted to attack his opponent, who stood in his way. Zik was very determined in his actions and tried to block Snock's attacks, trying not to hurt him too badly. At one point, he managed to attack Snock, and Zik decided to get closer to him to assess the situation better. He understood that such an attack would be enough to hurt a person, but Snock, on the contrary, only became stronger and more resilient. Mr. Zik more tried to observe Novum's actions in order to understand what was happening to him. Then he noticed that the enemy's attacks with stones were only getting stronger. Zik realized that with such power, Novum would be able to completely destroy the entire land. Then he realized that he had no choice but to stop the boy right now before he became even stronger. With Novum's power, Zik saw that the enemy was heading in his direction, so he quickly created a barrier out of a large rock. Zik knew it would be very difficult, but he was sure it was the right thing to do, so he decided to try his best. He saw Novum hiding behind large rocks that were very difficult to destroy. Zik tried to get through all the obstacles and realized that he was already very close to Novum, so he prepared to attack. Novum saw the shiny, sharp blade of his enemy heading toward him and froze in surprise. However, the stranger blocked Zik's blow and said that such a life must be cherished. Continuing to easily block Mr. Zik's attacks, he said that taking the life of another was too terrible an act. He then easily pushed Mr. Zik away, who did not understand what was happening and was thinking about his next move. Zik more realized that this was the man who had made Snock what he was, and given him the power of a mythical creature. The assassin smiled and said that his creation was simply beautiful and worthy of admiration and respect. Looking at Snock, Zik realized that the assassin had managed to unite the boy and the tyrant of the land of Novum, who was the god of destruction. He then decided to voice his assumption to see how the stranger would react. The assassin did not understand how this man knew such detailed information, because no one knew what the boy had named the mole. Zik replied that his well-being depended on it, so he couldn't tell him where he got the information. The assassin replied that he had left him no choice and would have to use his magical powers against him. To Zik More's great surprise, the assassin's body began to change rapidly, and he began to resemble the Hulk. The assassin said that he had not planned to demonstrate this form, but he simply had no other choice. Snock began to growl like a wild beast and prepared to attack his new opponent. Seeing the large creature, Snock immediately headed toward it, certain that he was facing an enemy. The assassin was surprised that his own creation saw him as a threat, and he even felt a little sorry for it. Therefore, he easily grabbed Snock with one hand and decided to send him flying several hundred meters away. After that, the assassin said that he really wanted to focus on someone else at that moment. Zik remained completely calm and asked if he was sure that was the right thing to do, since he had spent so much of his strength on him. The assassin replied that everything was under control because Snock was in a state of rage and therefore unconscious. He added that he would find him later and that now that no one was bothering them, he wanted to spend some quality time with his master. Zik More understood that the confrontation would be very difficult and prepared to use his hidden powers. He then actively tried to block his opponent's attacks, realizing that it would not be easy. The assassin was surprised because Zik was not only able to block his attack but also tried to strike back. Zik tried to remain completely calm and filled his blade with his own aura of destruction. The assassin began to laugh, saying that such powers had no effect on him and that nothing could stop him. Then Zeke took his hand and asked him how he liked his new look with one hand missing and if he was sure of his words. The assassin looked into his opponent's face and couldn't understand how he had managed to do it. Zigmore easily defeated his opponent and realized that no matter what, he had to find Snock. Meanwhile, Hans ran toward the forest because he felt something like an earthquake and didn't understand what had happened. Looking around, he saw a man lying on the ground not far from him and decided to go over to him to see what was wrong. Looking closer, Hans realized that it was the same boy they had saved from the goblins, and he asked him to come to his senses. Snock slowly began to open his eyes, and he was once again filled with the rage and strength of Novum, which frightened Hans very much. Hans was very frightened because as soon as the young man opened his eyes, he immediately began to attack him, and he did not understand what was happening. As he began to run away, he didn't understand why the boy they had saved had decided to attack him in such a strange way. Hans remembered that the boy had been very friendly and had said that he was training to become an adventurer. Looking at the boy now, Hans didn't understand what kind of training he had undergone to gain such great strength. Hans saw that the young man easily lifted a huge rock and became very frightened. Without hesitation, Snock threw the large rock directly at Hans because he saw him as a threat. Hans realized that the rock was flying too fast and he would not have time to dodge it. Then he decided to raise his sword to destroy the stone that was rapidly heading toward him. He managed to destroy the rock and was very happy because he had been afraid that he might lose his life. More stones of various sizes flew toward him, but Hans easily dealt with them because he knew he had trained for this. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise behind him and decided to turn around to assess the situation. Then he saw an impressive sand river in front of him, which was heading straight toward him in waves. Hans realized that these were probably the last minutes of his life and simply decided to cover his face with his hands. Unexpectedly, the sand began to envelop him in a large amount of water, and Hans did not understand what was happening. Then he decided to look at Snock and realized that the young man also did not expect to see such a large amount of water and turned his attention to it. Snock didn't understand what was happening because he hadn't expected to see so much water. Looking closer, he saw Mr. Zik in front of him, surrounded by water and heading straight for him. Zik understood that there was only one way to suppress the rage inside Snock, so he tried his best. He looked directly into Snock's eyes, hoping that he would succeed because he wanted to suppress Novum's power and not harm Snock. Directing his aura toward the boy, he asked him to regain his senses and trust him, which meant suppressing his rage. Snock realized that something had happened because there was no one around him, and he felt as if he were asleep. Looking around, he saw Novum, who looked very angry, and Snock couldn't understand what was happening. Snock understood that Novum was the beast of the mine and realized that he was not to blame for anything, because he had simply escaped. Novum began to calm down because he didn't want to hurt anyone and just wanted to get outside. Snock said that he understood Novum and that his father had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. He admitted that he would gladly return to the days when he knew nothing, but he understood that nothing would work out. Snock reached out his hands to him and suggested that they think together about how to live with this knowledge. Novum calmed down and agreed with the boy, so he held out his paw, and everything around them was illuminated by light. The next morning, the guards examined the collapsed mine and could not understand why large holes had formed in it. So they gathered all the residents and guests to question them and understand what could have happened in this area. The residents looked at each other because they had seen and heard nothing and did not understand how this could have happened. Inside the mine, forensic experts were working, examining every inch in detail to find any clues. During dinner, Zik asked Hans if he had done what he had asked him to do. Hans reported that he had told the guards that he had come to the site because of a loud noise, but that he himself did not understand what could have happened. He decided to check with the young gentleman to make sure that the guards would not find out that they were involved in what had happened. Mr. Zik said that he had thoroughly checked the entire area and cleaned it up so that no evidence could point to them. He then turned around because he realized that such a young miner could not possibly be suspected of anything. Snock stood with the mole Novum and was very happy that they had been able to reconcile and stay together. Looking at the mole Novum, Zik realized that they had managed to form a contract with this beast, which meant that Snock would no longer fall into a rage. After that, he decided to ask Snock what exactly he planned to do with Novum and whether he could understand and forgive him. Snock said that he would never be able to forget that this mole was responsible for him no longer having a father. Mr. Zik thought about it and realized that the boy would never be able to fully accept Novum, which meant that he could once again become enraged. To Snock's surprise, Zik suggested that he find a way out and come up with something to make an exchange. Zik reminded the boy that he wanted to become an adventurer and take part in adventures, and had even taken lessons from a trickster. He then held out his hand and suggested they continue on their journey together doing good deeds. Zik set off with his new team, and in the evening asked Hans to train with Snock, so that they could improve. Hans looked very tired because Snook was getting better and better at attacking with stones. He tried very hard to attack Snock in order to show his master his strength and skills. Snock, using the power of Novum, easily set up stone barriers that blocked the attacks. Hans also tried very hard and had already learned to destroy large stone barriers with a single blow. Snock and Novum were surprised by Hans's strength, and at one point were even confused, not knowing how to defend themselves. At that moment, Hans immediately stopped and asked Snock how he felt, and whether he had accidentally hurt him during the attack. Mr. Zik was very dissatisfied with their actions because he understood that they were not trying hard enough, and were not focused. Therefore, after watching their training, he decided to add an extra hour and asked them to be more attentive. Hans, Snock, and Novum were very upset because they were completely exhausted and did not expect to have to train any longer. After an hour of hard training, the whole team decided to have a meal to regain their strength for the rest of the journey. Young Mr. Zik watched the young men eat meat and couldn't understand why they were so hungry. He couldn't understand how ordinary meat could be so delicious, and Hans told him that the taste even brought tears to their eyes. Snock interrupted his meal and decided to tell them where they were going next and what they had to do. Mr. Zik said that they were heading to Osperen because he believed that good deeds should also be done there. Hans and Snock were confused because none of them even knew where Osperen was. Zik thought that before his regression, one of the 3 demons he had managed to subdue was there. He was curious to find out what that demon was like in the current reality, so he planned to visit Osperen. Remembering his past life as the king of demons, his face began to change, which frightened Hans and Snock. They looked at Mr. Zik and became frightened because he was emitting a massive destructive energy. In the morning, the whole team continued on their way, walking along a path through a forest filled with various deciduous trees. At one point, Zeke Moore stopped because he began to smell something strange that reminded him of the smell of burning flesh. Hans and Snock also smelled something very strange and unpleasant, and couldn't understand what was happening ahead. When Mr. Zik explained the source of the smell to them, Hans and Snock were very frightened because they did not understand how such a thing could be possible. Zik stopped and wondered if it could be an attack or just a fire. In any case, he wanted to check it out. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps, and they and the team decided to turn around to see who was following them. 2 knights stood before them and asked them to give their names because the area was guarded. Hans and Snock were a little frightened and, in their confusion, couldn't even find the words to give an immediate answer. Mr. Zik Moore remained calm and informed them that they were ordinary travelers. He did not understand what knights were doing in the middle of the forest and said that they were just looking for a place to spend the night. The knights began to discuss among themselves because they realized that these might be refugees, which meant they had to take them to the camp. Zik was very surprised because he could hear what the knights were saying and did not understand what they were talking about. A few minutes later, the knights turned to the travelers and told them to come with them immediately. Zik's team obediently followed the knights, and after a while they arrived at a camp where there were many knights. Approaching the tent, the knight reported to the young gentleman that they had found a suspicious group and was about to go inside. At the entrance to Hans's tent, he stumbled and almost fell, which greatly frightened Snock and Novum. The knight reported that they had found them while patrolling the forest and that the group had told them they were travelers. Zik followed his team inside and said that they had ended up in the forest by accident and had no connection to the settlement. However, when he saw the young gentleman who was commanding the knights and was their leader, Zik was very surprised. Joachim Dracul introduced himself to the travelers and said that he was the leader of a special unit of knights. Joachim was very friendly and said that he commanded a special unit that had been sent to this settlement. Zik looked at Joachim Dracul with surprise and a smile because he knew him very well before his regression. He remembered that Joachim Dracul was one of 4 guys who had traveled with him around the world. Zik remembered everything very well as if it had happened only yesterday because they had walked hand in hand. He also remembered how after successful events they would gather together in a tavern and celebrate their victories. Zik bowed to Joachim Dracul and, introducing himself, said he was very pleased to meet him. He then introduced the people standing behind him, saying that they were Snock and Hans and that the mole was called Novum. Dracula apologized for asking so many questions during their first meeting, but decided to clarify where exactly they had come from. He was surprised when Zik said that he had been training his servants in the mountains, and therefore did not know that the roads had been blocked. Zik looked at Dracula and was overwhelmed with feelings and memories that only he knew existed. Dracula said he believed them, but the knight behind him asked his master to think it over because they might be refugees. Joachim asked his knight to calm down because he had completely different plans. To Zik and Hans's surprise, Dracula said that no matter who they were, he still didn't plan to let them leave. Mr. Zik sighed because he realized that even at that moment, Mr. Joachim Dracul was very charismatic. Joachim informed them that since they were in his camp, they would have to keep him company for a while. Looking menacingly at his guests, the gentleman said that a dangerous disease was spreading in the area and asked if they knew about it. Zik smiled and said that he had already figured everything out from what he had heard in the camp. Joachim Dracul sighed because he understood that Mr. Zik was indeed right in his judgment. He explained that they had been sent to this settlement because the disease was widespread there, which was why they were there. Mr. Zik listened attentively to his former close friend and said that he understood everything. Hans listened to the gentleman and was glad that he understood that the disease could be dangerous and was ready to wait it out. Mr. Zik looked closely at Joachim and asked if he could help him with his secret mission. Hans and Snock were very surprised by the gentleman's decision because they thought they would have time to rest. Their conversation was interrupted by a knight who burst into Dracul's chambers and began shouting that he had urgent and bad news. To Joachim's surprise, he reported that a new patient had appeared with symptoms that had never been seen before. Joachim immediately set off to examine the place and the man who had developed completely new symptoms. Zik decided to follow Mr. Dracul to understand what exactly was happening and what the disease was. Upon arriving at the scene, Joachim asked his assistant to document everything they managed to track down and discover. Zik watched Joachim's actions and understood that such a clear reaction was to be expected from a man who was his subordinate. However, he suddenly noticed that Dracul looked pale and was probably feeling unwell. Joachim admitted that he was frightened by the sight of the sick man, and that was why he felt unwell. Zik was very surprised and couldn't believe that the commander of an entire squadron of knights could be afraid of anything. Dracula admitted that he had hemophobia and even laughed at the absurdity of the situation. Zik looked at him and thought it was simply impossible because, until his regression, Dracula had been known as a vampire. Therefore, he could easily control everything related to it and could not possibly have hemophobia. Zik was very surprised because he didn't understand how a vampire could have hemophobia, since these concepts were completely contradictory. Remembering back, he realized that Dracula had indeed been very strange at some point, and that this was probably the moment. Joachim realized that it was very stupid that he was the leader of the knights, and had such a peculiarity. Zik realized that he didn't like this peculiarity in himself, and Dracula admitted that it had always bothered him. Dracula smiled and did not plan to go into details because he was still too unfamiliar with the young gentleman. Zik looked closely at his companion and realized that Joachim was indeed the person he remembered before his regression. So he decided to support Joachim and asked him not to worry because he was sure that he would be able to cope with his peculiarity. The next day, Zik trained the knights and showed them special medicinal herbs that were used as bandages. Every day after that, Zik and his team helped Joachim in every way they could because they understood that he needed it. However, they were still unable to do anything, and as a result, the entire settlement was completely destroyed. The entire settlement was quickly engulfed in flames, and no one could stop it because otherwise the disease would have spread everywhere. Hans understood that the situation was very serious because not a single person from the entire settlement had survived. Dracul looked very sad and depressed because he did not want things to turn out this way. Mr. Zik understood that his former comrade might be feeling uncomfortable and even sympathized with him. Dracula admitted that he was very sorry that they had not been able to save the people and the settlement, which was now engulfed in flames. He also said that he felt sorry for his lost comrades and the effort they had put in, and Zik was surprised because Dracul wasn't usually like that. Dracul bowed his head and said that if they hadn't helped them, they probably wouldn't have been able to handle everything. He then bowed to Zik and his team and expressed his gratitude for their help over the past few days. Zik said that he and his team were traveling to do good deeds, so he accepted their gratitude. Snock and Hansa said that this was precisely why they were traveling with the young lord, because they trusted him and believed in him. Joachim smiled and said that Mr. Zik and his servants were very noble people. He then said that they had sent all the reports to the castle and were expecting a letter soon about their return to the castle. Smiling, he said that if his guests did not mind, he would like to invite them all to the castle to rest. Zeekmore smiled and said that he would be very happy to visit his family home and see the castle. Their conversation was interrupted by one of the informants who ran to his master to report that a letter had arrived from the castle. Dracul opened the letter and began to read it carefully to see if they could return. At one point, his face changed dramatically and cold sweat began to pour down his face from anxiety. Mr. Zeke noticed Joachim's reaction and realized that the letter probably contained something unpleasant. Joachim ordered all the knights to prepare for departure, and they began to rejoice because they wanted very much to return home. They were sure that they would finally be able to return to Osprey, but Draculin sighed and said that they had a new assignment. Draculin informed them that the castle had sent their squad to a new settlement, where there was a more serious disease. The knights were very upset because they had been working without rest and really wanted to return to the castle. Zik was surprised because he understood that it was not customary to send members of the noble family on such missions. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that there must have been some kind of disagreement within Joachim's family, which was why he had been sent on such missions. Meanwhile, at Osprey Castle, the Count was furious because he was sure that Draculin should have ended his life. That was why he was furious and couldn't understand why Joachim was still alive and hadn't remained in that settlement forever. The Count's assistant asked him to beg because he understood that Draculin was probably just lucky. The Count was not satisfied with this answer because he understood that many knights and doctors had lost their lives. The Count's advisor tried to remain calm, saying that he had a plan for further action. The Count clutched his head and thought that the plan had to be perfect because he did not want to know about Joachim's existence. He was overcome with rage because he understood that this problem had to be solved as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Hans reported that everything had been taken care of with the bodies, and Zeke and Joachim were thinking about what to do next. Zik realized that the disease had completely taken over the other settlement, and that they had been unable to help the people there. Zik Moore was surprised because he noticed that Joachim had not received orders to return to the castle. Zik's thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar aura, and he automatically grabbed the hilt of his sword. Hans, Snock, and Novum did not understand what was happening, or why the young gentleman had suddenly stopped and was holding his sword. Zik Moore drew his sword and ordered those who had come to them to show themselves immediately. After his words, the assassins began to appear, and then Zik's team was able to see the enemies they had not even noticed. Realizing that they had been discovered, the assassins immediately threw their blades toward their enemies because they had no intention of stopping. Zikmore had extensive experience using his own aura, so he was able to block their attack with ease. Hans and Snock were very frightened and had no idea what to do because their enemies were too fast. Zikmore noticed that the people in front of them were wearing dark hoods and looked the same as when he had rescued Novum. Zeke realized that this was very strange, so he turned to Snock and Hans for help. Hans listened carefully to his master because he understood that they had already encountered such people. Snock was also surprised because his master had ordered them to take one enemy each. They didn't understand how they could defeat such powerful enemies because they didn't have great abilities. Master Zik, in turn, activated his aura to catch one of the assassins and get information from him. He really wanted to catch one of them, so he tried to act carefully so as not to hurt him. However, as soon as he was able to approach one of the assassins, the latter immediately used the artifact, just as he had done last time. Zik realized that the methods of confrontation were the same, so he couldn't understand why these people were here. During the confrontation, he realized that he would have to think hard to understand who these people in dark hoods were. He understood that his opponent's goal in Swole was to turn Novum into a demon who would be a very powerful destroyer. Assuming that their goal might be similar, he realized that Joachim Dracul was most likely their next target. Zik was surprised because then Dracul would become a demon-like person, after which they would become partners. He began to recall that before the regression, it was during this period that a large number of demon-like people began to appear. At that time, he had watched people in dark hoods closely and realized that they were most likely involved in creating such people. However, he understood that they couldn't have created all of them because people like him had become that way of their own free will. At some point, he wondered if his becoming a demonic lord could also have been someone's plan. Then he began to remember that before his regression, when he left the Count's house, everything had led him to the idea of becoming a demon. Zeke understood that at that time, the whole world was in a state of chaos, and he was able to become not just a demon, but the king of demons. While he was thinking, his opponent began to form a fireball and prepared for a major attack. He then aimed the magical ball at his opponent, Zeke, to attack him. Zeke Moore was furious because he realized that until his regression, he had probably been used as a puppet. He was very curious to find out what exactly had happened before his regression and did not understand why all this had been done. However, he knew that he would never be able to forgive those who had used him, so he prepared to attack the assassin. After the confrontation, the team went to the camp, and Snock and Hansa were very tired, so they fell asleep immediately. Zik threw wood on the fire and thought about how he had failed to catch a single enemy to interrogate. However, he understood that they had all taken their own lives, which meant they were very determined. Then he realized that their target was most likely Joachim Dracul. As he pondered, he realized that the assassins now considered him an obstacle in their path and nothing more. Then he thought about how Joachim was truly a demon-like man. After analyzing his thoughts, he realized that the best thing for Dracula in this life was to be an ordinary man. His thoughts were interrupted by Joachim, who was surprised to find Mr. Zeke still awake and standing by the fire in the middle of the night. He asked permission to join him and spend some time together talking. Zik looked at Joachim and wondered what compelling reason had caused Dracula to become a demon and a vampire despite his hemophobia. Zeke Moore noticed that Joachim looked very pale and depressed and showed no emotion whatsoever. Joachim was surprised that Zeke was so attentive to him and said that he had simply remembered his own father. He said that his father had been unconscious for 6 months and had never once opened his eyes. Joachim said that he always thought about what his father would have done, but his older brother was in charge of everything. Then Zeke looked at Dracul and realized that he had no power and that his older brother was completely in charge. Joachim laughed and said that his brother was older and completely calm about the fact that his brother was in charge of everything. Their conversation was interrupted by a knight who ran to his master to report urgent and important information. To the great surprise of all the lords, the knight reported that a request had come from the castle for them all to return. Joachim was very frightened because he realized that the disease had most likely already spread to Osperen. The elder brother was sitting in the count's chair inside the castle, awaiting the arrival of his own brother. Joachim Dracul and his team arrived at the castle at night and greeted the elder brother, Count Dracul. The count was very unhappy that so many people had come, but he welcomed them. Zeke was very surprised because he did not understand how two brothers could be so different from each other. The elder Dracul had uncontrollable fits of aggression and most likely other mental disorders. Joachim looked sickly but was very friendly and open. He then noticed the butler, who was of a respectable age, and was surprised that he behaved more like an advisor. The older brother decided to find out if his younger brother was aware of everything that was happening in the castle. Joachim reported that he had heard that the epidemic had reached Osperen and understood that this was why he had been summoned back to the castle. The older brother clutched his head and said that it was Joachim's fault and carelessness that the disease had come to the castle. The knights listened attentively to the count and did not understand his logic, for they had always been very careful and attentive. The count said he was willing to give his younger brother a chance to redeem himself and ordered him to stop the disease in Osperen. Zik also listened attentively to his older brother Dracul and did not understand why he treated his younger brother this way. The older brother was very dissatisfied and said that the disease should never have reached him. Joachim said that he understood everything because he knew that his older brother had taken complete control of Osperen. After that, the knight reported that they had managed to completely define the quarantine zone and were trying to keep everything under control. Informants reported that they had checked the records and that more than 60 people had already been infected in Osperen. Zeke was very surprised because the doctors had said that the disease was spreading very quickly. He thought it was all very strange because there was more than one disease and all the events seemed to have been planned. Mr. Zik had the distinct impression that someone was behind all these events and was skillfully exploiting them. Zik thought carefully and analyzed everything that was happening in order to understand who exactly could be behind the appearance of all these illnesses. Then he thought that it was most likely the demon-like man Fest who was behind it. But what happened in Osperen was very different. Zeke didn't understand how these events could be connected and realized that Fest had probably decided to change his plans. Therefore, he asked Hans and Snock to be more cautious and report anything strange to him immediately. Joachim thought that this disease was probably different, which meant they might still have a chance. So he asked the knight to check all the information about what exactly had happened with the medicine. However, to his regret, the knight reported that many doctors had tried to help, but they had not succeeded. Dracul was very upset because he realized that no matter what doctors they invited, none of them could help them create the medicine. To his surprise, the young gentleman Zeke said that he could make the medicine because he understood how it should be done. Zeke was calm and confident because he knew he was capable of making a cure for Igram. Joachim realized that he was in a losing position, so he gladly agreed to accept the young gentleman's help. After a while, he turned to Mr. Zik and asked if he really had everything ready. Zik held the medicine in his hands and said that everything was indeed ready and that they could begin treatment. He recalled how, until the moment of his regression, the whole world had been gripped by the disease and many scientists had spent years trying to create a cure. At that time, Joachim became very interested in this issue, and they managed to learn the method and procedure for preparing this medicine. Zeke couldn't even imagine that his knowledge from before his regression could be useful now, and he began the treatment. Dracul, Hans, and Snock watched the young gentleman's actions closely because they wondered if the medicine would work. To their great surprise, the sick man began to regain consciousness and asked for water because he was still too weak. All those watching were very surprised because they did not understand how this could be possible and decided to observe further. Dracul said that Zik could become a monopolist and make a large profit, but Zik replied that he was not interested in money and wanted to be kind. To his surprise, Joachim rushed to embrace Sir Zik to thank him for saving him. He confessed that meeting Mr. Moore was the best thing that had ever happened to him in his life. Zik smiled and asked him to let go because he preferred women. After a while, all the patients began to come to their senses and felt much better, because some of them were already able to walk. Zik often checked on the doctors who had been entrusted with making the medicine, and explained to them that every ingredient was very important. Zik understood that now that he had created a cure for Igram, it was time to reveal himself to Fest. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud cry demanding that someone immediately report who among the people was Zeke, the savior. The loud-speaking man turned out to be the advisor to Dracula's older brother, and he looked very serious. Zik was very surprised because he couldn't understand why Joachim's older brother's servant was looking for him. The butler was not polite and rudely asked where exactly Zik had obtained the medicine for Igram's illness. Zik was surprised that as soon as the news of his medicine reached the count, his butler immediately came to him. Then, putting all the pieces together, he realized that it was most likely Old Fest standing before him, the one who had invented all these diseases. However, he wanted to confirm his suspicions and invited the butler to his tent for a discussion. The butler did not understand because he was quite sure that he had asked Zik how he had learned about the methods of fighting the disease. Mr. Zick, keeping his cool, reminded him that he had clearly said he had read about it in books. The butler asked Zick to stop being so rude and asked him to name the book from which he had learned everything. Zick spread his arms and said that he did not know, because he had read it too long ago and could not remember the title. The butler asked if there were other methods described in the book, and Zick said that he only remembered the method for treating Egram. The butler was puzzled and did not want to believe the young gentleman, who had decided to interfere with his plans. Their conversation was interrupted by Joachim, who suddenly burst into the tent and did not understand what was going on. Seeing his older brother's servant, he did not understand what right he had to be there and conduct an interrogation. Joachim said that Sir Zick had saved the entire Osperen, so such behavior towards him was simply unacceptable. The butler bowed, apologized, and turned to leave. Dracul realized that the servant had not even responded, so he began to apologize to Zeke himself. Zeke said that none of that mattered because he remembered seeing this man in the castle once. He added that he had seen him with his older brother and had decided to find out who he was. The younger Dracul said that it was Besnol Shalom and that he had been their family's butler for a very long time. He also added that he used to be the captain of the knights, but a lot had changed, and that was why he had become a butler. Joachim said that Shalom had been wounded and had to retire, so his older brother took him on as a butler. He also added that Shalom probably behaved that way because he and his brother were at odds with each other over the inheritance. Then Zick realized that Shalom supported his older brother Dracul in everything, especially in becoming the heir. He understood that he could not rule out the possibility that Shalom was Fest, but he was never able to verify this. Joachim reported that he had come to say that a specialist had volunteered to help them make the medicine. That was why he was on his way to the young master Zeke to introduce him to the specialist who wanted to help them. At that moment, Miss Bargo entered the tent. She was very pleased to meet everyone and was happy to help. Greta Bargo was the owner of the Bargo Company, and despite her young age, was an expert in her field. Zick greeted Miss Bargo and wondered why she was so beautiful but dressed like a widow. Joachim explained that Bargo specialized in medicinal preparations and had come to help them. She said that she had brought various ingredients with her and would like to know the formula for the medicine so that her help would be fruitful. Zick said that since Bargo was very educated, he probably had something to learn from her and asked her to follow him. The knights helped carry all the things and boxes of various medicines that Miss Bargo had brought with her. Zick informed the lady that the disease was mainly spread through water sources, so more medicine should be prepared and the sources should be cleaned. Bargo said that the gentleman was simply amazing and admired every word he said. Hans and Snock thought that the lady and the gentleman were too close to each other and found it very strange. Lady Bargot admired Mr. Zeke's knowledge because he showed her herbs that could help with colds. She said she still had a lot to learn, but Zeke said she already knew a great deal. Bargo said that she had initially become interested because of her family members, which was why she had come here. Zeke became very curious because he didn't understand whether her family members had studied medicine or not. At one point, Lady Bargo said she would like to introduce him to her family and asked her to accompany her. Mr. Zick Moore was very surprised because it was already late at night. That night, Shalom entered the Count's chambers, who was still unconscious, and gave him some medicine filled with demonic energy. The butler Shalom was very calm and informed His Majesty that it was simply his karma for his past deeds. Shalom understood that because of Zeke's appearance, he had to speed up the events that were taking place in the palace. Zeke was very surprised because he thought that Bargo wanted to introduce him to her family, but she had come to the cemetery. Looking around, he was very surprised because he had not planned such an introduction at all. Bargo explained that her entire family had fallen ill and no one could help them, so she began studying medicine and how to make medicine. Zeke then decided to ask her if that was why she always wore such mourning clothes. Bargo said that she had vowed to take off her mourning clothes only when she could find a cure for all diseases. To his surprise, she said that this was why she had decided to show him her husband and son, hoping that they could cure people. Bargo said she had talked too much and that it was probably time for them to return. She wanted to do everything she could to put an end to the disease called Egram and cure the people. Zick looked at Lady Bargo with great suspicion because he thought she might also be a Fest. Hans, Snock, and Novum looked suspiciously at their young master because they were very surprised by his behavior. Zeke was very surprised by their reaction and did not understand what they wanted from him or why they were acting so strangely. Afterwards, he said that if they had something to say, they should definitely say it because he was very busy. Hans couldn't hold back and decided to ask if Zick and Bargo were really in love with each other. He said that the knights had started discussing that Lady Bargo had chosen a young master for herself and that they were now a couple. Snock said that rumors tend to lead to prejudice, which is why they wanted to know the truth. Zick looked very surprised and decided to clarify whether this could really affect the current situation. Hans began to laugh, saying that he was surprised that young ladies were attracted to his master because he had thought that he was like a Buddha. After that, he was hit on the head and Snook told Hans that he shouldn't have said that. Zeke thought about how everyone thought he was a couple with Bargton, but he had only stayed close to her to find out who she really was. He found the lady more suspicious than Shaloma because she appeared right after he invented the cure for Igram. Zeke understood that before the regression, only Graham knew who Fest was, but there was no way to find out from him. So he decided to continue his observations to understand who Fest was and how he would reveal himself. Hans was very upset because he didn't understand why Mr. Zick was so rude to him, and Snock didn't understand what Mr. Zick was thinking. Zick's thoughts were interrupted by Eowarham, who reported that the Count's men had taken Miss Bargo for some reason and had given no explanation. Dracul said that the only thing he had managed to find out was that she had been invited to check on the Count's condition. Zick realized that the castle's people had taken away a key person who was involved in treating illnesses. His suspicions then turned back to Shalom because he was the one who was in the castle and had access to the Count. He wanted to go with Joachim, but Dracul refused and asked him to stay in the camp. He explained that if the master also left, there would be no one left to properly care for the patients. Dracula was angry and said that if Miss Barton had been taken with bad intentions, he was obliged to return her safe and sound. Zick understood that Dracul was absolutely right, so he trusted him and said he would definitely wait for him there. The court knight approached Mr. Shalom and informed him that the young Mr. Joachim wished to see him and talk. Shalom was standing by the window reading a letter, after which he replied that he was unable to accompany the young gentleman. A few days later, Hans and Snock informed Mr. Zeke that there was only one building left in the entire settlement that they needed to search. Approaching the only door in the entire building, Mr. Zick looked at it with great suspicion and recalled the past days. The knight informed him that Sir Joachim had sent his apologies and asked him to check the settlement not far away, because Igram was there too. Zick understood that he was the only one with the necessary qualifications and agreed to go, but asked if the gentleman had reached the castle. The knight was very surprised by this question and said that the young gentleman was already at the castle and had given the order. Zick continued to look questioningly at the knight, because he understood that this was most likely some kind of deception. The knight said that Joachim had arrived safely at the castle and asked that the matter in the village be resolved as soon as possible. As he prepared to open the door, Zick realized that he had a feeling that they would do something to Dracul if he refused. Hans and Snock followed Mr. Zick and were very careful to protect and assist him in case of danger. When Zick opened the door, they were horrified to see a large number of people lying on the floor overcome by the disease. Zick walked ahead and carefully examined all the sick people to understand what kind of disease had afflicted them. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of them who did not understand who they were or why they had come to this area. Holding a bucket of water in his hands, the man told them that they were not allowed to be there and asked them to leave the premises. They told him that they had come from Osperina to observe the disease and understand how it should be treated. The man's expression immediately changed when he realized that he was being visited by doctors, and he was even glad that their settlement had not been abandoned after all. He then said that this was not the best place to talk and suggested they go through the next door. Hans and Snock were a little scared because it all started to look like a trap, but they tried to remain calm. Following the man, Zick understood what was happening and immediately began to fill his sword with an aura for attack. The man was very surprised and did not understand why the young gentleman had decided to do this to him. Realizing that he was being attacked after all, the man became very angry and began to block Mr. Zick's attacks. After blocking one attack, he immediately headed toward the gentleman to attack him. Mr. Zick did not want a long confrontation, so he simply took the man's life and looked intently at the door in front of him. Snock was very frightened and could not understand what was happening or why he had done that to the man. Zick was surprised that his servants had understood nothing at all and began to call his sword back. He then asked Mr. Shalom to stop his charade and come out to them so they could resolve the situation. Zick smiled and said that he was not so naive as to fall into such a simple trap. He asked Hans and Snock to stand side by side and not to stray far from him or each other under any circumstances. Shalom admitted that he was surprised that Zeke was so quick-witted because he looked too young. The inhabitants of the settlement immediately rose and began attacking all the guests who had come to visit at their invitation. Zeke began to actively fight back and realized that there had indeed been residents in this settlement before. However, he noticed that they were very weak and completely unable to use weapons. Then Zeke realized that the local residents had most likely been forced to gather here and were being pressured by Shalom. He did not understand why Shalom had decided to hide behind the backs of ordinary people who were completely incapable of doing anything. Watching Shalom give orders and observing his actions, he realized that he might be Fest, but he wasn't sure. Then Zick decided to ask Hans and Snock to be more careful and only knock the residents unconscious, not kill them. Snock did not understand how ordinary people could be left barely alive and asked Hans to show him at least one example. Hans took one of the locals and asked the young gentleman if this was normal. Snock was surprised because he realized that Hans had become much stronger and was following in the footsteps of their master. Zick understood that the peaceful residents were simply hostages of the situation, but time was not on their side. He tried to do everything quickly so that Shalom would understand that he was in a disadvantageous position and demonstrated his surprises. Shalom, watching the situation unfold, was confused because he did not expect the enemy to be so bold. He was overcome with rage, so at some point he simply couldn't take it anymore and ordered Krob to come to his aid. At that moment, a giant monster appeared in the hall, whose strength resembled that of the previous assassin with the artifact. Snock and Hansa were very frightened when they saw the monster, which was so large and completely made of muscle. Zick thought for a moment because he realized that he had never seen Fest before, but he remembered well the monster Krobita who served Fest. He understood that the monster's appearance confirmed that Shalom was somehow connected to Fest, while Snock continued to tremble with fear. Krobit was already ready to attack and began to strike because his task was to eliminate the enemies. Mr. Zick diligently blocked the monster's attacks in order to protect the members of his team. Meanwhile, Shalom laughed because he understood that Krob was very strong, and his skin was like stone. Zig tried to attack the monster but realized that his attempts were unsuccessful, so he began to think of another tactic. Krobit didn't stand still either and used various techniques to win the battle. Zig realized that Krobet's skin was indeed very tough and tried to use his mana, but he didn't have as much of it as before his regression. He also noticed that there were more and more civilians, and Snock and Hans were barely staying on their feet. Then he realized that he would have to use his mana resonance and activated his 6 senses to launch an attack. Ziku only had to choose the right moment, and when Krobet was directly above him, he realized that now was the time. Attacking the large monster, Ziku used the Raging Hurricane and realized that his attack had led to an instant victory. Shalom was very surprised and couldn't understand where Sir Ziku had come from or why he possessed such great power. Afterwards, he himself was very frightened because the space around him began to fill with a magical hurricane that swept away everything in its path. Looking around, Shalom realized that the giant monster Krobet had been completely destroyed and no one could protect him anymore. Zik put away his sword and began to approach the butler to find out if he was really behind the creation of the diseases. He reported that he had seen the artifacts used by his assassins, who had also tried to create Novum and Swole. Shalom replied that he was not obliged to tell him anything and said that he had done everything only to restore justice. Zeke was very surprised when the conversation turned to justice and asked Shalom to give him some explanation. Shalom replied that if he hadn't ruined his plans, he could have completely destroyed the Drockel family. Hans and Snock looked at the butler in surprise because he had initially seemed like a very nice old man to them. Shalom did not want to accept defeat and said that his plans for Draculion's inheritance would still come to fruition. He then smashed the jar and the room was filled with poisonous purple smoke. Zik asked his team members not to be afraid and told them that they should immediately return to the castle. He understood that the younger Dracul was in danger and that they had to break into the castle immediately. Meanwhile, Joachim was behind bars, chained so that he couldn't escape. He thought hard about what had happened and what he had seen, and couldn't understand why his older brother was so greedy. Zik understood that based on recent events, Joachim was probably in serious trouble and needed help. Before leaving, he noticed that the peaceful residents who were defending Shalom had red marks behind their ears. Joachim did not understand why Biom Dracul dared to lock him in a dungeon and seize complete power in the castle. He was very worried because he understood that he had promised to return Lady Bargoy, but instead he himself had been imprisoned. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice, and he did not understand who dared to sneak into a place where only incorrigible sinners were imprisoned. The hooded man smiled, saying he was surprised to see hope for life still in his eyes. The man then took out an artifact and said that he had come to help, and asked Dracul to place the artifact in his body. He said that with this artifact, Joachim would gain unlimited power and be able to overthrow his brother and those who followed him. Joachim refused, saying that he had no intention of accepting unexpected gifts from a stranger. The stranger was furious because, according to the plan, the younger brother, in a fit of rage against his older brother, was supposed to accept the artifact without hesitation. Then he realized that it was most likely the gentleman who invented the medicine who was to blame, and Joachim's hatred for Biom weakened. The stranger realized that he had no choice and said that he was ready to tell him the whole truth. Joachim was surprised to hear that a man capable of inventing various kinds of diseases was involved in everything. The stranger said that the man and his brother had made an agreement because Biom wanted to gain complete power. Joachim was horrified because he realized that his brother had deliberately sent him to settlements where diseases were rampant. The stranger said that Igram was also just a test, so he didn't get why he didn't want to accept his gift. Joachim did not understand because he believed that the man was on his brother's side, and the stranger said that he was only temporarily involved. He tried to explain that if Biomi Dracul became a count, not only Osperin but the whole world would be plunged into chaos. Joachim began to doubt and did not understand whether he should accept the artifact that would make him infinitely powerful. His eyes filled with anger toward his brother, and he almost decided to accept the artifact and immerse it in his body. However, his actions were interrupted by Zeke, who entered and said that it all sounded too good to be true. Looking at the stranger, he asked if he would give him the opportunity to acquire such an interesting artifact. Joachim looked at Zik in surprise, and the stranger began to hurriedly put the artifact away because everything had not gone according to plan. Zik said that he was also very curious and asked him to tell him about such an interesting artifact. He also asked him to treat him with understanding because they had attacked him many times before. The stranger was very angry and said that the gentleman had no need to know what was going on here. Zeke smiled and said that talking to his colleague was much more fun than talking to him and that he didn't understand why he was so boring. To the stranger's surprise, Mr. Zik said that he understood that they were deliberately creating demon-like people. He also said that he suspected that he had planned to do the same to Joachim, which was why he had tried to give him the artifact. The stranger was furious because he realized that his plan had completely failed, just as it had with Novum. Zik realized that the stranger had no intention of telling him anything and was most likely just waiting for reinforcements. Hearing footsteps approaching, the stranger was delighted because he realized that it was reinforcements. Joachim was a little scared because he thought his older brother Biom had sent reinforcements for his servant. However, Hans, Snook, and the knights entered the dungeon and reported to the young lord that they had completely cleared the place. The stranger was even more furious because he did not know what to do, but Joachim was very happy. Mr. Zik looked at the stranger and asked if he had enjoyed his brief moment of hope. The stranger did not know what to do now as all his plans had been ruined, and he began to run away quickly to escape. Realizing that his enemy was moving too fast, the young Mr. Zik immediately turned to Snock. Snock began to use Novum's power to create a trap out of rocks. The stranger realized that he would not be able to escape or harm Mr. Dracul, which greatly upset him. Zik and the knights watched Snock's actions closely and were very surprised because stones began to appear around Dracul. The knights saw a large stone hand appearing above the young lord and began to worry greatly about his condition. The large stone hand grabbed the young lord Joachim and squeezed him inside its fist, which surprised even Zeke. The knight was very frightened because he did not understand what condition the young lord was in. However, the stone hand opened and Joachim reported that he was fine, and that thanks to the hand he had not been injured. Mr. Zik was surprised by Snock's quick thinking and praised him for his good and high-quality work. The knight immediately went to Joachim, who told him that he was fine and asked him not to worry about his well-being. He then said that he should go upstairs to punish his older brother for everything he had done. Zik was surprised because he did not understand why Dracul was so sure that his brother was to blame for everything. After that, their group left the dungeon and began walking down the corridor to go upstairs. As they walked, Zeke looked closely at Joachim and compared him to his friend before his regression. Joachim looked focused and remained silent during the journey, only occasionally speaking to the knights. Zeke was surprised because the current Joachim interacted with his subordinates completely differently than he had before his regression. On the other hand, he understood that Joachim would have long since been given control of the county if it weren't for his physique. After a while, they reached the hall where Biomi was located, but to Joachim's surprise, Shalom was there. He couldn't understand why Shalom was standing in the room and why his brother was lying unconscious on the floor. Shalom looked at Mr. Zik and realized that the man had failed in his task, which upset him a little. Zeke looked closely at Shalom because he was trying to figure out what actions he was planning to take. Joachim began to understand that Shalom was behind everything that was happening, and that he was the one who had spread the disease. Shalom was very proud of himself and laughed because he thought Joachim would figure it out sooner. Shalom said that he had also brought his father to this state in order to bring their family to justice and fairness. Joachim was furious and did not understand why Shalom was talking about this, or where Miss Bargot was. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Mr. Zik Moore, who asked him to stop talking. Zik said that they were only dealing with a puppet and that Fest was the real culprit. However, he did not have time to finish his thought because they heard footsteps behind them, and everyone decided to turn around. Mr. Zik remained calm because he was not at all surprised by Miss Bargot's appearance. She smiled, saying that Shalom had been right all along that Mr. Zik was still alive. Joachim looked at Mr. Zik and couldn't understand how Fest, whom he called Sir, could be such a bad person. Zeke looked at Dracul and said that the real villain was Madame Bargot and no one else. Everyone looked at Lady Bargot in surprise and couldn't understand how such a sweet girl could have spread the epidemic. Zik added that their butler, Shalom, was her loyal servant who obeyed all her orders. Joachim couldn't understand why Shalom had decided to repay his father's kindness in such a strange way. The former captain of the Dracula Knights was furious and even drew his sword, because everything had gone completely wrong. Shalom shouted that Joachim had no idea what his father had done to obtain the status of a landowner. Joachim was confused because he did not understand what his father could have done wrong, as he had always been a very kind man. Shalom explained that more than 10 years ago an epidemic had begun to spread throughout Osprin, and his father had started looking for ways to fight it. Some of Count Dracula's attempts were even successful as some people began to recover. However, the Count spent too much money on the search for methods and found himself under financial pressure. Shalom reported that the Count decided to spread the disease to the settlements that owed him too much money. Joachim listened to Shalom in surprise and could not understand how his father could take such a step. Shalom said that instead of paying back his debts, he gave the people who believed in him the disease that had just taken their loved ones away. He confessed that his friend, who was the sole owner of the Bargot Company, had also fallen victim to the spread of the disease. That was why, together with his friend's wife, he had decided to punish the Count and seek justice. Mr. Zik interrupted Shalom and said that if he really wanted revenge, he should have acted completely differently. Shalom was surprised because he was sure that he had done everything right, since he had punished everyone who had believed in the Count's mercy. Then Zik said that Shalom was similar to the Count in his actions, because he had dragged peaceful citizens into his affairs. Shalom was furious and directed his aura at the blade because he was sure that people like him had no right to exist. Zik understood that his opponent was strong, so he asked everyone else to take a few steps back. Shalom, enveloped in rage, rushed towards Zik Moore to attack him. Joachim looked at the young gentleman and asked him to be more careful and protect himself. Sir Zik was focused and tried to be attentive so as not to miss the attack, but Shalom stopped abruptly and fell. Shalom did not understand how his friend's wife could turn against him, and Bargot said that a big mistake had been made somewhere. Bargot explained that there had been a misunderstanding between them because she had no desire to avenge her husband and son. Snock and Hansa were confused because Bargot said she only wanted the disease to spread widely. Zik realized that the real reason for Bargot's actions was not what it seemed, so he wanted to understand what was driving her. She said that she had found a truly worthy cause just as her family fell ill. She said that it had all happened unexpectedly because her son and husband had fallen ill with a high fever in just one day. Bargot took care of her husband and son, but because of their illness, even the doctor was afraid to come near them. She understood that she could also fall ill at any moment, but she loved them too much to leave them, so she stayed by their side. Bargot said that their faces were becoming paler and more painful, and they were already on the verge of death. It was on one of these days that Bargot realized that the faces of sick people are absolutely beautiful. One of the knights could not bear to hear Miss Bargot speak because he realized that she was the one who had brought illness and destruction. He asked the young lord to give the order because he wanted to take into custody the person who had brought so much pain to his comrades. Bargot began to smile because she had come here for a specific reason, not just out of boredom. She reported that in Ospirine, the sick had begun to catch the plague because she knew she had prepared the ground. Joachim was surprised because he realized that Lady Bargot had other hostages in the area. Bargot laughed because she couldn't even imagine that young Dracul could be so quick-witted. Joachim looked at the lady with contempt and asked her who exactly she had taken hostage and what she planned to do. Then, to the surprise of everyone present, she announced that she had taken all the inhabitants of Ospirine hostage. Joachim realized that Bargot had decided to harm the entire village of Ospirine and began to worry because he didn't know how to stop her. Dracul didn't know what to do because even if he caught Bargot, it wouldn't help the residents. Lady Bargot decided that now they would have plenty of time to talk and discuss everything. Mr. Zik said that he was very tired of listening to her and thought it was time to end all these conversations. Bargot started laughing because she didn't think he would act so childish. Zik said that he could only trust the real owner of Bargot, but he had no intention of trusting her. Miss Bargot did not understand why Mr. Zik had decided to give all the inhabitants of Osprin as a gift. Zik replied that he had no intention of choosing from the options she had offered him and saw only one solution: to take her life. Hans didn't understand anything, because the young gentleman said he planned to live peacefully and do only good deeds. Zeke replied that he did indeed plan to live peacefully, but that he was obliged to take this woman's life immediately. Hans tried to explain that if he took Lady Bargot's life, all the inhabitants of Osprin would also die from the disease. However, to his great surprise, the young gentleman Zeke said that he simply had no other choice. He tried to explain to Hans that in order to become a true hero, one must learn to make choices and make decisions quickly. Hans decided to listen to the young gentleman because Zeke said that although his decision was painful, it was probably the right one. Zeke said that if they didn't stop Bargot now, she could spread the epidemic throughout the world, and then the people of Osprin would also suffer. Hans thought about it because he realized that the young gentleman was absolutely right, even though his decision was difficult. Zeke reminded him that he had said they should live in peace, but he had not said they should choose the good option when comparing two options. Bargot was completely calm and asked what decision he had finally made and whether he was ready to take her life right now. She understood that Mr. Zik was very serious, and therefore asked if he was really ready to end it. He smiled and said that he had been saying for several minutes that it was time to end all this drama and move on to real action. Joachim grabbed Mr. Zik and said that they couldn't just take the lives of all the inhabitants of Osprin voluntarily. Zik smiled and asked Dracul not to worry because all the inhabitants of Osprin had already been completely cured. Joachim was very surprised because Zik spoke very confidently, and he didn't know if his words were true. Zik said that when choosing between Miss Bargot and the residents of Osprin, they really had to think about who to give up. Joachim did not understand what Mr. Zik was talking about, so he explained that Miss Bargot's condition could not have worked in the first place. He added that the treatment of all the residents of Osprin had been completed, and asked Bargot if she liked the Sweet Hope. Bargot did not want to believe him and did not understand how it was possible that all the residents had already been treated. Zik explained that he had immediately realized that she had spread Gundurin because the sick people had redness behind their ears. He reported that he had first seen such red spots on the residents of a neighboring settlement, which Bargot had also taken under her control. However, on the way back to the county, Zik admitted that he had completely confirmed his theory. This was because he accidentally bumped into a local passerby who fell from surprise. However, when Zik stopped to apologize, he saw the same red spots behind the man's ears. Mr. Zik reported that he had finished treating them before arriving at the castle as a precaution. Bargot said she didn't believe him because desert ginseng was too rare an ingredient and was included in the medicine. Zik said that he had never heard of ginseng before because he had added hulkium to the medicine. Bargot did not understand what he was talking about because she had never heard of hulkium and did not know about its healing properties. Zik said it was a common weed that grew on the side of the road and had a purple tint. Bargot thought he was just joking with her because she had been trying for a long time to create a new disease, and it couldn't be cured with weeds. Zik laughed, thinking that Bargot could do much better, but hulkium had proven itself in treating all kinds of illnesses before his regression. Bargot was very angry and decided to entertain the idea that Zik had actually managed to create a cure. However, she didn't understand how he managed to spread it throughout Osprin in less than a day. Zeke said he made sure no one in the county noticed anything, and reminded her that she herself had told him about this method. Seeing her questioning look, he reminded her that she herself had said that the medicine in liquid form would be practically undetectable. Bargot was confused and did not understand how she had given him the idea of distributing the medicine herself. Then Mr. Zik smiled and said that he had simply added the medicine to the drinking well, which is why he was able to do everything so quickly. He explained to her that she herself had told him the secret of how the disease spread, and he had used it to spread the medicine. Therefore, just before leaving for the county, he filled the wells with medicine and checked that the spots were beginning to disappear. Zik was sure that by now all the residents had received sufficient treatment and were on the mend. Saying that all the residents of Osperina were safe, he said that his choice was now completely obvious. Smiling, he said that he had too many reasons to take the lady's life here and now. Lady Bargot humbly bowed her head and said that she had not thought that the gentleman would go so far. Taking a potion from her sleeve, she said that she had no other choice, even though she did not want to use it. Zik froze in place to understand what was going to happen next and what methods would need to be used. Bargot's body began to change, and she said that she had not planned to show them her true self. Hansa and Snock watched her closely and were very surprised by everything that was happening, because they didn't understand what it was. When Lady Bargot took on her true form, everyone realized that she was a witch because that was exactly what she looked like. A demonic magical power began to appear around her, emanating negativity. Joachim was frightened and ordered his knights to immediately capture the witch and tie her up before she could act. Bargot saw that a large number of knights were heading towards her and immediately began to use magic to counterattack. The knight tried to block the witch's attacks, but clouds of smoke began to appear around them. Suddenly, the face of one of the knights changed because he inhaled the poisonous smoke that the witch had spread. Because of this, he immediately fell to his knees and did not understand what was happening to him or why his head hurt so much. Borgoth began to laugh, saying that she had a special offer in the form of red spots appearing on their bodies and severe coughing. Zeke, realizing what was happening, ordered Joachim to immediately evacuate the knights and Hans and Snog to take care of the people of the county. Then Dracul realized what had happened to his brother and father, so he decided to follow Sir Zeke's instruction. As he left the room, he asked Sir Zeke to take care of himself and to be careful and cautious. Bargot found this very amusing because she realized that her only opponent left was Mr. Zeke, and she began to attack him. Zeke blocked her attacks but realized that he was already too tired because her ideal opponent would be a mage. Bargot did not want to give in to him and increase the speed of her attacks in order to win faster. Zigmore was very focused and tried not to get hit by the witch's attack so as not to get sick. Bargot was puzzled because she realized that Zeke was not only a good guard but also an interesting swordsman. Then she decided to increase her strength so that Zik would have nowhere to go. Zik began to get angry because he didn't know how much longer he would have to hold off the witch's attacks. Bargot was very angry because she was running out of the disease she was trying to spread. Zik understood that if he attacked incorrectly, he would definitely catch the unknown but very dangerous disease. He also noticed that all the parts that were separated from Bargot were regenerating too quickly. He then came to the conclusion that he needed to burn these parts and used fire magic, which he spread over his sword. Lady Bargot began to scream in pain and realized that her opponent had managed to take her right arm. Seeing that his plan had worked, Zik began to smile and asked the lady if she liked what he was doing. Bargot said that she was not in any pain, but her body was no longer regenerating. She was furious that some boy dared to do such things to her. Bargot understood that her plans had been perfect, and she couldn't understand why some young man was trying so hard to stop her. She didn't know what to do next because anger and rage completely clouded her mind. Mr. Zik began to run away from her because he realized that it was better to leave the castle grounds and settle everything outside. He knew that he couldn't let Bargot leave the county because she was a source of disease. Zik couldn't believe he was doing all this for the good of the people because when he was a demon lord, he did the opposite. He saw that Lady Bargot just wanted to escape from him, but he couldn't allow that to happen, so he went after her. She was trying very hard to escape him in order to regain her strength and heal her wounds. However, Zik was already behind her and asked her to end this friendly game of tag, which had gone on for too long. He activated his fire magic again to speed up his victory over the witch. Bargot asked Zik to stop and wanted to offer him a deal so that each of them would come out ahead. However, she did not have time to finish her speech and felt her heart tighten as the last seconds of her life began. Zik watched her reaction closely and did not understand why a fiery light suddenly appeared around her. Approaching Bargot, Zik realized that she was no longer breathing, which meant she couldn't tell him anything he wanted to know. Turning around, he saw a hooded figure and realized that this was most likely the person who had used magic on Lady Bargot. When the man turned around, Zik realized that it was a girl with long white hair whom he had never seen before. Zik decided to approach the girl hiding her face behind the hood to find out who she was. At first, he thought she was Count Dracula's magician and had come to help him. Zik looked closely at the girl because he realized she was too beautiful. Suddenly, she asked him if he was Zeke Crestopal, and Zik wondered how she knew his name. He didn't understand how she could know him and began to think that maybe they had crossed paths when he lived with his family. Suddenly, the girl bent down because she said that he wasn't Zik Crestopal at all, and she gave off a negative aura. Zik felt that the aura of their communication had changed too abruptly and realized that something was wrong. He looked at the girl and didn't understand why she had fallen silent because he was sure she had recognized him since she had called him by name. Suddenly, the girl raised her head, looked him straight in the eyes, and said that he was Zeke Moore. She immediately began to attack him, and he didn't understand how she knew his demonic name because, in this reality, no one could know it. He tried to attack the girl in response, but she skillfully and quickly set up magical barriers to protect herself. Zik realized that she knew a name that didn't exist in this reality and wanted to talk to her to understand who she really was. He asked her how she knew his name, but the female mage remained silent, and he realized that she was not very talkative. Then he decided to ask her out on a date so they could discuss everything and he could understand what was going on. Realizing that his proposal was too sudden, he said that she had really caught his interest. However, the girl activated several spells and said that it was the worst date proposal she had ever received. Zik looked at her closely and didn't understand who she could be, especially since she knew his name before the regression. The female mage didn't give him any time to think and used various magical attacks. Zik didn't understand why she was so fast and how she could use spells without saying them out loud. The female mage paid no attention to him and used El Latel Raivod to launch a new attack with magic. Dodging, Zik couldn't understand how she could use spell abbreviations and use them so often and so quickly. He remembered that the magical barrier had appeared in just a few seconds before, so he hadn't had time to break through it. After receiving a minor injury, Zik realized that he had been inattentive and tried to concentrate only on the confrontation. Watching the girl's attacks and actions, Zik realized that she was a high-level mage at such a young age. Zik couldn't understand how someone so young could use high-level magic without even casting spells. He realized that he had already expended too much energy, so it was quite difficult for him to resist. The female mage was very experienced and skilled, so she easily used a wide variety of magical attacks. Zik felt that it was becoming increasingly difficult and began to think about his tactics. At the same time, the female mage did not look tired at all and seemed to have plenty of strength left. The female mage decided to use fire magic to speed up her victory over the young gentleman. Zik began to get annoyed by the situation, and when he realized that a fireball was flying towards him, he decided to use his aura. He aimed his blade straight through the fireball to destroy the magical protective barrier. The female mage was puzzled because she noticed that her magical barrier was beginning to completely disintegrate. Mr. Zika realized that his sword had been completely destroyed, so he gathered his aura in his fist and directed it toward the fireball. The female mage was unable to withstand such a powerful and cunning attack, so she suffered several wounds. She realized that Zik was indeed very strong, so she began to get even angrier at him. Zik noticed that the lovely lady who was trying to attack him was getting angry and swearing. The female mage decided to change tactics and use a freezing spell, but she found it difficult to stand on her feet. Her body was shaking because she had already expended too much energy and found it difficult to control her mana. Zik began to think that the female mage had probably also been reborn and remembered her life before her regression. He also noticed that the female mage reacted very strangely to the pain. He was sure that someone with such powerful magical abilities should be more accustomed to pain. Zik realized that something was wrong and thought that the girl's experience had been gained artificially. He understood that if the female mage had been reborn, it could explain everything, but he did not know who she was. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Joachim, who had come with the team to help him and was calling him. Joachim Dracul looked at Zik and realized that he was injured, so he began to worry about his well-being. Zik said that nothing serious had happened to him and asked him not to worry about his well-being. The knight noticed that there was almost nothing left of Lady Bargo and pointed this out to Joachim. Mr. Zik said that it wasn't him who did it, but the lovely girl standing not far from him. He said that the girl had done it to Lady Bargo with a single blow because she was a high-ranking mage. The knight said he didn't know exactly what had happened, but if the girl had attacked Zik first, she had automatically become their enemy. Zik wanted to say that he understood everything correctly, but then remembered that he had actually attacked the girl first. Seeing the knight's surprise, he explained that he had heard such shocking words that he had involuntarily attacked the high-ranking mage. The female mage just stood silently and watched their conversation to understand what they were planning to do. Zik said that what had happened was his mistake, so he apologized to her. She thought for a moment and decided to ask if the people standing next to him were his subordinates. However, to her great surprise, Mr. Zik informed her that all these people were his colleagues. The young Mr. Zik explained that they worked together to do good deeds and protect Osporin from disease. He then thanked the young mage for her help in defeating Bargo, and said he knew that the residents would no longer suffer. He was surprised because the young mage repeated his words and said she couldn't believe that Zik cared about the peaceful residents. She then decided to clarify whether he really cared about the suffering of ordinary peaceful people. Zik looked at her and thought that she knew him and his mannerisms well before his regression. Remembering the time when he was Zeke Moore, he tried to recall such a girl, but realized that he would have definitely remembered her face. The girl mage was astonished and couldn't understand who was standing in front of her, Zeke Moore or Zeke Crestopal. The knight turned to the girl because he didn't understand how she could speak in such a tone to the hero who had saved Osporin. The mage girl was even more surprised when she heard that Zeke was considered a hero of Osporin. The knight explained that this was indeed the case because Sir Zeke had shown great virtue to their county. The young mage looked at the young Sir Zeke and couldn't understand how anyone could believe that, and therefore realized that she didn't know his surname. Zeke told her that she didn't need to know his surname, and that, unlike her, he had never done anything bad to anyone. The young mage thought about this because she realized that Zeke Moore was completely different, so she took out the amulet that was around her neck. Zeke looked at her and asked her to tell him who she was immediately. Otherwise, they would take her for an intruder on the county's territory. Instead of answering, the girl activated the amulet, which was an artifact, and everything was illuminated by a bright blue light. Everyone present began to close their eyes because the light was too bright and no one could look at it. Mr. Zik also closed his eyes because the light was too bright and he had never seen such a powerful artifact before. The female mage carefully examined everyone present, then simply disappeared, teleporting to another location. Hans was very surprised because the female mage had simply disappeared in front of everyone in a blue glow. Zik examined the girl's traces and realized that she had used an artifact of extremely high magic that allowed her to move through space. The young gentleman Zik was puzzled because he did not understand who the girl could be and why she behaved that way. The next day, Zeke went to the funeral ceremony for his father and brother, Joachim Dracula. Everyone understood that they would not go to heaven, and that this was the price of redemption for their souls. Joachim understood that everything was right. Joachim thanked Mr. Zik for his help and for coming to support him during the ceremony. Zik said there was no need to thank him because he considered his actions to be nothing more than common courtesy. Joachim Dracul said that they should probably organize a pursuit of the girl by the mage immediately. Zik said that everything was fine because he understood that the magician had used a powerful artifact, so they would not have been able to catch her. He was sure that the girl had called him in a previous life, so he wanted to quietly unravel the case. Joachim reported that he had heard that the three of them were planning to continue on their way and suggested that they stay in the county. He said he meant a full stop in the county with the guarantee of the best treatment imaginable. Zik declined the invitation and said that with the new ruler of Dracul County, nothing more would happen. Joachim admitted that if it weren't for Mr. Zik's actions, the entire Osporin would have remained in a difficult situation. He admitted that he felt rather uncertain because he understood that he was the head of the county of Dracul and also had a fear of blood. To his surprise, Mr. Zik took an artifact that was burning with fire out of his bag and told him to try it. Joachim was confused because he realized that it was the same artifact he had seen in the dungeon. Mr. Zik said that he had picked up this artifact in the dungeon and found it among the debris. He said that the governor of an entire county really shouldn't have hemophilia and recommended that he keep the artifact. Joachim thought about it because he understood that this artifact would turn him into a vampire, and that could cause chaos in the county. Therefore, he decided to ask if there was any way to keep control of his mind so that he would not become a demonic vampire. Mr. Zik smiled and said that if he really lost control of his mind, he would personally come and take his life. Dracula thought about it and accepted the artifact, then went to his new office to familiarize himself with all the matters at hand. His loyal servant, the knight, brought him a whole stack of documents that required immediate attention. Dracula realized that at this time of day he could have been lying in bed resting, but now he had too much to do. The knight noticed that the count was looking much better and fresher and realized that the artifact had done him good. Joachim said that he was indeed no longer suffering from hemophobia and could completely control his own mind. The knight was very surprised because the young gentleman demonstrated his newly acquired skills to him. Joachim explained that he had to be able to defend himself, so he had been training actively in his free time. However, the knight was very surprised that Sir Zeke had not revealed who he really was and to which family he belonged. Joachim said that Zeke was the protector of the county of Drakul and that this status was sufficient. Then he stood up and went to the window, thinking that he had to give the knight a meaningful and important task. He asked the knight to find out about the girl who was a high-level mage and the hooded man who had come to see him in his dungeon. Zeke, Hans, and Snock, meanwhile, continued on their way, and in the evening set up camp and built a fire to spend the night. Snock slept soundly alongside the Molnovum because he was very tired from all the time they had spent in the county. Mr. Zeke sat by the fire and stared at the flames, trying to figure out who that girl was and how she knew about his past life. He understood that as a demon lord, he had never met anyone with such an appearance, so he began to analyze her skills and abilities. Then he remembered that in the second half of the mining era, there had been a demonic lord of magic. Mr. Zeke understood that at that time, they had even crossed paths several times because they were both demon lords. However, before his regression, this person had been a man and was also quite elderly. No one else came to Mr. Zeke's mind, and he realized that if he had seen such a beautiful girl, he would not have forgotten her. However, he thought that if that girl knew him as more, she probably also knew about the key to distorting fate. Mr. Zeke couldn't stop thinking about her because she was too beautiful and her features were memorable. He kept wondering why she looked at him so strangely because there was longing and sadness in her eyes. His thoughts were interrupted by Hans, who also couldn't sleep because of his own thoughts and turned to the gentleman. He decided to clarify whether Zeke would really choose Lady Bargot over saving the peaceful inhabitants of Osperin. Zeke realized that, as he had expected, Mr. Hans was not yet ready to make quick, correct, but painful decisions. Zeke admitted that he understood his feelings, but in order to prevent even greater chaos, it was necessary to stop the source of that chaos. He looked at Hans and said that no one could achieve everything just like that, and therefore one could not lose focus when making decisions. Hans was surprised by this answer and decided to ask if Sir Zeke really believed that he could become a hero in the future. Zeke looked closely at Hans and told him that if he wanted to be a hero, he had to keep moving forward. Hans thought about it and continued to listen attentively to the young gentleman who had forgiven him and decided to teach him everything. Zeke said that as long as he was under his command, he would help him in any way he could. Snock and Novum continued to sleep soundly while Hans asked if there was a way to save as many people as possible. Zeke replied that there was a way, but to do so, they would have to become much stronger and more resilient. In the morning, Snock opened his eyes to loud growling and realized that a pack of wolves had come too close. They were very hungry and ferocious, like real monsters, and immediately began to attack Snock and Novum. Snock immediately used his powers and, touching the ground, built a large rock that killed the wolves. Hans dealt with another group of wolf-like monsters using his aura and sword. Mr. Zeke watched their training and realized that they had successfully completed it and wanted to rest a little. Hans decided to find out why there were so many monsters in this area and why they all had completely different levels. Snock was also very surprised by the large number of monsters because there was a village right behind them. Mr. Zeke agreed with them and did not understand what could be in the area that would cause there to be so many monsters. Their conversation was interrupted by approaching footsteps, and they turned around involuntarily to see who was coming toward them. Then they saw a man who was most likely a fisherman, who told them that they looked very strong. Looking at Mr. Zeke, the man decided to ask if they could help him, because he was in a bit of trouble. When they asked what had happened, the man said that a large orc often roamed the mountain and no one could defeat it. Zeke thought about it because he realized that the people who went into the forest near the mountain could accidentally encounter the big monster. Hans and Snock examined the tracks the man had shown them and wondered if they looked like orc tracks. Snock told Novum that the tracks were very fresh and very large, which meant that the orc was quite big. Hans noticed that some of the tracks were different, suggesting that the orc monsters might have been traveling in groups. Mr. Zeke said that they should first check the area and the surroundings to see if there were any more tracks. Snock was surprised because he didn't understand how they could find the orc's exact location based only on footprints. Zeke said that he wasn't very good at tracking, so Hans decided to clarify what method they would use. To their surprise, the gentleman said that he planned to listen, study, and observe first, and then take action. He then asked his team members to follow him, and they were upset that there was no other way to search. Zeke understood that he couldn't compare his abilities to those of professionals, but he knew some tricks for conducting a search. He knew that he had a very wide range of senses, and besides, Hans and Snock moved quite quickly. Therefore, Mr. Zeke understood that in a few days they would definitely be able to determine the orc's location. Suddenly, everyone froze in surprise because in the distance, a child who looked very strange was walking toward them. Hans and Snock did not understand how a child could be alone so far in the mountains and look so bad. Zeke asked Hans to be more careful and attentive because he understood that something was definitely wrong here. The child came closer to them and said that he was very hungry and asked for some food. To the boy's surprise, the young gentleman handed him a whole loaf of bread that smelled very fragrant. Mr. Zeke Crestopal said that it was very tasty and asked the boy if he would like to try some. After that, the team stayed at the inn for several days, and later they managed to find all the orc monsters and eliminate them. Hans and Snock performed excellently during this task, and there were no further incidents. The man who had asked them for help saw a whole mountain of orcs and asked if they really didn't need any money. Zeke replied that they didn't need anything, and then the village chief fed them a very hearty dinner. As they were leaving the tavern, Mr. Zeke saw the boy they had met in the forest again and decided to approach him. The boy was very frightened and asked why the young gentleman was scaring him every time. Mr. Zeke handed him a loaf of bread and told him to eat it while it was still warm. Zeke was very happy to see him because the boy always helped him do good deeds on a daily basis. The boy said that he didn't come here to ask for food, but Zeke told him that he shouldn't refuse gifts from adults. He said that his mother had forbidden him to take anything from adults, and Zeke said that his mother meant bad adult. Then the boy realized that he was with a kind uncle, but to his surprise, Zeke said that he wasn't a kind uncle. Laughing, he said that he was a bad adult uncle who tried to do good deeds and live well. The boy smiled and accepted the gift from his uncle, then sat down on the ground and began to eat because he was very hungry. Zeke asked the boy to eat more slowly and chew his food, otherwise he could get a stomachache. The boy thanked the young gentleman, then took the water bottle from him and washed down his bread. Then he began to wrap the bread in a napkin and said he would take it home because his mom and dad were working hard and wanted to eat. Mr. Zick realized that the boy was very kind and decided to ask what his parents did for a living. The boy carefully wrapped the rest of the loaf of bread and said that it wasn't like that at all, but he was grateful for the food. Then he said that there were rumors throughout the village that his uncle was a very good man and had even caught orcs. Zick was pleased to hear such things about himself and told the boy that he was welcome to come to their tavern. The boy bowed his head and said that if people like him came to the tavern, everyone would immediately start arguing. Zick said that he had already spoken to everyone in the tavern, so the boy could come in freely and not worry. The boy decided to ask why the man was so kind to him since everyone else treated him badly. Zick immediately remembered the boy Timmy, who was surprised that he was willing to help him just like that, without asking for anything in return. Zeke replied that compared to other people, he really was kinder, and the boy reminded him that he considered himself a bad person. Zeke replied that he could consider him a bad person who was actually kinder than most good people. He was very calm because he enjoyed talking to this boy because he was open and kind. The boy began to glow and laugh because he didn't understand how a bad person could be kinder than ordinary good people. Zick laughed too and said that there are strange, bad kind people like him. After that, they came to the conclusion that it was already too late, and the boy waved to the man, hoping that they would meet again tomorrow. The boy ran home to bring them bread because he knew they would be very happy. On the other hand, he felt sad because he had received food from his uncle so often, but had never asked his name. Then he made a firm decision to ask him his name tomorrow so that he could repay him in the future. Suddenly, he saw a man in a hoodie whom he had never seen before and thought he must be a tourist. He saw the man hand a small bag to a villager and noticed that the atmosphere was very strange. So the boy decided to leave as quickly as possible, but the man suddenly took off his hood and looked straight at him. The boy was very frightened because he realized that this was a very bad man who was very angry. Meanwhile, Zick was sitting in his room thinking that next time he should give the boy not only bread but something else as well. He was surprised that they didn't know each other's names but communicated very well and freely, and he thought he would ask him his name tomorrow. Meanwhile, the boy cried loudly and tried with all his might to run away from the scary man in the hood. In the morning, Haynes and Snock continued their training and caught orcs to help the villagers. Snock reported that they had checked the entire area and hadn't seen any more monsters except for the ones they had already dealt with. Mr. Zick decided to check his senses and realized that he no longer felt the presence of new monsters. He understood that now the villagers could forget about the monsters and beasts that came from the mountains for a while. Zick was glad that the members of his team had been able to complete the task on their own and told them they could go. The villagers thanked the entire team for helping them get rid of the huge number of monsters. The village chief grabbed Hans by the hands and asked how he could thank them for saving their village. Hans said that they didn't need anything because they had done it all out of the goodness of their hearts. Snock and Zick noticed that they hadn't seen the boy who always came at this time of day. To the surprise of the village chief, he asked them if they had mentioned the boy who lived behind the palisade. The other villagers said they hadn't seen him for a couple of days because he always came to help with chores. Hans suggested that the boy might have gone to the neighboring village, but Snock said he was worried about him. Mr. Zick informed them that it was time to leave, so he asked Hans and Snock to follow him. Hans asked where the young gentleman planned to go and whether he had already decided on his next destination. Hans realized that the gentleman did not yet know where they were going, so he decided to ask where exactly they were headed. Zick thought for a moment and said that they should first go to the boy's house and then decide what to do next. After passing through the forest, they reached the desired location, and Snock was surprised because everything around them was destroyed. Mr. Zick did not sense a single trace of people and did not understand what could have happened to the boy. Suddenly, Zick sensed demonic energy and realized that something very strange was happening, so he immediately headed toward the source to check what was going on. Zick approached one of the doors and realized that there was a weak, thread-like pulse, which meant that there was a person there who was feeling unwell. Quickly opening the door, he saw a man and a woman lying on the floor showing no signs of life. Looking around the room, he saw the same boy who looked very ill and was practically unconscious. Approaching him, he saw that there was a demonic seal of a powerful demon on his heart. Zick immediately ran to the boy and asked him to wake up and explain what had happened. He realized that the boy was barely breathing and thought that he should use the potion right away. The boy opened his eyes and asked how his uncle had ended up there and how he had found him, since he hadn't told him his name or where he lived. Zick replied that he hadn't seen him for several days, so he decided to look for him, and the boy was even more surprised by his kindness. Zick asked what had happened and who had done it, but the boy said he didn't know. He explained that he had seen this man for the first time in his village, and he was very strange, and at night he had entered their house. The boy said that the man had forbidden him to scream, but he was in so much pain that he tried not to scream at first. Zick realized that the man had blackmailed him and killed his parents for fun. The boy began to cry because he thought that his mother, father, and neighbors were his fault, because he couldn't bear the pain anymore and started screaming loudly. Zick put his hand on the boy's head and asked him not to worry so much, because he believed it wasn't his fault. When he began to describe the man with the tattoo covering half his face, his heart sank and he felt pain again. Zik understood that the boy was in a lot of pain, so he used his aura to remove the seal from the boy's chest. After treating him, he praised the boy and told him he had done well, adding that he would be fine on his own now. The boy thanked his uncle profusely, then suddenly lost consciousness and closed his eyes. Mr. Zik felt very sorry for the boy and placed a loaf of bread in his hand because he understood that he was hungry. Then he heard Hans and Snock coming and asked them to be quiet, explaining that the boy had lost consciousness and was now asleep. Hans and Snook were very frightened and felt sorry for the boy because they understood that he had lost his parents. Mr. Zik said that they should get ready for the road because they were going to someone who would help avenge the child. He understood that such a small boy was innocent, which meant he should go to a saint. When all the souls had been laid to rest, Zik, Hans, and Snock decided to hold a funeral for the boy and his family. Snock was very saddened by the cruelty of the world and wished for them to go to a better place. Hans looked at Mr. Zik and thought that he had not expected him to arrange a funeral for a complete stranger. He was even more surprised by the fact that the young man planned to avenge the souls of the boy and his parents. Hans wasn't sure if Zik had decided to do all this out of a sense of justice or something similar. He understood that the cruel deprivation of this boy's life had made Sir Zik less favorable because it had proven useless. Hans realized that these two things had deeply hurt young Mr. Zik's pride and could change his outlook on life. At dawn, Mr. Zik gathered all the bones into an urn, doing so very slowly and carefully so as not to miss anything. Snock and Hansa watched the process and felt uneasy because they understood that their master was in pain. After Zik had finished, he closed the urn and told the members of his team that they could set off. Meanwhile, Lunella came out of her chambers at dawn and was surprised to find the gentleman standing there. She was very surprised to see someone in the morning because no one had told her that anyone was expecting her. On the other hand, she was even glad to see Sir Vague, whom she had not seen for several days. Wei asked how her prayers had gone, and Lady Luvella said that everything had gone well. However, she was surprised by Wei's early visit and asked what had happened, and he told her that a good friend had come to visit them. Luella looked at Wade with great surprise because she could not understand who this good friend was. Hans, Snock, Novum, and Mr. Zik were sitting on the veranda, drinking tea while waiting for the saint. Hans noticed that everything here looked more grandiose than in the Keruviman temple. When Vague and Luvela arrived, they immediately stood up from the table to show their respect and appreciation. Vague shook hands with Mr. Zik and was glad to see him in good health and in good spirits, because he understood that he led a dangerous life. Zeke said that everything was fine with him, and looked away because it was difficult for him to get used to the smile of the machine of death. Luvela greeted Mr. Hans because she understood that they had not seen or spoken to him for a long time either. Hans introduced his friend Snock and his mole named Novum to Mrs. Holy, who said they were also pleased to meet them. Zig said that while they were waiting for them, they had heard some very pleasant news about Miss Luvela. Luvela was very happy to hear that she was very close to receiving her second name, Primel, which is only given to holy ladies. Wade informed her that before she could receive her second name, she had to do one more small thing: obtain justification. Mr. Zik smiled because he understood that all Louvel had to do was get the consent of the Holy Lady Karuna, and that was it. After that, he decided to ask them what they thought about doing something big and impressive instead of all these little things. Seeing their questioning faces, he said that he was offering them the opportunity to destroy the Belid division in the northern part of the country. Luvela asked for a more detailed explanation, and they all sat down at the negotiating table. Wade was furious when he learned that the boy whom Zik had treated well had been killed by a representative of Belid. Mr. Zik reported that he had found this symbol on his ruddy, which was a symbol of Belid's dark magic. Hans was surprised, and Zeke explained that such a mark kept a person alive for a certain amount of time. Zik explained that such marks are usually placed on people during torture or, as in Belid's case, simply for fun. Wade decided to ask if there was any additional information about which of Belid's people had taken the innocent child's life. Zik replied that, according to the boy, the man was completely bald and had a tattoo covering half of his face. The saint realized that it was Colin Trislova, and Mr. Zik decided to ask if they knew him. Luvela reported that Colin was one of the chief cardinals directly subordinate to the Holy Father of the Belid clan. She also added that he was famous for creating all kinds of horrors in this world at his own will. Wade was very surprised that such an important person had simply appeared in the village, because that was not like him. Zig said that he couldn't know for sure and that perhaps he was passing by to replenish his supplies and was entertaining himself in this way. He added that only the poor people living on the outskirts had been affected, so there was no unrest in the village itself, but there were many orcs there. Upon hearing about the orcs and their large numbers, Vague said that things were probably not so clear-cut. Wade reported that they were ready to flee with Keruvimon to any battlefield to fight against Belid's people. Mr. Zik reported that he had managed to find out the location of the northern division of Belid's group, and another one. Wade was very happy because he understood that the relationship between Lady Luvela and Mr. Zik was very useful. However, they did not know how to verify the accuracy of his information because it was very difficult to find out anything about Belid. Zik said that he had found out by chance because he couldn't say that he knew all the locations before his regression. Laval admired Zik's knowledge, and he remembered that she had drawn those runes herself before his rebirth. Wade suggested that they first head to the northern branch to double-check the location and be sure. Wade added that although their first stop would be the Belid group, he remembered that Trislova would be the first one they would see. Wade decided to clarify whether Mr. Zik's main goal was revenge for the death of an innocent boy. Mr. Zik replied without hesitation that it was because of Trislova that he had not even had time to learn the boy's name. The next morning, they took horses and set off to check the location in the northern part that Mr. Zik had mentioned. Wade said that the world was full of wonders because he had no idea that such an unusual place existed. Zik was surprised that even Sir Vague, who was a man of the world, had never encountered such an unusual place. Wig admitted that he had been sure he had seen all of nature and had been arrogant in not imagining other places. Mr. Zik looked at him in surprise because he did not think that those who served the goddess could have such feelings. Wag replied that anyone would feel the same way if they believed in the Holy Karuna. He also added that the doors of Karawamino were always open to him, but Mr. Zik said he was not ready for that and refused. Seeing that the area was completely deserted, Vague began to doubt that this was where Belid's northern division was located. Wig understood that Belid was a god of water, so it seemed strange to him that a division would be located in such a remote place. Mr. Zik understood that this was exactly how it looked at first glance, and it was precisely because of this prejudice that no one had been able to find Belid. Wig thought about it because Mr. Zik's words made sense. After all, no one would think to check the desert. Mr. Zik suggested they speed up a little because he knew they only had a little further to go. After a while, they left their horses to rest and continued on foot through the crevices. The sun was very bright and scorching. Mr. Wig looked around while Mr. Zik walked confidently ahead. When they reached a precipice in one of the desert rocks, Mr. Zik said that this was where the entrance was. Wig was very surprised but completely trusted the young gentleman, so he climbed down and continued on with him. After going a little further inside, Mr. Wig was very surprised because in such a deserted place there was a huge underground lake. Wig began to understand why he had been unable to find Belid's location, because he had not thought they could be hiding underground. Suddenly they saw a glow ahead and realized that there was probably someone there. In order not to be discovered immediately, they immediately hid behind a piece of rock. Mr. Zik and Mr. Vague began to peek out to assess the situation and figure out how many people were there. Looking closer, Vague saw a temple with the Belid group's emblem on it and realized that they had indeed come to the right place. Seeing the surprised look on Mr. Zik's face, he decided to ask if Vague was now ready to trust him completely. Vague grabbed Zik by the hands and promised him that he would prepare the best and most elite troops Karuviman had to offer. After that, they returned and decided to visit the Holy Father to report all the information they had gathered during their reconnaissance. The Holy Father of Karuviman prayed for their health and said he was very pleased to meet them. It was very difficult for Mr. Zika to contain his emotions because he could not even imagine such a thing. After all, until his regression, the Holy Father had always stood aside and given life-giving strength to his representatives and knights. Zik recalled that before his regression, he had almost gone to his eternal rest because of the actions of the Holy Father. He could not have imagined that he would be so close to the Holy Father, whom it was more difficult to meet than the Emperor. The Holy Father thanked Sir Zik and said that he had only offered them a helping hand because he himself wanted to do something. The Holy Father said that he had heard that Sir Zik wanted revenge and asked if he would take part in the confrontation. Zik said that he would definitely take part because he planned to sneak into the temple itself while they were attacking it. The Holy Father decided to clarify whether he planned to sneak into the temple to punish Trislav. To the surprise of everyone present, Mr. Zik replied without hesitation that he planned to torture the man. The Holy Father said that this was very frightening and that he was even shaken by the young man's words. Zik apologized for giving in to his feelings, and the Holy Father said he completely understood him, but Trislav was very strong. He said that there were rumors that he was endowed with the same level of power as the high-ranking knights of Karuviman's squad. Therefore, the Holy Father admitted that he was concerned about whether everything would be all right and whether they could handle it. Mr. Zik said he was very serious and had no intention of interfering during the confrontation. The Holy Father was satisfied with this answer and said that they should do everything in complete secrecy so that no one would find out about it. Then Hans, Zeke, and Snock understood that they had to remain on the temple grounds and not leave until their departure. The Holy Father was very pleased that they understood him so well, but he was surprised that Zeke had approached him. Mr. Zik decided to ask if the Holy Father could listen to just one more request, and the Holy Father was all ears. Mr. Zik said that he would very much like to receive the title of Honorary Knight for his assistance. Mr. Wig and Lady Luvela were very surprised by this request because it was not a small one. The Holy Father thought about Mr. Zik's request and decided to ask him why he was asking for such a title. Zik said that he had no particular reason for this, but he would like to have the same rights as the elite knights. He understood that if he became an elite knight, Trislova would become even more angry. Wig informed the Holy Father that Zik was a unique person, albeit a little strange, but he performed his duties excellently. Realizing that even Mr. Wig himself was willing to vouch for Zik, the Holy Father said that he would immediately grant him the title of Elite Knight. After that, the Holy Father said that among the elite knights, there was another knight who was just as skilled as Sir Zik. Therefore, he considered it appropriate to send him on a mission with them, and Vague decided to ask who exactly he was talking about. The Holy Father paused for a moment, trying to remember the knight's name, and then said that his name was Glenn Zanard. Luvela looked sadly at the Holy Father because she realized that he was talking about Lord Zanard, who had been behaving very strangely. The Holy Father was surprised by the saint's reaction because he immediately saw how her face changed and became sad. Luvela explained that every time the Lord saw her, he asked her about her experiences, and she always refused to answer him. Wade couldn't help but laugh because he realized that the Lord was showing interest in the saint, and she said that she had no plans to marry. Wig informed them that Zanard would not be going with them in any case because he had been sent as backup on another mission. Saint Luvela felt embarrassed and very uncomfortable discussing all this with the others. Wig said that if she felt uncomfortable, he was willing to talk to Mr. Zanard so that he would not bother her anymore. She replied that everything was fine and admitted that something else unrelated to Zanard was bothering her. Wig was very surprised to receive such a response from the lady because she didn't talk to anyone else. Saint Luella pondered her own feelings because she was trying to understand what exactly was bothering her. After thinking for a while, she said that when she was talking to Zanard, she felt as if he was testing her. After some time, time, a team was assembled and equipped to visit the Temple of Belid. Luvela, young Mr. Zik, and Vague walked at the front of the line because they were leading the team. Several representatives of the saints from Quarterman recited a prayer and believed that they would be victorious. When they reached a certain place, Vague raised his hand because he realized that they had come directly to the entrance. Luvela was glad that they could finally begin their mission, and Vague said he shared her feelings. The young Mr. Vague said that they would finally be able to attack the people of Beliad, who had brought so much misfortune. Mr. Zik sensed that something strange was happening and was surprised because the aura was completely different from last time. Zik dismounted his horse and announced that, as they had agreed, he would go first because he wanted to find Trislov. Vague was surprised that the young Mr. Zik had not changed his mind and had indeed decided to go first. Luvela looked worried and said that it was too dangerous because Belad's men were very strong. Zik told her not to worry because even if he was caught, he didn't have much information. Luvela replied that she didn't mean that at all, and Zik smiled and said that no one would catch him anyway. Then he turned to Hans and Snock and reminded them that they had been trained to defend themselves, so they had to survive. Hans was very surprised because he understood that Mr. Zeke had told them that if they couldn't save their own lives, there was nothing that could be done. After that, he immediately headed down into the crevice to enter the temple grounds. Luvela looked at the young gentleman and worried whether he would be all right, which she asked Mr. Vague. Vague said that at the moment it was best to trust Mr. Zeke because he was confident in himself. After waiting a short while, Vague said that it was time to go inside with the knights. Inside the temple, everyone began to run around because they realized that something was happening outside. They announced that there was an emergency because the people of Karuviman were on the other side of the lake. Vague ordered the knights to defend themselves and attack while the people of Belid ran along the lake. The people of Belid were also sent ahead by high-ranking cardinals to stop the people of Karuviman. One of the cardinals did not understand what was happening or why such an inconspicuous place had been discovered. Suddenly, this man was seized and lost consciousness because he had not expected such a sudden attack. Mr. Zik, who did this, was surprised that the layout inside the temple had not changed at all. Because until the moment of his regression, everything in the temple had been exactly the same, and so he was surprised. He understood that he had swum under the water alone, which is why he had managed to remain completely unnoticed. However, Mr. Zik began to worry whether the people of Karuviman would be able to handle all of this. He decided to focus on his current tasks and made his way to the prayer room, realizing that there must be something special there. Mr. Zik abruptly opened the doors and began to look around to see if anyone was inside and what the people of Belid were hiding. A look of great surprise appeared on his face because he saw something he did not expect to see in a prayer room. Zik understood that if he approached the magical pyramid, Trislova would be there first because she was more important than Karivaman. He was very amused by his own thoughts because it was Trislova he had been waiting for to take his revenge. Meanwhile, Karivaman's knights were confidently advancing to bring their victory closer. Belid's people began to panic because they realized that Karivaman had already crossed the lake. The cardinals of Belid, watching from above, realized that the detachment was very large and included more than 1,000 men. Trislova thought for a moment because he realized that there were also about 1,000 of their representatives. However, observing the actions of Karivaman's men, he realized that they were all either knights or elite knights of high rank. Trislova reported this to his advisor because he understood that their forces were completely unequal. He was furious because he realized that it was too late to call for reinforcements, and that they would not be able to cope on their own. Then he turned to the Tremble brothers and ordered them to stand guard so that Karvaman could not cross the lake. The Trembles ordered everyone to take their places and hold Karvaman back so that they could not cross the lake. Suddenly, Trislova sensed that something strange was happening in the prayer hall, and realized that he needed to check it out. So he immediately ran toward the prayer hall to assess the situation and understand what was happening. Trislova calmed himself because he knew that after checking everything, he would be able to ask Belid for his blessing. However, when he arrived at the prayer hall, he was very surprised because there were no guards there at all. At the same time, there was a man standing at the altar who was completely unfamiliar to him, and who had completely destroyed everything they had worked so long to create. Trislova did not understand who was sitting in front of him, and whether he could destroy the special magical object. Mr. Zik remained calm and said that he was a man who had a very bad feeling about him. Trislova immediately prepared to attack because he realized that this was most likely Karvidman's dog. Zik looked closely at his opponent and called him Kolin Trislova, cardinal of the Belid clan. After that, he looked at his opponent and asked if this was really the man who was guilty of taking the boy's life. Hearing about the boy, Cardinal Trislova paused because he did not understand what was being said. He was furious because he did not understand how a stranger could come to his temple and talk nonsense. He then said that he should not remember every little detail, so he called his knights and ordered them to deal with the uninvited guest. The young gentleman Zeke said that he was very sorry because he would have liked to hear the reason for his actions first. Trislova was very surprised that his opponent did not plan to be afraid, but stood calmly and asked questions. Mr. Zik continued to ask why he was in the village, mocking the people in the slums and the boy. Cardinal Trislova began to glow with happiness because he understood which boy was being talked about in the prayer hall. He said that he had come to the village to buy provisions and that his path had unexpectedly crossed that of the boy. And it was at that moment that he realized he simply had to take all their lives because he wanted to have a little fun. Trislova smiled and said that it was because of the boy that he had to take the lives of everyone else. He laughed and said that those people had been honored because he himself carried a part of Bella within him and was a demigod. Mr. Zik remained calm and decided to clarify whether he really intended to place all the blame on the boy. Trislova smiled and said that he wanted to teach the little boy a sense of responsibility before he died. Mr. Zik was very surprised to hear such a strange answer about responsibility and did not understand what it could mean. Trislova said that he had nothing to talk to him about because he did not understand how the people of Karuviman could have found this place. Then, to his great surprise, Mr. Zik revealed that it was he who had called the Karuviman people here. Trislova was even more surprised that Mr. Zik had come to punish him. Trislova was greatly amused by such statements, because he was very confident in his abilities and powers. Mr. Zik said that he cared about the boy whom Trislova had so dishonorably killed. Trislova was very surprised because he did not understand why all this fuss was being made over some unknown boy. Mr. Zik said that he himself had announced that he had taken the lives of many people only because of the boy. He added that he would not have come to his temple if he had not done what he did to the unfortunate boy. Colin Trislova was furious because he did not understand how a homeless boy could have caused him any trouble at all. Mr. Zik Crestapal looked at his opponent and told Trislova that he should remember that the temple would be destroyed because of him. Trislova was furious and immediately began attacking his opponent because he did not want to listen to him anymore. Mr. Zik began to realize that the power of the Cardinal of the Belid group was astonishing and very powerful. Therefore, he began to block Cullen Trislova's attacks so as not to be hit and remain unharmed. At one point, Mr. Zik managed to hold on to a decoration on the wall and thus avoid the attack. Trislova watched his opponent's actions closely and did not understand why he was behaving so strangely. Zik replied that he would certainly understand if he were really the one who had taught the youngster what responsibility was. He then began to laugh that their deity, in the form of an ordinary fish, had failed to teach them responsibility in the proper sense. Such expressions angered Cardinal Belid even more, so he launched a stronger attack. Mr. Zik tried to block the attack because he wanted to avenge the boy and win. At one point, he managed to escape toward the window to avoid the attack and figure out what to do next. Trislova was very surprised and did not understand what his opponent was planning and why he did not attack in response. Therefore, he wanted to end everything as quickly as possible and directed a flurry of blows toward his opponent. Mr. Zik used his sword skills to skillfully parry all the attacks. Trislova was very surprised because he realized that his opponent was actually a very skilled swordsman. Mr. Zik asked Trislova to be more careful because he could accidentally touch the great artifact that Zik had. The Cardinal did not understand anything, especially how a complete stranger could know about their artifact. Zeke calmly said that he knew that this artifact was used to subdue monsters and control them. Trislov was very surprised and did not understand where the man in front of him had such deep knowledge and information. Zik looked at the vengeful spirit of the pyramid and realized that it was a very powerful artifact that allowed one to manipulate monsters. He knew that this pyramid only worked when it was filled with the strong negative emotions of innocent souls. Zik told Trislov that he knew too much about him and his actions, so he said he would destroy the pyramid they had been protecting so carefully. The Cardinal began to laugh, saying that the pyramid could not be destroyed so easily, unlike the body holding it. Therefore, Trislov prepared to attack again because he wanted to end this empty conversation as soon as possible. Mr. Zik managed to escape again and dodged Trislova's attacks, which were filled with the great power of water. The Cardinal found it very funny because he did not understand how long Mr. Zik planned to keep running away from him. Zik began to realize that, in his current situation, he would not be able to defeat Cardinal Belid Trislova. Zik said that he understood that he could not stand up to him, so he planned to simply run away for now. The Cardinal of Belid Trislova's group began to laugh, realizing that the young gentleman had nowhere to run. Mr. Zik began to laugh and, using the power of his aura, directed it toward a specific spot on the wall. Trislova began to laugh because he did not understand the actions of the uninvited guest, who was simply trying to destroy the wall. However, to his great surprise, the stranger found himself at a secret passage that even the temple administrator did not know about. Mr. Zik was very happy that his memory had not failed him, and that he had indeed managed to find a way to escape. He then turned to Trislova and informed him that he planned to escape like a mouse into a burrow and waved goodbye. Trislova was furious that his opponent had managed to escape so easily and ordered him to be caught immediately and sent to prison. Meanwhile, in the greenhouse itself, Mr. Zik was walking down the corridor holding a bunch of keys in his hands. In the dungeon behind the bars, there were a large number of people filled with dark energy. Mr. Zik showed them the keys to their cells and asked if they wanted revenge. Meanwhile, the Kavirman Knights were actively fighting the Knights belonging to Belid's group. The Belid people couldn't figure out how they had found their location and asked their comrades to be more careful. They understood that they had to stop Kavirman to prevent them from reaching the temple. Mr. Vague easily parried the attacks created with water because he was a professional in his field. The saints prayed to Saint Karuna to protect her servants and give her blessing to their actions. Mr. Vague looked ahead intently and understood that the saints were trying very hard to help them. One of Kavidman's knights reported that all the knights had been attacked and wounded, so more reinforcements were needed. Wig realized that he could no longer stand aside, so he decided to receive a blessing and activate his special powers. Having gained additional strength thanks to the saints' help, he immediately set out to attack the enemies. However, to his surprise, a very strong demonic shield had been erected on the temple, and Vague did not know how to get through it. The knights informed him that they had managed to eliminate Belid's guards at the lake and could now set up a special crossing. They tried to act very quickly because they understood that they were very limited in time. The Knights of Kavidman understood that the crossing was their only way to cross the lake and head straight for the temple. After finishing all the preparations, the knights completed the last logs of the bridge and then reported that everything was ready for the crossing. After that, all the knights began to run across the crossing in order to reach their goal as quickly as possible. The first knights noticed that the Knights of Belid's group had also begun their attack. Some of the cardinals of Belid's group stood behind the knights to assist them. Using the power of water, they tried to do everything possible to stop Quadraman's attack. The knights realized that the power of the temple's shield had become significantly stronger and informed Lady Luvela that this could be dangerous. Luvella did not want to give up, so she began to pray to Saint Karuna to grant her strength as much as possible. The other knights noticed that Sir Vague was moving even faster, and it was difficult for them to keep up with him. Vague was very fast because he wanted to help his people and the knights. Realizing that he had much more strength, he began to fill his sword with his own aura and added mana to it because he knew he wanted to win. Having gathered all his strength, Vague directed it all at the Bellid Cardinals in order to weaken them. The Bellid Cardinals were completely unprepared for such an attack and found it very difficult to resist such a powerful enemy. Vague understood that Bell's power was beginning to shift to him, but it could not harm him, so he wanted to divert it away from the knights. The Cavedmen Knights did indeed find it a little easier to attack their enemies, because Bell's power no longer affected them. Wig understood that they were at a disadvantage and hoped that Lord Zik would be able to remove the protection from the temple. Meanwhile, Trislova's servants began to carry out their orders and search all the rooms for the intruder. Trislova asked them to immediately check every corner of the temple grounds. He ordered that if they found the object, they should immediately take away the pyramid that allowed it to control any monster. After some time, one of the knights returned and reported that they had checked everything but could not find a single trace. Cardinal Trislova couldn't understand how a man he had never seen before could know about a secret passage that even they didn't know about. The knight reported that the enemy might have been constantly moving out of sight, which is why they couldn't find him. The cardinal was furious and attacked the knight, believing that they were entirely to blame and had let an important artifact slip through their fingers. Trislova reminded the knight that the enemy had stolen the vengeful spirit of the pyramid, and that they must find him immediately. The knight became very afraid for his own life and health, and promised that they would check everything again. Trislova was very angry and told them to immediately use all their strength to find the man who had fled with the artifact. He needed time to think and figure out what steps to take next. While analyzing the situation, he remembered that the man had said that Karuviman had brought him here, which meant that he must have helped them. Then he began to recall how his enemy had handled the pyramid, and realized that he had not come for the relic in the first place. The cardinal began to ponder what exactly his enemy could have been doing in the temple, and at some point, an unpleasant idea came to him. He realized that his enemy was most likely trying to help remove the magical shield, which meant he was at the main statue of Vale. Meanwhile, the Bellid believers prayed at the main pedestal of their deity to maintain the temple's magical shield. Mr. Ziku quickly found the room and immediately decided to visit it to help Cavedmen get through. However, to his surprise, there were also knights in the room, which was not part of his plan. Behind him, Trislova began to appear, rejoicing that he had been able to calculate his opponent's moves and prevent him from passing. Mr. Zik was not ready for this and was unable to block this type of attack, so he was wounded and in severe pain. Trislova saw his opponent suffering, which gave him great pleasure, and he rejoiced aloud. He then ordered the knights to capture his opponent, knowing that he would not be able to run far with such an injury. He also reminded the knights that if they managed to catch him, they must first take the sacred object from him. Trislovo did not understand how they had revealed their location and believed that there must be a traitor among them. The holy group of Bellid continued to pray fervently to protect their temple from the attack of their enemies. Their prayers were very deep and long, and they did not distract themselves from what they were doing. The people behind bars in their group's dungeon remembered how a man had suddenly come to them and said he was willing to give them a chance. He told them that they were to become ordinary gifts for a non-existent god and that now they could avenge their suffering. The people were very happy that they had been given such a glorious opportunity and decided to accept Zika's offer. Therefore, as soon as the cardinal left the prayer hall, they immediately stormed in and attacked the saints. It was very difficult for Zik to stand on his feet, so his location was quickly discovered. Trislova was already standing near the intruder, laughing and saying that these were the last minutes of his life. Zik looked at him closely because he understood that he needed to wait a little longer. Trislova had no intention of stopping or waiting for anything, because he knew he had already caught his enemy in his trap. However, to his great surprise, the walls of the temple began to crumble, and the cardinal did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Cavedman's knights actively opposed Bellid's knights and even managed to succeed in this difficult task. Hans also took a very active part and diligently followed the instructions of his young master. During the confrontation, Hans carefully examined his opponent in order to find a weak spot in his armor. As soon as he managed to find a weak spot in his opponent's armor, Hans immediately launched a powerful attack there to speed up the confrontation. At one point, he noticed that his body was moving on its own and he was not thinking about his movements. Then Hans realized that young Lord Zik's training had indeed been very effective and fruitful. The Bellid Knights were still there because there were too many of them, so Hans tried to act quickly. Suddenly, large mountain rocks began to appear in front of some of the knights, and they were very surprised. The Bellid Knights began to worry because they had no idea what it was or why the rocks had appeared so suddenly. Snock also assisted Cavedman and, together with Novem's forces, opposed the knights. On the one hand, Snock understood that if he destroyed the path, their situation could improve greatly. On the other hand, this would increase the risk of the cave collapsing, and Sir Zik would be very unhappy with his actions. Snock didn't know what to do, but his attention suddenly shifted to the temple because its condition began to change. Hans also noticed that something was happening to the temple itself and tried to understand what it was. The Knights of Bellid stopped abruptly and were frightened because they realized that the magical protective shield had suddenly disappeared. Watching what was happening and assessing the situation, Vague realized that Zik had most likely been able to remove the shield from the temple. Vague immediately ordered the mages to act to destroy everything so that the shield could not be restored. The mages immediately turned to Saint Karuna, who helped them by giving them the power to attack the enemy temple. Trislova did not understand what was happening because he thought that the temple was shaking on its own, as it had done in the past. Lord Zik smiled and asked Trislo not to worry, saying that it was just the shield protecting the temple that had fallen, so the attacks were coming straight at them. The strongest cardinal of the northern part, Bellid, couldn't believe it because their shield was simply impossible to destroy. After doing some light exercises, Zik said that he had lured them to him while the others completely removed the defenses from the temple grounds. Trislova did not understand who else could have entered the temple, and Zik said that he had entered alone and found people inside the temple who were on his side. Realizing that it was difficult for the cardinal to accept the information, he said that he had simply freed the people from the dungeon, and they had done him a favor. Trislova couldn't understand how this could be possible and how their brothers could have lost their lives at the hands of those who were being held in the dungeon. The young gentleman Zik realized that the cardinal did not want to believe his words and continued to not understand how such a thing could have happened. As he fled, he suggested that Trislo follow him so that he could see for himself and learn the truth about the removal of the shield from the temple. The cardinal was furious and began to activate his dark energy, not understanding where his enemy dared to run again. Zik managed to dodge his attack and noticed that a large hole had formed where the attack had landed. He realized that Trislova was a very strong opponent, and this was even interesting and breathtaking to him. Cardinal Trislo immediately ordered his knights to pursue the man who had disturbed their peace. The cardinal himself prepared once again to use his demonic power to see how long Zik could dodge his attacks. Zik diligently ran in the opposite direction to avoid the attacks because they were very powerful and dangerous. The magical attacks, not finding their target, destroyed the temple buildings because they were too powerful. Trislova noticed that the enemy had run into the prayer room and was very happy because it was not very big. He then ordered the knights to guard the entrance so that their enemy could not simply escape. A moment later, the cardinal was able to reach the prayer room and was already anticipating the taste of victory. However, upon entering the room, he was surprised to find that all the saints had been killed, and the statue of Valle was cracked. Looking around, he did not understand what had happened inside and why his guards had failed in their task. Mr. Zik stepped out of the shadows and asked the cardinal of the great deity Bella how he found the whole scene. Cardinal Trislova tried to control himself and asked where the people who had done all this were. The young Mr. Zik said that he had no idea how these people could have left the place, although he knew perfectly well that the people he had freed had left through a secret passage that he had shown them. Trislova did not understand what his opponent was trying to achieve, while Zik did not understand why the cardinal did not understand the reason. The cardinal was very angry because he really could not understand what had caused the young gentleman's reckless actions. Mr. Zik suggested that the cardinal ask his imaginary god, in the form of a fish head incapable of anything, some questions. Trislova was furious and could no longer contain his emotions, not understanding how anyone could treat the great bell in such a way. Suddenly, Mr. Zik began to shout and appeal to the great god bell to answer all the questions. He then asked the great bell to give answers and reveal who was responsible for everything that was happening. Suddenly, Mr. Zik simply disappeared, and all those watching froze because they did not understand what was happening. The cardinal watched the young gentleman and did not understand what he was planning to do or why he was acting this way. Suddenly, the statue of Bel began to speak, saying that it was the cardinal who was to blame for taking the life of a boy in one of the villages. The cardinal was very surprised and did not understand whether it was really the deity speaking or the young gentleman. Mr. Zik peeked out from behind the statue and asked Cardinal Trislov if he had heard the reasons for all the events. To the cardinal's surprise, the knights began to ask him if he was really to blame for what was happening. Mr. Zik smiled and said that their deity, Belu, had told him who was to blame for their troubles. Meanwhile, Caverman's knights spread out throughout the temple to capture all of Beled's group. Zik said that Vague was about to arrive at the temple and that the cardinal would not be able to withstand such a confrontation. Trislova was furious and did not understand why a man hiding behind the statue of their deity was so confident. He immediately activated his dark magic and began to actively attack his opponent. Zik managed to dodge his attack, but the statue of the deity Belu was completely destroyed. The knights of Beled were very surprised because they did not understand how their cardinal could harm his own deity Belu. Trislova asked the knights to pay no attention to anything because he was ready to take responsibility for the destruction of the statue of Belu. The knights of Beled immediately obeyed their cardinal's order and prepared to attack the enemy. The young Lord Zik prepared his sword because he understood that the most important thing for him now was to hold out until Vague arrived. He understood that he had to hold out until reinforcements arrived from the knights of Kavirman. Therefore, he prepared himself for attacks from his enemies and understood that he would have to try very hard. For several minutes, Zik diligently blocked the attacks of the Beled group's knights and realized that it was a very difficult task. He managed to make progress and send attacks back to his enemies in order to take their lives. Cardinal Trislova did not understand why his opponent was so strong and cunning, or why he was doing all this. The realization of his own weakness enraged him, so he once again used his magical powers. Water raged and spread rapidly throughout the room, where prayers were being offered to the great deity Bel. Mr. Zik, retreating from the attacks, suddenly found himself at the door and realized that he was practically at a dead end. Seeing this, Cardinal Trislova was very pleased that they had a chance to win and ordered his men to attack the enemy immediately. The 7 knights of Beled's group stood directly in front of Mr. Zik, each of them preparing their swords for attack. Trislova gave the order to take the pyramid's spirit, and the knights prepared to carry it out. But suddenly, everything around them was illuminated by a golden glow. Lord Zik heard a familiar voice telling him to duck, and he immediately obeyed. At that very moment, all the knights of the Beled group were attacked and sent to their eternal rest with the light movements of the great master's sword. Wig and Luvela stood before the young Mr. Zik and asked him if he was all right and how he felt. Cardinal Trislova was terrified because standing before him was Belri Vague, who was known as a killing machine. Wade looked closely at the cardinal they had been searching for so long and could not find. Mr. Zik asked them if they were all right, and Luvela apologized, realizing that they were late. Luvela looked closely at Sir Zik and did not understand what he had on his side and why he was hiding it. Zik smiled and said that he was holding the sacred artifact of Beled, which was the vengeful spirit of the pyramid. Luvella understood that such an artifact could take control of all the monsters, but she didn't understand why Zik hadn't broken the pyramid. Mr. Zik immediately threw the pyramid on the floor and pointed his sword at it, saying that it was a wonderful idea. Cardinal Trislova was terrified, cold sweat running down his face because he could not allow the destruction of the great sacred pyramid. The Knights of the Bellid group immediately prepared to carry out their cardinal's order and headed toward Mr. Zik. The Quadruman Knights prepared to defend the young lord who had told them the location of the temple of the Northern Bellid group. Lord Vague immediately activated his forces to speed up the confrontation and attacked the Bellid group. Trislova was confused because Vague was indeed powerful and possessed great strength. The young Lord Zik began tapping his cheek to attract the cardinal's attention. The cardinal of the northern branch of Bellid immediately turned his attention to him because he did not understand what he wanted to say. Zik told him that it was all his fault and immediately began to destroy the pyramid, while Trislova begged him to stop. A few moments later, the artifact was completely destroyed, and Trislova fell to his knees because he realized that he had completely lost. Wig was very angry because he understood that before him was a man who had brought so much pain and grief to everyone and had taken his left hand. The knight of the Bellid group looked at his highness and did not understand why he was so humble and did not resist. As he was distracted, he was immediately killed by the knights of the Quadruman group who had arrived to destroy the squad. Cardinal Bellid Kolun Trislova looked closely at his enemies because he knew that his last moments had come. Wade prepared to launch the final attack and said that the cardinal must accept Lady Karuna's sentence. However, at that very moment, the cardinal began to turn into a large amount of water, and no one understood what was happening. Luvella began to worry greatly about the condition of those around her and prayed for their salvation. When she saw Vague, she was very happy that he was okay and had no visible injuries. They looked at the place where Trislova had been and realized that he had managed to escape at the most crucial moment. Luvella was not upset because she understood that they could join forces and quickly find the cardinal. Looking around, she was confused and very surprised because she had searched every corner of the prayer room. After checking everything carefully, Luvella was confused because she realized that Sir Zik had disappeared along with the cardinal. Trislova was outside the crevice and was very happy that no one knew about this secret passage. He could not accept the fact that the northern division of Bellid had disappeared just like that, and he did not understand why. The cardinal felt the most negative feelings towards Zik, who had destroyed the sacred pyramid in the form of a vengeful spirit. He understood that he had to avenge all his people and punish that gentleman for destroying their temple. Cardinal Trislova thought that torture would be the best option because simply taking a life was too easy. However, Zik interrupted his calm and said that the cardinal was very late with his decisions and choices. Zik looked very pleased and was glad that he had managed to catch up with the cardinal and not let him escape as he had planned. Trislova was confused and did not understand how Mr. Zik had managed to find out about this place, since even the people of Bellid did not know about it. Mr. Zik began to prepare his sword and asked with a laugh why the cardinal was so surprised by his actions. After his words, he quickly moved toward the cardinal because he really wanted to end this confrontation. Zik reminded him that he also knew about a secret passage in the temple that was unknown to the cardinal, and Trislova began to attack him. Mr. Zik diligently dodged his attacks because he understood that his strength was not what it used to be. Trislova tried very hard to attack confidently, but it became much more difficult for him because he only had one hand. At one point, Mr. Zik managed to attack Trislova, who was not ready for it and could not block it. The unexpected blow to his stomach made the cardinal feel sick, and he began to vomit. Zik found it completely unpleasant to look at his opponent, and even covered his nose with his hand because of the terrible smell. Trislova said that he was ready to give up his life, but would do so with pride, like any true Bellid believer. He was sure that he would be able to take revenge on his opponent, even if it was from the other world. However, to his surprise, Zik informed him that he did not plan to take his life because he wanted to cause him a lot of pain. He suggested that the cardinal play a game and said that he should get out of the canyon without falling into the trap set up there while the sand in the hourglass was running out. He explained that if Cardinal Trislova could complete the task, he would release him immediately. Trislova did not know whether to believe him, but Zik confidently shook the hourglass and turned it over, announcing that the time had started. The cardinal of the northern division of Bellid's group decided to give it a try, and immediately began to run forward confidently. He ran forward confidently, looking around because he had no idea what traps might have been set. After a while, he came across the first trap, which was the easiest and most noticeable. Trislova did not look ahead because he was sure that his opponent would chase after him, so he stepped on the nail of the first trap. Only then did he look straight ahead and realize that traps had indeed been set. Trislova was furious, not understanding how his opponent dared to behave properly and set traps. Realizing that the hourglass was not eternal, the cardinal got up and began to move forward to save time. He thought that now he had to be more careful in order to spot the traps immediately. A few seconds later, the cardinal stepped on a thin twig that connected two threads, and the twig broke under the weight of his foot. This was the second trap that could have been avoided if the cardinal had simply looked down. Hit in the face by a large rock, the cardinal was in great pain and felt hurt that someone was playing with him, just for fun. Young Mr. Zik stood on one of the mountains and watched the cardinal's actions, unable to hold back his laughter. Trislova tried to be more careful now and kept thinking about the hourglass, hoping he still had time. He was very careful because he didn't want to fall into any more traps, and was very worried about the amount of time he had left. Suddenly, someone poured a whole bucket of water on him, and the cardinal was even frightened because he did not expect this at all. The cardinal fell to the ground because of the tripwire, and Zik said that this was the last trap that had been set. Trislova got up and continued on his way, and soon he saw the exit from the canyon and was even happy about it. However, he was very worried because he remembered that the condition was the hourglass and did not know if there was any sand left in it. Mr. Zik stood in front of the cardinal and held the hourglass in his hands, which still had a little sand left. Trislova sincerely began to rejoice because he understood that he had succeeded and won, which meant that he would be released. Zik resolutely threw away the hourglass and confirmed that the cardinal had indeed won and was able to reach the exit of the canyon. Trislova looked at the gentleman with hope, but Zik quickly attacked him with his sword and said that it was simply time to end it. His hope vanished immediately because he realized that the last minutes of his life had come. Putting away his sword, Zeke began to laugh, realizing that no one would believe him because he had learned to lie well. Using his foot, Zik pushed Trislo to the ground and said that now he needed to cleanse the soul of his unfaithful servant. Then he said that he would carefully give him the blessing of Karuna, which Belid hated so much and didn't believe in. Trislova begged and pleaded with his enemy to remove the sacred order of Kavirman, not understanding why he was doing this. Mr. Zik placed the urn nearby and said that this way he could atone for the boy whose life he had taken in the village. After that, Zeke began to read a prayer to light Trislova's way to Karuna, and so that the child would not be afraid and would follow the path. He said that the sacred light would cover the cardinal's body so that he could be taken straight to the great Karuna. Zik continued to read the prayer because he understood that this could lead to a confrontation between the beliefs in Bella and Karuna. The cardinal began to feel pain and did not understand what was happening to his body or why Bella had not protected him. A few moments later, Trislova opened his eyes again and realized that he had departed for eternal rest because he no longer felt any pain. Looking around, he realized that everything was white and various fish were floating in the sky like clouds. He sensed a presence nearby and realized that it was most likely Belu who had come to calm his soul. He was sure that the great Belu had come to take him back, and believed that his choice had not been a mistake. However, Trislova saw that the shape began to change, and before him was a man who began to disturb him. A monster similar to Mr. Zik began to form in front of him, walking around him and saying that it was all his fault. Trislova understood that his soul would never find peace and went to his eternal rest. Mr. Zik realized that he had succeeded in taking the life of the cardinal of the northern division of the Belid group. After that, he approached the urn and said that he had fulfilled his duty to him, and that now they could go to a better place. The next day, the temple of the northern division of the Belid group was completely destroyed, and the mission was considered complete. Zik thought about how he and the Keruvimans had managed to completely destroy the entire Belid group, including their sacred pyramid. Wig wanted to take Cardinal Trislov's body, but Zeke had completely different plans because he couldn't allow the Sea Abyss ritual to take place. Wig understood that the young lord was absolutely right and decided not to touch anything and let Zik do everything on his own. Later, all those who remained alive set off on their return journey to the temple of the great Saint Karuna. Hans asked if they should continue to follow Keruviman's people since they had already completed their mission. Zik understood that for now it was in their best interest to continue, especially since they had provided them with shelter and food. However, his pride was slightly hurt because he realized that they had even had to borrow some of Keruviman's strength. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an unfamiliar voice calling Vega, and Zeke decided to see who had met them on their way. Looking around, he noticed that in front of them was a large detachment of knights of the Sacred Order of Karuna. Vague was pleasantly surprised to see Sir Twen, who was leading a large group of knights. Twen said that on the orders of the Holy Father, he was supposed to bring the allied groups of knights, but he saw that he was very late. Mr. Zik began to yawn because he was very tired and wanted to go to rest. However, his attention was drawn to the glow of one of the objects held by the Holy Knight on the opposite side. His face immediately changed because he realized that the person standing right next to him was someone who knew him as the Demon King. Looking closer, he immediately recognized the one who had taken his life before his regression and saw Glenn Zenard. In the evening, everyone went to celebrate their victory over the northern division of the Belids, and Vague said he was very happy about this event. Vague also noted that they had two excellent strong knights who could always be trusted. Vague sat with Zeke and rejoiced with Twen, who was with Zenard, and the commanders praised their knights. Zeke sat there feeling a little nervous because he had not planned for their meeting to happen at that particular time. Glenn Zenard said he was very pleased to meet the new Holy Knight who was under Vague's command. Zeke looked at him with great suspicion because he understood that he probably also remembered well what had happened before the regression. Zik introduced himself and said that even though they were meeting for the first time, he would like to ask him something. Glenn looked very happy and said that of course the knight could ask him anything he wanted, as much as he wanted. Zeke looked at him and asked what he thought about the words that in the next life one must be much kinder. Zeke watched his reaction closely, but Glenn replied that he didn't quite understand what those words could mean. Glenn Zenard was surprised and decided to clarify what exactly his question meant and why he had decided to ask him. The young gentleman Zeke looked at him intently and couldn't understand if he really didn't remember anything or was just pretending. Glenn Zenard looked a little frightened and didn't understand why the knight was behaving so strangely. Wade and Tillen watched the conversation between Karaviman's best knights closely and did not understand what was happening to them. Realizing that the silence was dragging on, Zik turned it into a joke, saying that it was a quote from a novel about a hero, and when he saw Glenn, he immediately remembered it. Captain Tillen also began to laugh, saying that when someone saw Zenard, they really did say that he looked very much like the hero. Zenard began to feel embarrassed, saying that he was being overly praised because there were many knights who were better than him. Luvella agreed with Zenard, saying that Sir Zik was present, who, although not similar to the hero, was much stronger. Zik was very surprised that Lady Luvella herself had decided to praise him in front of everyone. Luvella noted that he did not look like a hero, and Zik reminded her that she had already suffered from judging people by their appearance. Sir Glenn Zenard watched their conversation closely and began to feel angry. Therefore, he couldn't stand it anymore and decided to apologize before interrupting their conversation. Xenard said that the lady who was supposed to become a saint was going too far in her words and judgments. Luvella became very embarrassed and said that she sincerely apologized for her thoughtless words. The captain of the Knights, Tlen, smiled and asked Lady Luvela not to worry or be concerned about anything. Wade also said that no matter how saintly Luvela was, no one could forbid her from teasing her friends. Xenard said that he had probably misunderstood her words and asked her to forgive him. Luvela said that perhaps if she had been left alone, she would not have been able to change so much, and added that it was all thanks to Zeke. Mr. Zik said that he himself had been given a chance to change, and that he hadn't expected it to help Luvela as well. Glenn Zenard was very interested and asked Mr. Zik to tell him exactly what chance he had been given. Zeke understood that Zenard was curious and said that, just like in the novel, there was a man who told him to live a kinder life. He then said that it was because of those words that he decided to do something good for the first time, and that it really changed his life. Glenn asked who that person was, and Zik replied that it was a man whose body was completely imbued with the sense of justice. Zeke admitted that he had initially felt no positive feelings toward good deeds because he had been unlucky. Everyone listened to Zeke, who said that when he met that man, he would definitely tell him that he was trying to follow his advice. Snock and Hans were eating because they had expended a lot of energy, and Zeke added that his life had unexpectedly taken on a positive tone. Zeke smiled and asked if he had been able to answer Mr. Glenzonard's question and satisfy his curiosity. Glenzonard was confused and did not understand what the young gentleman was trying to convey to him. The knights kept watch to make sure everything was in order in the camp, taking turns on duty. Mr. Zik lay down on the bed because he realized that he was very tired after the day's events and did not understand why Glenn was acting that way. He realized that he did not know whether Glenn was reborn or not and did not understand his reaction during the meal. Recalling Zenard's reaction at the table, he thought that in any case, it should not matter much to him now. Zik understood that he simply wanted to demonstrate to Zenard that he was new, and following his advice had indeed begun to live a better life. At the same time, he was really glad that he was traveling with Haynes and Snock, who were helping him. Glenn Zenard couldn't sleep and sat in his tent thinking about the evening and his new acquaintance. He looked at the candle and thought about what kind of person Zik was because he had always been very different. He understood that Zik behaved and looked completely different from the Zik he remembered before his rebirth. Zenard was absolutely certain that the man before him was not the Zik Moore who was the lord of all demons. However, this was also not Zik Crestapal, who was the successor to Mark Count and his direct heir. Then Zenard thought that perhaps the brave Zik was standing before him, but he did not sense any sense of justice in him. At some point, he realized that there was only one option left and that he was indeed facing Zik Chameleon. The only thing Glenn Zenard could not understand was why Zik had come at this particular moment. Zenard understood that he had lived hundreds or even thousands of years longer than all other people, which meant he could make decisions on his own. He understood that he still possessed enormous destructive power, which meant that he could pose a danger at any moment. Glenn was tormented by doubts because he didn't know what to do and whether he should take his life right now. On the other hand, he understood that first he had to understand why he had become a chameleon and whether Luvela could also become a chameleon. Glenn couldn't understand who could have influenced Zeke and even changed his way of thinking and attitude towards life. He knew he had to come up with a good plan and send someone to follow Zeke to keep an eye on him. As he lay down in bed, Glenn decided that after everything that had happened, he would immediately set about stopping Beled's forces and destroying all of his divisions. However, as he closed his eyes, he couldn't understand why Zeke had decided to say such strange words to him at that particular moment. Zenard understood that someone could have indeed directed Zeke in a different direction, but he did not understand who could have done it. In the morning, Zik informed Lady Louvel and Captain Vague of the Knights that they were setting off with Hans and Snock. Louvela said that Sir Zik had come like the wind and left like the wind, but had helped them so much. She understood that it would be better for the young gentleman to rest before the journey, and hoped that they would meet again. Zik looked at his servants' large backpacks and asked curiously if they had really taken everything and not forgotten anything. Hans smiled and replied that they had taken everything necessary and valuable, so they were confident. After that, they decided to ask their master where exactly they were going. Master Zik thought for a moment because he realized that he wanted to start by searching for the sword of power belonging to the demon lord Zeke Moore. The magical sword Tronium possessed enormous destructive power and could withstand any demon or monster. Hans and Snock did not understand what Master Zik was thinking about again, and why he was silent for so long, but they stood and waited for an answer. After a while, Mr. Zeke announced that they were going to the tourist town of Biolouvon. The city was very friendly and peaceful, with residents and tourists strolling through the streets and musicians playing in the square. At one of the shops selling a large variety of delicacies, there was a girl in a hood. The girl was a little confused because she was very hungry but couldn't afford to buy anything. Suddenly, she felt someone touch her head and begin to remove her hood. Her long blonde hair was immediately caught by a light breeze and spread out in different directions. Turning around, the young mage was very surprised because standing in front of her was the young gentleman Zeke. He greeted her and smiled, saying that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and now they had met again. The girl, who possessed magic of the highest rank, was very surprised and embarrassed because she did not expect to see the gentleman. Mr. Zik just stood there looking at her, and a smile appeared on his face because the girl was really very beautiful. Biolawan was a very famous city thanks to its sights, and Zik let his servants off for a day. Hans and Snock were immensely happy to have some free time, and to be able to just walk around the city and eat. Mr. Zik insisted that they must be in the same place at the same time tomorrow, and decided to go get a bite to eat. After looking around the market square, he noticed a food stall nearby and headed there. However, when he approached it and looked at the skewers with various snacks, he was surprised to see a female mage. When the merchant handed Mr. Zik the skewers with food, he immediately gave one to the girl so she could eat. The girl mage did not understand what was happening and decided to ask the young Mr. Zik about it. Zik, enjoying his meal, did not understand her question and asked her to explain what was bothering her. Then the young magician reminded him of what had happened between them not long ago and how he had tried to take her life. Young Mr. Zik made a thoughtful face, showing that he was trying hard to think. Then he laughed and said that true love had begun to blossom between them, which was why he had offered her something to eat. The female mage was very upset by his response and started to leave, but Zik tried to stop her, saying that he was just joking. She asked him to tell her what he wanted from her, and he reminded her that she had not agreed to go on a date with him. The girl looked at him suspiciously and said she wouldn't believe him just like that. And Zeke said he would like to ask her a couple of questions. She said she didn't plan on telling him anything, and Zeke said he would try to find out everything himself if she went on a date with him. The girl was confused and didn't understand why he was so sure she would agree to go on a date with him. Mr. Zik was very kind to her because he understood that she was free to do whatever she wanted. Then he handed her 3 skewers with food and said that he knew exactly what she was thinking about. Smiling, Zik said he was sure she was dreaming about eating all those skewers. The girl took the food from him and they sat down by the fountain to eat in peace. Zik noticed how quickly the girl was eating and realized that she was really very hungry. He realized that if it weren't for the kebabs, he would have spent all his money at that rate. At one point, when the girl was finishing the last skewer, Zik decided to ask his companion her name. After thinking for a moment, he began to worry that it was probably too early to ask her name. Continuing her meal, the girl said her name was Layla and answered very quickly, continuing to chew. Young Mr. Zik looked at her intently because he couldn't hear her name the first time. Then the girl calmly finished eating and said that Layla was her real name and that was what she was called. Layla and Zik then went for a walk around the square because they wanted something to drink and looked at various shops. One of them was selling coffee and Zik bought 2 cups, but he was very surprised because Layla drank hers very quickly. The girl looked very upset because the drink in her cup was gone too quickly and she didn't have time to enjoy it. Then she saw some beautiful dresses in one of the shop windows that caught Layla's attention. Mr. Zik saw this and invited her to go there, and the shop assistant immediately noticed that the girl was very beautiful. Layla then began trying on different dresses and hats because she was a real lady. Mr. Zik paid for one of the dresses, but Layla was not very happy with it because it was the first one she tried on. Afterwards, they went to a tavern and Zik reminded her that he had asked her to choose an outfit because a dressing gown was not appropriate for a date. Layla was not very happy, realizing that Mr. Zik was just having fun and playing with people like dolls. Zik told her that she looked beautiful in any outfit because she was very pretty and therefore looked good in anything. The waiter brought them drinks and Mr. Zik immediately pushed the mug toward her, saying that she should have a refreshing drink. Layla looked at him in surprise because she was a girl and did not plan to drink soft drinks. However, she did not want to offend the young gentleman, so she agreed and began to drink from her mug. Mr. Zik himself did not even touch his mug and waited attentively for Layla to finish drinking. As soon as the girl finished her drink, Mr. Zik leaned toward her and asked if she liked it because he had added poison to it. Layla started laughing, saying that it was a very witty joke because her drink had really refreshed her. Realizing that Layla had not fallen for his provocation, he became very interested in finding out who she was. Then the girl, a high-ranking mage named Layla, smiled and asked him the same question. He didn't understand her question and Layla leaned toward him and asked if he was really Zeke. Zik replied that he hadn't changed his name and that the surname Moore was unfamiliar to him, so he didn't understand her question. Then Layla surprised him a little because she took another mug and said that the surname Brave suited him. Zik was surprised because Layla thought that Zik Brave sounded very good and really suited him. Their attention was drawn to shouting because someone at the next table started shouting and saying that he was a hero and would demonstrate his sword. The second man asked his companion to be quiet because they were talking privately. Then Mr. Zik was very surprised because he immediately recognized the voices of Hans and Snock and did not understand what they were doing there. A group of people standing near the gentleman's servants provoked a confrontation and did not understand why they were not responding. Zik immediately made his way through the crowd to find out what was going on and settle the conflict. Snock explained to the gentleman that they had just come in to eat and talk to Hans, and that these people had started the conflict. The leader of the group was surprised that there were so many heroes in 1 square meter who couldn't even stand up for themselves. One of them saw Layla and asked who the beautiful woman standing behind Zik was, since he couldn't even answer for his servants. Pushing the young gentleman aside, the man immediately headed toward Layla because he wanted to invite her to join them in their fun. Snock realized that the girl with Mr. Zik was the one who had helped them take Lady Bargot's life. Mr. Zik pushed Snock aside and asked him to be quiet and just watch from the sidelines. The hooligan had already approached Layla and, taking her by the shoulder, told her that she must go with them immediately. Layla was furious at such terrible behavior and her eyes filled with anger. Layla immediately pushed away the bully's hand that was trying to take her and put him in his place with a gesture. However, the man was only amused by her actions and began to laugh, saying that she would go with him and his friends anyway. Layla couldn't take it anymore and used her magical power, striking the bully with an electric shock, who immediately fell to the floor. Zeke and Hans were surprised because Layla didn't even utter a spell and simply attacked her opponent. The bully's friend immediately rushed toward Layla with his fists raised, wanting to protect his leader. Layla immediately prepared to use her highest level magical power to protect her own honor and safety. However, her expression changed abruptly because she realized that the young gentleman Zeke was already standing in front of her. He easily stopped the enemy's blow because his strength was many times greater than that of any human. He then attacked the enemy and threw him toward his comrades, hoping they would simply leave. However, they immediately prepared their weapons and began to run toward Mr. Zik in order to avenge their comrades. After sending their enemies to bed, everyone went out to walk around the city, and Zik tried to find out how exactly Layla had defeated her enemies. Layla didn't understand why he hadn't killed them, and Zik replied that she herself had ordered him to be kind. She realized that there was meaning in the young master's words and did not argue with him because he really had done nothing wrong. After that, she looked up at the sky and realized that night was falling, and it was time for her to leave to deal with her own issues. So she told him that Zeke already knew her name and had finished his business, so it was time for her to go. Suddenly, Mr. Zik grabbed her hand and asked her to wait a moment, and Layla did not push his hand away. Haynes and Snock, along with Novum, watched the situation unfold and were pleasantly surprised by this turn of events. Zik looked at Layla longingly and replied that he would be busy tomorrow and would not be able to give her the attention she deserved. So, looking Layla in the eyes, he suggested they meet again in 10 days at the place where they had first met. He explained that he didn't want to part with her like this because he was sure that she also wanted to learn something about him. Layla gently fixed her hair and replied that she agreed to meet him again in 10 days. Then she asked Mr. Zik not to break his promise and simply left, leaving him wondering who she was. He understood that the first thing that was very strange to him was that a high-ranking magician had absolutely no money. Therefore, Zik got the impression that the girl had a lot of knowledge but no experience at all. Hans decided to ask if the gentleman had any special plans because they wanted more money to visit the sites. Zik interrupted his thoughts and after thinking for a moment, said that he would go with them tomorrow to see the sights. Hans and Snook were very surprised by this answer because the young gentleman had always been very serious. However, to their even greater surprise, Zik said that he knew an excellent site that tourists really liked. In the morning, they arrived at the ancient ruins, and Snock did not understand for whom and why such large areas had been built. Zik studied the map carefully because he planned to find Tarim and did not understand where exactly he might be. Then he decided to first go to the place he remembered very well and confidently headed forward. Hans noticed that there was a sign saying, "Do not enter," and said that they should not go there. Mr. Zik completely ignored the signs and confidently continued forward. Suddenly, they heard a very strange sound, and Snock said he heard something strange ahead of them. Hans and Snock noticed that the passage in front of them had suddenly been blocked and realized that there might be something there. Zik realized that this was the secret passage that led directly to the location of the demonic sword. He knew that there had been no such door before the regression, so he decided to go up to it and touch it. Hans was very surprised because he also touched the door, but it did not react to him at all, while it reacted to Sir Zik. Zik was also very surprised because as soon as he touched the barrier, the door immediately began to open. Hans and Snock were surprised because they touched the door, but it did not react to them at all and did not even move. Zik also did not understand why the door only reacted to him, and why there was a very strange restraining energy around it. As he walked forward, Zik was very surprised because he realized that the energy was familiar to him, but he couldn't understand anything. Hansa and Snock noticed that there was some kind of artifact in front of them, and asked Sir Zik to come closer. Zik realized that the energy was growing stronger, and that it was completely unlike the demonic sword he was looking for. His surprise knew no bounds because standing before him was Estelide, the holy sword of Xenard before his regression. Sir Zik stood before Estelide and could not understand why this sword was here. He understood that the sword symbolizing the demonic lord of power, Zeke Moore, was the magical sword Tornrium. Meanwhile, the sword that symbolized the brave knight of the sun, Glen Xenard, was Estelide, the sword of divine power. That was why Zik was so surprised to find that the sword he expected to see was not the one he found here. Hans and Snock examined the sword carefully because they realized that it seemed to be stuck inside the floor. Zik remembered that it was in this very place, before the regression, that the sword that could recognize its master had been left behind, which surprised him. Hans decided to ask the young gentleman if he knew what kind of sword it was, and Zik said that it was a holy sword. Hans and Snock were very surprised because they had not expected to see a holy sword. Hans understood that the man who could rescue Estelle would surely become a true hero. Snock and Hans immediately exchanged glances because they understood that the sword knew its master and would not let anyone else touch it. Snock asked the gentleman for permission to try to pull out the sword, and Zik gave him permission. Zik reminded him that they were connected to Novum, so the sword would probably reject him, but he gave his permission anyway. Snock grabbed the sword with both hands and tried with all his might to pull it out of the stone floor. Hans watched, supporting his friend in the hope that he would succeed and become a hero. However, Snock was unable to do anything, as he had expected, so he returned to his team a little disappointed. Novum immediately began to rejoice that his master had returned and had not become a hero, so he began to hug him. Snock loved his mole very much and said that he didn't need the holy sword because he already had his beloved Novum and his strength. Hans suggested that Mr. Zik try it because the door had opened for him when they were walking through the ruins. Mr. Zik refused because he knew he couldn't handle that sword since it had taken his life. So he suggested that Hans accept the challenge, even though Hans was worried because he knew he wouldn't be able to do it. Mr. Zik was very surprised, so he suggested that Hans try at least once. Their conversation was interrupted by approaching footsteps, and Hans put his hand on the hilt of the sword because he did not know who might be coming. Mr. Zik realized that it was probably people who had come to test themselves and try to become heroes. However, listening closely, he realized that the footsteps were too confident and began to think that it might be Glen Zerold. Seeing a single person approaching, Mr. Zik was even more surprised because he had not expected to see her in such a place. Layla appeared before them, walking down the opposite corridor, her clothes looking rumpled. Lila saw the young gentleman and also did not understand what he was doing among the ruins with his team. The young Mr. Zick did not expect to see her here at all because they had agreed to meet only in 10 days. However, a group of people were running after Layla trying to catch her like a mouse in a mousetrap. Quickly assessing the situation, Zick immediately asked the young lady to crouch down and attacked her opponents who were running after her. Layla immediately crouched down to the ground, and all those who were running after her were killed with a single attack. After that, the young gentleman held out his hand to Lady Layla and asked if they were her new friends. Layla said that they were not her friends because he had seen that they were chasing her, and Zick decided to ask why they were running after her. Layla remained silent because she had no idea what to say in that situation. Zick heard more footsteps rapidly approaching and realized that the high-ranking mage was a very popular person. Then a group of hooded people appeared in front of them, carefully assessing the situation. Mr. Zick showed them his sword and asked who they were and why they were chasing the young lady. He immediately thought that they were Beled's men because he realized that they were wearing very similar uniforms with dark hoods. The leader of the group said that they had to change their plan and leave only the boy and the core alive and no one else. Mr. Zick and Lady Layla immediately prepared for battle because they knew that they were facing dangerous people. The group of hooded people immediately began attacking their enemies and carrying out their leader's orders. Hans tried to fight back because there were so many of them, but it was very difficult for him. Snock used Novum's power to protect his team, so rocks began to appear around them. The enemies were frightened by Novum's power, but tried to resist because they were obliged to obey their leader's orders. Hans was also very surprised because Snock was getting stronger and stronger with each passing moment and was displaying new abilities. Zick realized that their enemies were too strong, and because the room was confined, Layla's magic could be dangerous. Layla desperately used lightning and electricity spells to neutralize the enemies who were chasing her. Mr. Zick noticed that the leader of the enemies possessed great abilities comparable to those of a subordinate devil. However, without the Demon Lord's sword, it was practically impossible to stand against such a person. While Zick was thinking about all this, he lost his concentration and was attacked by the enemy leader, sustaining an injury. The leader of the enemies began to laugh, saying that Zick's abilities were too weak for the level he had claimed. He then attacked him, and Layla, Hans, and Snock were very surprised that the young gentleman had missed the attack. The enemy captain's advisor reported that Zick was near Estelade and that it might not be safe. The enemy captain laughed at Zick, realizing that there was no way he could pull out the holy sword. So he turned his back on Zeke and told his team that they should deal with everything right there and then. Hans and Snock looked frightened because the enemy captain had ordered his servants to take their lives. Pointing at Layla, he said that they had to take her alive because they would need her later. Suddenly, the enemy captain turned around because he felt a very strange energy of divine power emanating from Estelle. All the enemies were attacked, and Hans and Snock did not understand how Sir Zeke had been able to draw the holy sword and become its master, a hero. Layla was also very surprised because in all versions, Zick had never been able to touch Estellide. Zick stood on his last legs, holding Estelle in his arms to protect his comrades. Young Sir Zick himself did not understand what was happening because he did not expect Estellide to accept him as her master. He looked at the sword and realized that he could not even imagine that one day he would be able to wield such a sword. Layla looked at Mr. Zick and did not understand why he had pulled out the sword of divine power. He said that if it weren't for the sword, they would all have lost their lives. But Layla didn't know what to do because the sword wasn't hers to begin with. Zick reminded her that he was holding the holy sword of Estelle, which could not be obtained by an unworthy person. Layla looked at him and remained silent because she did not understand how he had managed to draw such a sword. She said that he couldn't be worthy of the Sword of Light, but Zick said that otherwise the sword wouldn't have accepted him. Zick tried to put the sword back because he realized he wasn't going to use it, as it didn't suit him at all. Layla decided to ask young Mr. Zeke how he knew how to use this weapon. Zick replied that it didn't matter because he wasn't going to use it and planned to find another sword. Then Layla decided to ask him directly if he really planned to take the Tornium with him. Passing by Layla, the young gentleman replied only that she had understood everything correctly. Seeing Hans and Snock, Mr. Zick was very surprised that they had managed to stay alive. He informed them that if they were finished, it was time to go because their destination was not here, but Layla approached from behind. Layla silently took Mr. Zick by the hand and led him back toward the ruins with great confidence. She brought him back to Estelade and told him that he must take it back immediately and start using it. Hans and Snock didn't understand what was happening, and Zick said he didn't want to take the sword because it had an owner, and he wanted to take Tornium. Layla shouted that he had promised to live as a good man, so he was obliged to take Estelade with him, and not Tornium. Mr. Zick said that even though Tornium was called a dark sword, that didn't mean that only dark magicians with evil intentions could use it. Layla thought about it and held Zick's hand the whole time, not wanting to let him go because she believed that everything had to be right. After thinking for a moment, she said that he must take Estelle because the sword itself had accepted him as its master. Mr. Zick pondered Layla's words because he understood that she was probably right about something. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his finger and saw that a key that distorted fate was beginning to appear there. He didn't understand what was happening to him or why his finger had suddenly become so painful after she touched it. Suddenly, the appearance of the sword began to change, and everything around it was enveloped in a divine glow and flame. Zick couldn't understand what was happening or why everything around him was changing so rapidly. Hans and Snock watched closely, unable to understand what was happening or how to stop it. Hans, Snock, and Novum were very worried about the young Master Zeke because they couldn't see what was happening. Zick decided to ask Layla if she had done it, why, and what was going on. Layla replied that she had done nothing at all and that it was divine power, not magic, that surrounded them. She looked closely at Estelle and realized that the sword was trying hard to transport them to another place. Zick realized that the sword had indeed pulled them in too strongly, and that there was simply no way back. So he decided to turn to Hans and Snock and tell them that he would stay in this area for the time being. He then told them that if he didn't return, they should go back to the hotel and wait for him there. Hans said that only he could open the door, and Zeke replied that they could take the road Layla had come from. Layla realized that the road she had come from was completely destroyed, so she decided to use magic. Layla wanted to save the guys, so she sent Hans her ring and told him that it would help them open any passage. Zeke decided to joke because he was surprised that Lady Layla always had everything with her. After a while, Zeke and Layla began to sink into the divine light emanating from the sword. Hans and Snock asked them to be more careful and cautious because none of them knew where the sword would take them. Mr. Zick said that they should not worry about him and asked them to worry more about themselves. Then they simply disappeared, and Hans, Snock, and Novum realized that only Estelle's sword remained before them. Snock was worried and hoped that everything would be all right with Sir Zick, while Hansa reassured him that everything would definitely be fine. Then Snock decided to ask what exactly they would do while waiting for their master, since they were in the middle of ruins. Hans thought for a moment and, looking around, saw a group of Bellids, so he suggested robbing them while they waited for their master. After a while, they managed to collect a whole bag of gold coins, so many that they had to use a cloak to carry them. Snock told Hans that they couldn't take everything with them because there were too many coins and artifacts. Hans looked again at Estelle's holy sword and realized that he had not tried to pull it out of the stone floor. Then he told Snock that he really wanted to try to pull out such a sword once and headed towards it. Hans approached the sacred sword and took it in both hands to try to lift it. Snock watched his friend closely and wished him luck because he was worried about him and wanted to support him. Suddenly, Hansa and Snock heard the approaching footsteps of a large number of people and were even a little frightened. Hans realized that it was Belid's men again and told Snock to get ready to attack right away. Realizing that there were too many enemies, they decided to run away as quickly as possible because they couldn't defeat them. The group of people were very surprised to see only two young men who could not possibly kill their captain. Snock didn't know what to do because there were too many enemies and they were all hostile. Hans understood that they had no choice but to fight. He asked Snock to cover him and immediately went to attack the enemies because he knew they had to do it. Hans tried very hard and asked Snock to cover him by throwing rocks at the enemies. Snock actively used Novum's power because he knew that they had no one else and no one could help them. He understood that he had to capture at least one person so that Mr. Zick could interrogate them later. However, their enemies were very strong because they could block Novem's attacks with their swords. Hans understood that the space was confined, so it was very difficult for Snock to use his powers. At one point, he got distracted and was wounded in the leg, which he did not expect at all. Hans realized that he had made a big mistake because he had been distracted and was immediately attacked. The opponents were delighted that they had managed to eliminate one of their enemies and make their task easier. Snook was very upset because he knew that without Hans, he would not be able to defeat all of his opponents alone. Hans tried to forget his pain and return to the fray to deal with the situation. He knew that this couldn't go on because the difference in strength was too great, and he looked at Escalette again. He thought that if they could get Estelle, they might be able to become as strong as Sir Zick. So Hansa resolutely pushed one of his opponents away to try to grab the holy sword. He immediately grabbed the hilt of Estelle's sword, and the group of enemies began to laugh, saying that his strength was too weak. They all started laughing loudly at him, and Snock didn't understand why Hans decided to try to take the light sword again. Hans paid no attention to them and held the sword because he hoped he could save Snock and himself. He remembered the words of Sir Zick, who had told him that he must fight with all his might until the very end. Zick told him that he must rise up no matter what and stand until the very end no matter what. Hans understood that he was just hoping, even though there was only a faint glimmer of hope left inside him, that he could save himself and Snock. To the surprise of all his enemies who couldn't believe their eyes, Estelle accepted Hans, and he was able to pull him out. Snock looked at Hans with hope and realized that he could become the worthy hero who was meant to save them. Hans felt a strange sensation because Estelle's power was completely filling his body. The enemies began to run toward Hans because they realized that he must not be allowed to get used to the power of the sword. Snock begged Hans to swing his sword as quickly as possible because he knew they had very little time. Hans raised Estellite and told his enemies that he was completely ready for their attacks. His opponents immediately rushed toward him and Hans tried to swing the holy sword. Meanwhile, Zeke and Layla found themselves in the place where the holy sword had transported them. Looking around, the young Master Zick noticed that they were back in the same room. Layla tried to use her magic but realized that teleportation did not work in this place. Then Zick realized that they had no choice but to walk around and check everything out. Zick also decided to find out what Layla had been doing among the ruins and who those people were who had been running after her so quickly. Lila bowed her head and remained silent because she didn't know if she had the right to give him honest answers. Zick asked her not to be silent because he believed that, no matter who he was in her eyes, he deserved an answer because he had saved her. Lila replied that she had no idea why, and Zick reminded her that she had an excellent memory. She thought about it because she realized that she had been called a core, which meant that there was something very important in her memory, but she didn't understand what it was. Suddenly, Zeke started screaming in pain again and held his hand because he had no idea what was happening. Lila asked what was wrong with him, and young Mr. Zick replied that his finger was hurting very badly. Looking at his hand, Lady Lila realized that there were no wounds on it, so she didn't understand what exactly was hurting him. Zick said that he felt as if his fingers were on fire from the inside, and Lila examined his hand carefully. She then asked him to wait a moment because she thought she saw something in his fingernail, but couldn't figure out what it was. Looking closely at his fingers, Zeke saw that there was a key that distorted fate under one of his fingernails. Meanwhile, Hans was actively fighting his enemies with the help of the holy sword that had accepted him as its master. The group of enemies realized that they couldn't defeat him, so they decided to simply run away. Hans was surprised by Estelle's strength because he had a feeling that he could defeat anyone. At one point, he realized that he needed to calm down because Sir Zick had always said that self-control was the most important thing. One of the opponents prepared to use a special potion with demonic energy, not thinking he would have to use it. Snock saw one of their opponents start drinking a potion that gave him dark, powerful strength. Seeing this, Snock immediately realized that Hans could be in danger, so he immediately started shouting at Hans to warn him. Looking at the enemy, they were surprised because he began to resemble the monster they had seen in Osprin. After transforming, the monster immediately ran toward Hans because he knew he had to avenge his captain. Hans knew that he had the holy sword in his hands, which filled his body with divine energy, so he was careful. He immediately directed a sphere of stable light toward his enemy as his first attack. However, Hans saw that this would be completely useless against the monster and began to think about how to use the light sword correctly. The enemy, in the form of a huge monster, watched Hans closely because he knew he had to take the sword from him. Hans knew that he was not as strong as Sir Zeke, who could defeat monsters with a single blow. He believed that he simply had to deal with all of this because he had learned a lot from Mr. Zik and was confident in his abilities. At one point, he even thought that Mr. Zik himself had given him a sign of approval for his actions. Therefore, Hansa decided to stand his ground and not give up, even in the face of the huge monster standing next to him. During the confrontation, he thought about all the teachings of Sir Zik, who had carefully trained him and taught him all his skills. The monster was very surprised that the young man was able to block his attack and stand up to him so confidently. Hans continued to be guided by Sir Zik's teachings and realized that he was beginning to succeed. The monster was furious and couldn't understand how an ordinary young man had not only become the master of the great sword, but could also use it. Hans was determined to keep going because he had promised the sword that he would protect Snock and his own life. A few moments later, he easily cut off the monster's head and sent it to its eternal rest. Focusing, Hans immediately repeated the procedure with the other enemies who were attacking him. He remembered Zik's advice to quickly study his opponent's weaknesses and act decisively. Therefore, he managed to quickly deal with all his enemies without expending too much energy. Snock and Hansa were very happy because they had managed to win and save their own lives. Snock was thrilled with Hans's actions, who had proven himself truly worthy of the holy sword. Suddenly, one of the enemies told them that they would lose their lives anyway when they learned the terrible secrets of this city. Hans and Snock looked very frightened because the enemy had told them that everything would be completely destroyed. Meanwhile, Lane and Zik looked at each other because Zik had begun to hold the key that distorted fate in his hand. Mr. Zik looked closely at Layla and asked her if she knew what it was. Layla said that something was definitely bothering her, but she wasn't sure what it was, so she couldn't answer his question. Mr. Zik watched her reaction closely and realized that she was not deceiving him and was indeed telling the truth. Suddenly, the key began to shake and point them in a direction, so Mr. Zik and Lady Lila decided to go in that direction. Zik looked at Layla and said that he thought they would have to walk too far. He then added that he had many questions for her that he would like to have answered. Layla remained silent, and Zik said that he would be happy to hear any answers from her, even the most insignificant ones. She was silent for a while, then replied that she was ready to answer the questions she knew the answers to. Zeke and Lila understood that they probably had a very long journey ahead of them, so they set off. After a while, Lila decided to ask Mr. Zeke if he had decided what exactly he wanted to ask her, and he replied that he had a rough idea. Lila thought for a moment and decided to warn him that she was only willing to answer 3 questions and no more. Zeke was upset because he didn't understand why she would do that since he had so many questions, but Lila replied that those were her conditions. He thought about it and asked what would happen if she couldn't answer a question, since she clearly had some memory problems. Lila thought about it because something strange was indeed happening to her, and she couldn't remember much from her past. After thinking about it, she asked him not to worry because she said that if she couldn't answer, she wouldn't count it as a question. Mr. Zik thought about it and said he was ready to ask the first question, then asked her what her real name was. Lila didn't understand his strange question because she had already told him her name, and it was her real name. Zik was surprised and admitted that it was a pseudonym she had made up on the spot and not her real name. He reminded her that those strange people had called her Yadro, so he was sure she had a completely different name. Lila thought about it because she was sure that she couldn't be called Kor and only remembered herself as Lila, so she considered that her name. Young Mr. Zik thought about it because he had no idea how to interpret it correctly. He remembered clearly that the people who had been chasing her had called her Kor and nothing else. Then he thought that maybe she wanted to give up her real name or really didn't remember it at all. Zik thought about it and decided to ask her how she knew everything she had told him, hoping that this would help him deal with the situation. To his surprise, Lila replied that she knew everything from her dreams, and he didn't understand what kind of dreams and asked her to give him a detailed answer. Lila replied that she constantly had dreams in which she saw the future of 2 people who were on opposite sides. She added that one of them holds a sacred sword and is a knight of the sun who has come to protect the world. The second one was holding a dark magic sword and looked down on the same world as a powerful demon lord. Layla confessed that in her dream she felt the fate and life of each of them as if she had lived their lives instead of them. Zig decided to ask how these dreams ended, and Layla replied that they always ended differently because either one of them won or neither did. She confessed that no matter how her dream ended, in each one there was a confrontation between the Knight of the Sun and the Demon Lord. Zeke wanted to know more specific details about the version where everything turned out well, but Layla replied that she didn't know because her memory was incomplete. Zig tried to understand what it meant that her memory was incomplete, but Layla went ahead and said that his 3 questions were over. Mr. Zik asked her to stop because he wanted to ask just one more question, as the previous ones weren't really questions. Layla turned around and decided to ask why he was so obsessed with questions, because she was sure he was in the same situation as her. She looked at him and said that he had also seen information about his future, which was why he was trying so hard not to become Zeke Moore, the Demon King. Layla didn't understand why Zeke had stopped, and Zeke didn't expect her to have thought that about him all this time because he had been reborn. Zeke thought about it because he realized that Lila had seen in her dream what had happened between him and Glenn Zenard before he underwent regression. He began to realize that of all the possible futures, he had achieved the one in which he lost his life, and this upset him greatly. Then he turned to Lila and said that he had one last question, and he had thought about it carefully and was ready to ask her right now. Lila looked at him and tried to guess what question the young gentleman who did not want to be the Lord of Demons had decided to ask her. Zeke looked very focused and looked straight into her eyes, then decided to ask her what her favorite color was. Lady Lila was very surprised because she had not expected such a strange and simple question. Seeing her surprise, Zeke spread his arms and repeated his question about her favorite color, not understanding how she could forget something so simple. Lila still didn't understand why he had asked her such a strange question and replied that she had always liked the color white. Upon hearing her answer, Zeke realized that she had probably told him her name was Lila because the petals of the flower with the same name were white. Zeke replied that he had no more questions, and Lila was surprised that he was really ready to end the conversation. Zeke turned to her and said that he had one more question, but it wasn't a question, just simple curiosity. He decided to recall her words about seeing different versions of the future and asked if she thought he would become Zeke Moore. Zeke understood that she had seen many possibilities in her dreams, but she couldn't remember any of the details. Lila looked straight into his eyes and thought about her answer because she herself did not understand what exactly she could expect from him. She replied that she didn't think he would become Zeke Moore, and Zeke was surprised, so he decided to ask her if she was telling the truth. Lila admitted that she couldn't be sure whether he was following the path she had seen or not, but she admitted that he had never held a sword. Zeke realized that the mere fact that he had been able to rescue Estelle had set him on a path to a future she had never seen in her dreams. Lila confirmed his thoughts and said that when they returned, he must take the sacred sword and not look toward Tornium. Zeke turned away and said that he didn't want to do that at all because he liked Tornium better and it suited him. At one point, they stopped because the key in Zeke's hand began to behave strangely and fill the space with blue light. Stopping, they began to look around because they realized that something else was happening. Looking ahead, they saw silhouettes of different people made of darkness and glowing green. Night was falling on the city, and residents and tourists alike began to leave the shopping areas because it had already grown very dark. The leader of the group, Belid, stood on a mountain ledge and waited for his loyal servants, whom he had sent on a special mission to return. After a while, he noticed that not all the groups had returned and realized that the result was unsatisfactory. The informants apologized and reported that the search parties had not returned and that there had been no contact with them. The leader of the group was concerned because this result was too poor for them and their current plans. He realized that the first stage of their mission had been completely botched and asked them to immediately proceed to the second stage. The leader looked closely at the people who were enjoying themselves and couldn't even imagine what awaited them next. He was happy with his own thoughts because he realized that it was just wonderful that the residents knew nothing at all. Hans and Snock returned to the hotel because they were very tired and wanted to rest properly after what had happened. However, Snock couldn't fall asleep because he was very disturbed by the words of his opponents, and he asked Hans if he was already asleep. Hans replied that everything would be fine with Sir Zik because they had never seen him suffer or worry before. Snook understood that Hans was absolutely right, but he was still worried because a whole day had already passed. Hans understood that Snock was absolutely right, but he also knew that their worries could not change or fix anything. Snock and Hans understood that they really needed to gather their strength now to be ready for any turn of events. Hans was sure that Sir Zik would be able to handle everything on his own, especially since he had a girl with great magical powers with him. Snock calmed down a little because he understood that Hansa was completely right and decided to trust his words. Hans admitted that he was also very worried about the words of one of their enemies, who had said that the city would be filled with fear and terror. Snock suggested that the man had said this on purpose because he knew that his last moments were coming. Hans thought for a moment and realized that he wanted to ask Snock a personal question, so he turned to him and called out to him. He asked what Snock would do if nightmares really came to the city and he was in danger. Hans was very surprised because Snock said that no matter how scary it was, he would stay to protect the people. He added that he had to fulfill his duty alongside Novum, no matter how scared he was, and that he wouldn't abandon the people or run away just like that. Hans agreed with Snock's reasoning because he understood that he had been chosen by the sacred sword and he couldn't just run away either. Suddenly, they heard very strange sounds coming directly from the street. The young men immediately went to the window to assess the situation and understand what was happening. The residents were screaming and trying to run away because a huge number of large, powerful monsters had invaded the village. All the residents were very frightened and had no idea where to run because there were too many monsters around. Hans and Snock looked out the window intently and couldn't believe that these were the nightmares their enemy had spoken of, before falling into an eternal sleep. Meanwhile, Zik and Layla slowly moved forward, not understanding what was happening, and Zik prepared his sword just in case. Zik sensed something strange, and since his senses had never failed him, he gripped the hilt of his sword even tighter. Layla looked around and realized that there was something very strange with a dangerous energy directly above them, and asked Zik to pay attention. Zik looked up and realized that there really was something very strange above them, something that looked like a monster or some kind of creature. This thing began to attack, and Sir Zik reacted quickly, blocking the attack with his sword and striking back. To his surprise, the thing was completely destroyed by a single blow from his ordinary sword. Zik didn't understand what it was or why it had appeared so suddenly, because it completely disappeared as if nothing had ever been there. Layla looked ahead and said that a large number of silhouettes possessing the same strange energy were heading toward them. Zik realized that he was being attacked from all sides, and tried to remain calm so as not to miss any attacks. At one point, he reported that there were too many of them all at once, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to fight them off. Some of them turned their own hands into large arrows that were aimed directly at Lila and Zeke. Seeing this, Lila began to use her magical abilities to defend herself and attack in order to clear the way and move forward. Mr. Zeke realized that there was no end to these monsters, and he couldn't understand what was happening or why they were there. After a while, he decided to ask Layla if she knew anything about these guys, and she replied that she knew nothing about them. Zik realized that it was too complicated because they couldn't even imagine where the tunnel was leading. Lila was puzzled, and Zeke didn't understand how long this would last because they needed to get back quickly. Lila understood that the gentleman was worried about his students, but Zeke said he wasn't worried about them because he had trained them personally. Zeke admitted that each of his students had willpower and talent and had performed well during training, but they were too dreamy. Lila was a little puzzled because she didn't understand how ordinary, simple dreams could possibly get in the way. Zik explained to her that one should always be prepared and focused and ready to accept the last moments of life, rather than dreaming about something else. He also reminded her that he had told her in the bar that his students simply dreamed of becoming heroes, without understanding the full responsibility that came with it. Lila was very surprised because she didn't understand how people who dreamed of becoming heroes could serve a master like Zeke. Zeke began to laugh, saying that he didn't see anything wrong with that because he knew more about heroes than even the heroes themselves. Lila thought about it for a moment and realized that whatever the case with dreams like that, they had to act very quickly. Mr. Zik thought for a moment because he didn't understand what Layla meant by her words. Meanwhile, in the city, monsters were actively attacking peaceful residents and chasing innocent children who were very frightened. One of the boys tried to run away from the monsters as far as he could, but at some point he simply stumbled and fell to the ground. The boy was very frightened because he realized that he had lost precious time and would not be able to simply get up and run away. Tears streamed from his eyes because he saw the monster right in front of him and realized that there was so much he would never get to know about life. Suddenly, Hans appeared before him with a sacred sword, realizing that his sense of responsibility was not keeping pace with his skills. He believed that nothing dangerous could happen with such a sword in his hands, so he tried very hard to fight the powerful monsters. Meanwhile, Zik and Layla looked around during the confrontation and began to suspect that they were at the shadow base. They realized that there were too many shadows around them, and all of them possessed strange powers ranging from minor to supreme. Layla lost her patience and ordered everyone to get out of the way and clear the path for them, then cast a powerful high-level spell. All the shadows stopped as if enchanted and began to dissolve in the rays of magical light that enveloped them from all sides. Even Mr. Zik was a little frightened because he understood that Lady Layla's power was mightily destructive. He looked around and realized that there was no longer a single shadow that could block their path or slow them down. Layla assessed the situation, easily fixed her hair, and announced that she had completely dealt with the situation, meaning they could continue on their way. Zik was not very happy and asked if she had deliberately hit him during her magical attack, but Layla said he was exaggerating. The key that distorted fate began to stir again, and Zeke and Lila realized that they had almost reached the place where the sword had invited them. Zeke and Lila rushed forward because they wanted to finish as quickly as possible and return to the city. Suddenly, Zeke stopped and was very surprised because he had no idea what was right in front of him. He realized that in front of them was a sword with a very strange shape, similar to tree roots. Suddenly, the key that distorted fate flew out of his hands and began to move on its own, while Layla watched it closely. The key that distorted fate flew toward the strangely shaped sword and began to become part of it. Zik and Layla were very surprised because the key that distorted fate looked like a missing piece of the strangely shaped sword. Before their eyes, the sword began to change shape, and Layla was surprised because she had never seen anything like this in her dreams before. Layla was sure that the sword was calling Mr. Zik and suggested that he try to pull it out of the stone floor. Zik understood that the key that distorted fate had been completely absorbed by the sword, which meant that the sword was the body of the key. Zik calmly lifted the sword and was very surprised because it was warm and felt like he was holding a human hand. Suddenly, the sword began to envelop him with its energy, and young Mr. Zik realized that it was most likely some kind of spell. Zik began to sink completely into a magical core that enveloped him with its magical rays. Layla did not understand what was happening or why the young gentleman was disappearing so suddenly inside the very bright light. After a while, the light began to dissipate, and Layla tried to see Zik to understand what state he was in. Zik looked very happy and held a sword in his hands that glowed, and he thought it was truly amazing. Meanwhile, in the city, Hansa was trying to fight off the monsters that were attacking ordinary residents and scaring them. The boy thanked his knight for saving him and giving him the opportunity to escape from this nightmare. It was very difficult for Hansa to block the monster's attack, but he tried very hard because he was overwhelmed with a sense of responsibility. At one point, Hansa managed to push the monster away and jump back to get a chance to swing his sacred sword. After defeating one monster, Hans ordered Snock to immediately evacuate all the people, especially those outside the gates. The knights defending the tourist town tried to resist the monsters, but they were too few and lacked the necessary skills. The monsters continued to attack the town, and they were all completely different, because some were slightly weaker than the others. Hans realized that the monsters were advancing and becoming too numerous, making it increasingly difficult for him to fight them off. Snock returned and reported that he had evacuated all the residents outside the gates. Later, Hans asked him to completely block the other gates. Snock began to use Novum's powers because he wanted to help Hans. So he began to carry out his orders. The arriving monsters began trying to pass through the blocked gates and tried to break through the rocks to get into the city. Watching what was happening, Hans praised Snock for his work and said that they would start with the monsters that were inside the city. Snock and Hansa began to actively attack the monsters in order to defeat them and reduce their numbers inside the gates. Snock, the knights, and Hansa actively began to fight the monsters in order to bring the sweet taste of victory closer and save the peaceful residents and children. After a while, Snock ran up to Hansa and reported that there were no monsters left inside the castle. Hans was very happy that they had managed to stop the monsters inside the castle, which meant that their numbers had been greatly reduced. In addition, they managed to gain some time, and additional knights arrived to lend a hand and increase their power and strength. Hans realized that now they could open the gates and resist the monsters arriving again. However, he began to worry greatly, not understanding if this was the entire nightmare that the enemy in the ruins had spoken of, or if there was something else. Hans did not have time to finish his thoughts before he realized that a large explosion had occurred right behind him, and he was very surprised because he had not expected this. Hans, Snook, and the knights turned around because they heard the ground beneath their feet begin to shake, and something was coming straight toward them. When the dust and dirt began to clear, they saw a huge number of monsters rushing straight at them. The knights realized that there was no time to waste, so they immediately rushed into battle to stop the monsters that were running toward them. To Hans and Snock's surprise, a large sword flew straight at the knights, instantly killing them all, and Hans was terrified by this. Following the sword's path, they saw that it had been returned by a man wearing a black hood like those from the ruins. The enemy looked closely at Hans and turned to the man holding Estelle to find out who he was. The hooded man was furious because he did not understand what was happening, or why Estelle was in the hands of a man he did not know. Meanwhile, the knights tried to resist the monsters that were actively passing through the gates and attacking their enemies. Hans looked around to assess the situation and understood the words of one of his enemies in the ruins, because a real nightmare had come to the city. There were too many monsters, and they all possessed incredible power, which greatly complicated the situation, and Hans did not understand how they could survive. The arriving knights who were part of the reinforcement group tried to help, but their strength was too small compared to that of the monsters. At some point, the knights realized that they had to attack the leader of the monsters, who was completely unknown to them and hid his face with a hood. Their enemy believed in the power of the deity Vale and therefore easily used dark demonic power to strengthen his subjects. Seeing the knights approaching him, he easily inflicted damage on them with his sword, and the knights did not know what tactics to use. The hooded leader diligently used his sword skills to protect himself and fight the knights. The monsters that used special magical potions grew larger and stronger, and the knights were terrified at the sight of them. One of the knights found himself surrounded by 3 monsters and realized that his last moments were probably coming, which terrified him. Suddenly, Snock ordered everyone to quickly press themselves to the ground so that he could use Novum's power to its fullest extent to protect himself. The knight immediately began to press himself to the ground and noticed that the monsters were indeed being attacked with rocks and large stones. Hans asked to be left with one of the monsters so that he could also help and take part in the fight. The knight began to realize that he might still live and was surprised to see someone approach him and hand him his own sword. Snock handed the knight his personal sword and said that their situation had changed a little, and they now had another chance to win. Snock looked at Novum and shouted to all the knights to pull themselves together, because every man was now important. After that, he and Hans immediately headed for the remaining monsters to attack them and reduce their numbers. The knights looked at the young men in amazement because they realized that they were very strong and brave, and were confidently moving forward. Hans remembered everything that Mr. Zick had taught him and actively fought the monsters with his skillful swordplay. Snock actively assisted him with the destructive power of Novum and his ability to wield large rocks. To strengthen their own forces, Snock and Novum tried to create a huge stone monster to fight their enemies. The members of the enemy group were a little frightened because they had never seen such a large and controllable monster before. The commander of the knights carefully assessed the situation and began to realize that they had a real chance of victory. He understood that the young men were very strong and were on their side, so he ordered his knights to forget the word fear. The knights immediately obeyed their commander's order and rushed forward to fight the monsters more effectively. Thus, Hans and Snock's team of knights began to approach victory and tried to advance confidently through the monsters. The leader of the enemy group was dissatisfied with these results because the second stage of his plan had taken a completely different turn. Hans skillfully wielded the sacred sword that had accepted him as its master, which completely proved his right to be a hero of the new era. At one point, he sensed an unfamiliar aura rapidly approaching him from behind, so he decided to trust his instincts completely. Turning around, he immediately saw that the leader of the opponents was trying to attack him, so he immediately blocked the blow with his sword. Hans put all his strength into Estellade's sword and filled it with his aura because he was facing a very strong opponent, and it was difficult for him. The leader of the enemy group was very surprised because he realized that it was also very difficult for him to resist the sacred sword. He couldn't understand how a young man with so little strength and skill could wield Estelle so confidently. It became very difficult for Hans to hold back his blow because he realized that he was still not very experienced, but he tried to believe in himself. Meanwhile, Zik and Layla suddenly returned to the ruins and noticed that something strange had happened there. Zeke didn't understand how this was possible and thought that Layla had used advanced magic to transport them to another place. However, to his great surprise, Layla said that she had nothing to do with it and was sure that it was the true power of the sword. Layla said she wasn't entirely sure, but she felt that she was probably right in her thinking. Zik carefully examined the new sword in his hands and did not understand what power it possessed, if it could move them through space and time. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a loud noise coming from above, and he decided to listen carefully to understand what was happening. Then Zik realized that a battle was taking place above, and that someone was trying to storm the entire city that lay above the ruins. Zik realized that they simply had to get outside first to assess the situation and understand what was happening. As he walked down the corridor, Zik noticed that there were many lifeless bodies, and thought that this was the work of Hans and Snog. He couldn't understand how they could have dealt with so many people who were so strong and skilled. After carefully examining the hall, Zik realized that Estelid was no longer there and didn't understand who could have gotten to him. Remembering Snock's several unsuccessful attempts, Zik realized that Estelid had most likely managed to extract Hans from the stone. Putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, Zik realized that they needed to get outside as soon as possible to find out what was happening in the city. However, he realized that Layla was in no hurry and did not understand what was happening to her, so he decided to find out what had happened. Layla looked at the young gentleman and said that it was all because of her that such drastic changes had taken place. Zik couldn't understand what Layla was trying to tell him, so he asked her to give him some kind of explanation. Layla looked at him and said that she was to blame because the Bellid group had originally come for her. Zik was very puzzled because he didn't understand what was so special about Layla and her power, and why the Bellid group had organized a chase after her. Layla remained silent and just looked hopefully at the young Mr. Zeke, hoping that he would be able to protect her. Zik couldn't understand how anyone could make such a fuss and storm an entire city just for one ordinary person. Layla remained silent, and Zik looked at her intently, thinking that she was indeed very important. She looked intently at Zik, who continued to think deeply about something for a long time. After a few moments, he said that everything was actually happening because of him, so he asked Layla not to even think about it. Layla was very surprised, and Zeke continued to say that only very insecure people would attack a city to capture one person. Zeke said that they should go upstairs first to see if Bellid's group had really come for her. Layla was very upset because she understood that it could be very dangerous upstairs, and she had completely run out of strength. Zeke reassured her and said that everything would be fine because, even though they had very little time, he felt completely invulnerable. When they went outside, Layla and Zeke noticed that the city was almost completely destroyed and plunged into chaos. Zik even missed such sights a little because before his regression, when he was the Lord of Demons, he saw this every day. Representatives of Bellid's group immediately appeared on their path and, seeing them, decided to capture them for further purposes. The leader of the Bellid group ordered his assistants to immediately capture the core and allowed them to take her limbs if necessary. Layla, hearing this order, immediately prepared to defend herself and began to activate her higher magic powers. However, to her great surprise, Zik stood directly in front of her and began to actively advance toward their enemies, holding a new sword on his shoulder. At the same time, he even whistled a melody, which was surprising to everyone present because he showed no fear. The members of the Bellid group did not understand what Zeke was planning to do and why he was behaving so strangely and provocatively. Layla asked Zik to step aside because she believed that this was her business alone and did not want Zik to interfere. Zeke replied that even if she was in a good mood and feeling confident, she should never use candles unnecessarily. Layla had no idea what Zeke meant by his words, but Bellid's group was already heading towards him. Zeke was very confident and prepared for the attack because he saw the confrontation as a warm-up before dinner. Everything around them was illuminated by a blue glow, and Bellid's group did not understand what was happening, so they began to scatter in different directions. They couldn't understand what the glow was or what kind of power it possessed, so they watched closely, trying to figure out how to counter it. Layla was also very surprised because she didn't understand what kind of power the sword had, and how it could possess such destructive force. The captain of the Bellid group couldn't believe what was happening because he thought it was simply impossible. They looked in amazement at the place where many of Bellid's representatives had been standing, now nothing but a funnel of earth and nothing else. Zik and Layla also looked closely at the result of using the special sword they had obtained through space travel. Zik was very happy that the new sword had truly proven itself, and effectively helped to defeat their enemies. Analyzing his experience with the sword, Zeke realized that he had simply infused it with his aura, which had produced an excellent effect and looked beautiful. The captain of one of Bellid's squads looked closely at Zeke and asked him what he was, because he understood that a human being could not possess such power. Zeke placed the sword on his shoulder and asked what exactly they were doing in a city where life was going very well thanks to the development of tourism. One of the representatives of Bellid's group did not understand what kind of relationship the man standing before him had with the core of the universe. He wanted to get a special rocket to signal his comrades, but Zeke easily broke it with his new sword. After breaking it, Zik looked intently into his opponent's eyes and asked who exactly he was planning to send the signal to. His opponent did not expect such a turn of events, so he was very frightened, and cold sweat ran down his face. Zeke asked his opponents not to do anything useless because he was sure that even without signals, he would still be able to find them all. Layla was very surprised and couldn't understand where Zeke had such well-developed feelings and abilities at such a young age. Young Mr. Zeke raised his sword again and said that this confrontation would not last long. The representatives of the Belid group realized that they would not be able to win, so they quickly decided to retreat. Zik began to infuse his new sword with his aura again, and unwilling to let his opponents escape, immediately ran after them. The people of Belid's group, who worshipped the deity Vale, were terrified because they knew that the last minutes of their lives had come. Meanwhile, the other knights actively fought the monsters and made great progress because they had hope. Hans continued to diligently hold back the attack of Belid's leader because he understood that no one could help him. At one point, he managed to block the enemy's attack and could not understand why he was so interested in his name and abilities. The leader of the Belid group diligently dodged Hans's attacks because he did not understand how such a young man could possess the strength of a hero. Imolid was the leader of Belid's group and understood that such a sacred sword should not remain in the hands of such an ordinary person. Hans did not understand why everyone treated him this way and was sure that his opponent was simply jealous that Estelle had chosen him. He reminded them that he had taken what was abandoned and that the sword itself had chosen him, so he did not understand what the problem was. Pointing to Estelle's opponent, Hans said that anyone wearing such dark clothing was simply not worthy of the real Estellide. Imolid was pleasantly surprised because he hadn't had such a confident opponent in a long time and wanted to know his name. He realized that Hans was silent, so he gave his name and said that he would like to know the name of the man whom Estellide himself had accepted. Hans remained silent and had no intention of answering, because he could not trust a man who had tried to take his life. Imolida realized that Hansa had no intention of revealing his name, and therefore decided to use dark demonic magic to attack him. Hans found it very difficult to resist the enemy's power, and began to be spun around by the whirlwind of the enemy's attack. He tried very hard to resist the enemy's power, but it became too difficult for him, and he began to worry. Imolida asked how many times he would have to attack him in order to learn the name of the hero Estelle had taken. Hans knew he was about to be attacked, so he got ready for it, but he knew he might not be able to block the attack in time. Seeing this, Snock immediately sent a stone monster to his aid, which was completely filled with Novum's destructive power. Imolid was very surprised because he had never seen such a large stone monster that could be controlled before. Then he decided to use his demonic dark power and bind all the stones together to destroy the stone monster. Snock was very surprised because all his rocks were simply destroyed by magical chains, and he did not understand how this was possible. Hans understood that Snock could be in danger, so he asked him to be more careful and attentive so as not to come under attack. Snock realized that a large number of demonic rays filled with destructive power were heading in his direction. Hans was very concerned for the safety and health of his friend, so he immediately shielded him with Estellide. It was very difficult for him to hold back the demonic threads that surrounded him and Snock, who did not know how to help Hans. At one point, the threads began to stretch and break against the blade of the holy sword, and Hans realized that he had managed to block the attack. Imolid was very upset because he did not expect that such a powerful attack, which had taken so much of his strength, could be repelled. Snock expressed his gratitude to Hans because he understood that it was Hans who had saved him from a possible eternal sleep and protected him from the enemy's attack. Snock carefully examined Estellide's blade because he did not understand what exactly was left on it and hanging down like some kind of threads. Hans also noticed this because he was very surprised and did not understand what these strong threads were. He was very puzzled because the thread looked thin and light, yet his hands were still buzzing from the weight of the sword. Snock looked closely at the thread to study it and analyze its composition because he understood that it was unusual. Then he realized that Imolida possessed a special thread that was made from an alloy of different swords, which is why it was sharp, heavy, and thin. Hans was terrified when Snock explained to him that this type of thread was used to destroy any kind of sword. Imolida took advantage of the opportunity while everyone was distracted and immediately launched another attack with his special thread to destroy Estellide. Trying to quickly break the thread, Hans realized that he couldn't waste any time, so he immediately went on the offensive. Snock decided to help his friend, so he once again began to use Novum's power to interact with the earth and attack with stones. Imolida began to laugh because he had used a spell to create several hundred threads that easily destroyed the rocks. Hans had no intention of retreating, so he pushed Estelle forward and tried to pass through these high-strength magical threads. He understood that his opponent was too strong, but he tried very hard to destroy the threads using all the physical strength he had. However, he was greatly distracted by the cries of the knights asking to be saved because the monsters of Belid's group had begun to attack with full force. Some of the peaceful residents who had not yet managed to leave the city were trying with all their might to escape from the monsters that were chasing them. One of the monsters managed to grab a local woman who, once in its clutches, could not even move and only called for help. Seeing this, Hansa ordered Snock to help the people and then assist him, because the lives of the residents were more important. Snock did not want to leave Hans knowing that he was already in danger, but Hans ordered him to help the people immediately. Snock understood that arguing was pointless, so he agreed and immediately ran toward the civilians to save them. Imolid was very happy because he understood that now he had only one enemy left, the one holding Estelle. Hans noticed that at some point the threads on Estelle began to form discharges and fill with energy. Due to the accumulated tension, a large discharge occurred, which threw Hans in the opposite direction with an explosive wave. However, he gathered all his strength and tried to get up because he knew that without him, Snock would not be able to win. At one point, he noticed that the peaceful residents of the tourist town standing behind him began to scream in fear. Looking at their faces, Hans realized that they looked very familiar and tried to remember where he might have met them. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that these were the very people who had attacked him and Snock in the tavern when they were discussing heroic deeds. Hans realized that back then they had laughed at him and Snock for dreaming of becoming heroes and acting brave, and now they were just standing cowardly on the sidelines. Using special threads, Imolid diligently moved forward because he wanted to end this confrontation as soon as possible and find the core. Hans saw this and understood that despite all their differences, he was simply obliged to protect the defenseless civilians. The attackers from the tavern covered their faces with their hands because they were very scared and did not know what to do. Hans immediately stood in front of them to protect them, but he knew that it would be too difficult to hold back the attack alone. At one point, Imolita managed to wrap her threads around Hans's arm and he immediately began to squeeze them to cause pain to his opponent. The peaceful residents froze in fear because they understood that their protector was in terrible pain, but was trying to endure it. Hans did not understand why they were just standing there and ordered them to run away immediately so that they would stay alive. The attackers from the tavern realized that they really should run away from this place as quickly as possible in order to save their lives. Hippolyta said that tears were welling up in his eyes at the realization that these were very important people to Hans. Hans replied that, on the contrary, they were not important to him, because they just wanted to test their strength in the tavern and nothing more. Imolid was surprised why he had decided to save them at the cost of his own life, and Hans replied that it was his duty, and he was fulfilling it. Imolida laughed because he understood why the sacred and powerful sword Estelle had chosen him. Hans replied that it was precisely for this reason that the enemy would not be able to wield the sword, but Imolida only laughed, saying that he was ready to simply pick it up. Then Hansa realized that his position was very precarious, and his chances of victory had sharply diminished, but they still existed. Hans understood that he no longer had the strength to move, but suddenly the threads on his arms and legs began to break on their own. He did not understand how this could be possible, so he turned around to see who was helping him. Imolida suddenly lost connection with his threads, and also did not understand what was happening or how it could be possible. Turning around, they saw that everything around them was bathed in a bright blue glow, and the monsters could not resist the power of this light. Imolida did not understand what was happening, but he knew it was an attack, so he tried to hold it back or block it. However, he was unable to do so, and was simply blown away by the blast wave in the opposite direction. Hans watched closely and was very surprised because he suddenly saw the young gentleman. Sir Zik stood before him smiling and holding his new, accidentally found sword which possessed mighty power on his shoulder. Hans was immensely happy to see the young gentleman alive and unharmed, because he understood that now they would be able to win. Zik looked at Hans with great surprise because he did not understand why he was holding the sacred and powerful sword of Estelle. Seeing the disapproving look on his young master's face, Hans replied that he had simply tried to take it and had succeeded. Layla was very surprised because she understood that this sword could distinguish its owner, and now they could both use it. Zeke laughed and said that Estellide was not at all his type, and that he was glad that Hans had grown up to fulfill his potential, and that Estellide had accepted him. He then congratulated Hans, who now held the sacred sword in his hands, meaning he was one step closer to becoming a hero. Hans was very surprised by this reaction because he could not even imagine that Zik would praise him for such actions. The young Lord Zik winked jokingly and said that the sword's ability to recognize its master had probably been slightly impaired. Suddenly, they were attacked by a large monster belonging to Belid's group, and the entire team was completely caught off guard. Zik looked around carefully to fully assess the situation and develop a plan of action. Imolida was very serious because he understood that a worthy opponent had appeared who was seriously hindering the implementation of his plans. After analyzing the situation, Zeke realized that, at first glance, they had all been attacked, but the true target of Belid's leader was Layla. To confirm his theory, the young gentleman decided to wait a little and then make the right decision. Layla looked frightened but was fully prepared for the confrontation and got ready to activate her magical powers. Zik decided to clarify whether their opponent was the leader, and Hans replied that he was and that he was much stronger than those in the ruins. Then Zik decided to turn to Imolid to understand what exactly his goal was and why he had attacked the tourist town. Imolida merely smiled and said that he had only one goal, which was to take their lives. He then directed a destructive dark energy at the monsters, who immediately prepared to attack. Layla realized that there were too many monsters around her and decided to use a very powerful technique. As soon as she got ready to cast the spell, a young man named Zik appeared right in front of her, which surprised her greatly. With his new sword, Zik easily defeated all the monsters without much effort. Imolida was dissatisfied with this result, so he immediately sent a large number of special threads toward the enemy. Zik did not understand what was happening or why the threads completely wrapped around his body and tore the sword he had just received from his hands. Layla began to worry greatly about Zik's condition because the threads looked very strong and sharp. Imolida was very pleased that he had managed to completely wrap his opponent in special demonic threads and decided to pull on them. However, Zeke stood completely still, and the threads that were supposed to completely destroy his body didn't even tighten. Zik was not familiar with this type of attack, but the special threads could not harm his body at all. Imolida was confused and couldn't understand what was happening, or why the threads had stopped working as before. This angered him greatly, especially since his opponent had easily taken the special magical threads with his bare hands. Holding the threads in his fist, Zik began to laugh because he realized that his opponent was completely confident of victory. Zik possessed an enormous amount of destructive demonic power, so the threads could not harm him in any way. Imolide was very upset and did not understand what to do in the current situation, because he had lost control of it. Zik began to jerk the threads sharply in order to pull the leader of the Belid group as close to himself as possible for a subsequent attack. Imolida was confused because he realized that the situation had changed dramatically and he no longer had the advantage. Zik decided to ask his opponent if he really thought he could advance only with the help of his new sword. After these words, he attacked his opponent, who found it very difficult to withstand such force. Zik stood and smiled because he knew he was much stronger than his opponent, which meant that victory was very close. Imolita couldn't even imagine such a turn of events because his opponent had let go of his sword. Then he felt himself being grabbed and was completely unable to block the attack. Zik held his opponent and laughed at him because he knew he was completely confident in his victory and had no doubts about it. He said that Imolita might even have been right in his reasoning, but he had failed to guess the real power of the sword. Imolid was very frightened because he realized that the last minutes of his life were approaching, and he had indeed made a big mistake. Zik just smiled and asked if the small hope of victory and the realization of his plans was really so sweet. The next morning, when everything was over, the peaceful residents began to assess the extent of the destruction of the tourist town. They immediately began rebuilding it so they could continue living a peaceful life and restore everything. Zik sat in his hotel room looking at the sword, trying to understand what it was and what it was made of. He understood that there was something unusual about it, so he wanted to continue using it to understand everything and learn how to wield it. At one point, he sensed that there was a magician behind the door and realized that it was Layla, so he called her to come inside. When she opened the door, Lila was very surprised that Zik knew she was coming because she hadn't even had time to knock. Zik invited her to sit down with him at the table and asked her why she had come and what she wanted to talk about. Lila thought for a moment, then looked at him intently and asked if he was ready to hear everything she knew. Zeke was a little surprised by this strange statement because he was completely sure that they had already finished this conversation. So, scratching the back of his head, he looked intently at Lila, who had previously allowed him to ask only 3 questions. Lila looked very confident and said that she was ready to tell him everything, but on one condition. Meanwhile, the townspeople were actively trying to repair the damaged roofs and facades of the buildings as quickly as possible. To speed up the process, almost all the residents took part and worked very hard to restore the roof trusses. The mayor understood that people were putting in a lot of effort, but he wasn't sure that everything would be restored to its original state. He was very upset because he understood that no one would want to see the sights of a city that had been attacked by monsters. The rowdy tavern patrons who had been rescued thought that it would be possible to attract tourists to the city with stories about the heroes who had saved them. They were sure that the horrors that had taken place in their town were very frightening, but there were wonderful heroes who had saved them from the monsters. They liked the idea so much that they even suggested erecting a statue in the center of the city to attract more tourists. The mayor was very happy with this idea because he understood that this way they could glorify the heroes to the whole world and thus repay them. After thinking about it for a while, they decided to give the heroes easily recognizable names so that tourists could immediately and easily recognize them. The mayor was thrilled because he realized that this was indeed an excellent idea and began to think about the right names for the heroes. Then they decided to call Snock the hero of the earth because he skillfully used the power of the earth and actively defended their city in this way. They decided to call Layla the heroine of magic because she was a master of high-level magic and also protected their city. Hans, who skillfully wielded a shining sword, was given the title of Hero of the Sun because he actively defended the peaceful inhabitants. Mr. Zik was given the title of Knight of Strength because his strength became overwhelming and helped defeat the monsters. Meanwhile, Zik continued talking to Layla and told her that setting conditions was not her best trait. Layla pointed to the sword they had found in the realm of shadows and asked if he planned to use it, and Zeke answered in the affirmative. Zik wasn't entirely sure, but he thought that the sword had temporarily awakened all of his magic and strengthened his abilities. Then Layla decided to find out which sword was stronger, Estelle's Tornium or the one they had found, since he had used all of them. Young Mr. Zik thought about it because he understood that the power of the sword was much stronger than that of the other 2 types of swords. He listened carefully to Layla because he was trying to understand what exactly she wanted to tell him and what conditions she was going to set. Lila informed Zeke that he could use this type of sword, but he had to promise not to even look at the Tornium. Zeke admitted that as soon as he saw the new sword, he had no intention of picking up the Tornium, because he saw no point in doing so. Realizing that Layla's condition was very simple, Zeke decided to immediately move on to the questions he wanted to ask his companion. Lila remained silent because she understood that she was completely ready to answer all the questions of Mr. Zik, who had protected her. Zik understood that the question of who she really was too abstract, and Layla said that her memory was unstable. She admitted that she didn't know when her memories had become unstable because when she woke up, she was already running away. At the same time, she had no idea who she was running from at that moment or why anyone was chasing her. Lila understood that she only had the desire to escape from those who were chasing her and had vague memories of the future, but nothing more. She admitted that this was why she decided to hide in the ruins, but she never thought anyone would find her there. Lila began to cry because she realized that she couldn't even imagine that an entire city would be destroyed because of her. Seeing how sincerely Lila was crying, Zik immediately handed her a handkerchief so she could wipe away her tears. He then reminded her that none of this was her fault and asked her not to think about it. Lila admitted that she never thought that such a gentleman could really comfort her and protect her from what was happening. Zeke reminded her that he was still a very bad person who had simply made a promise to live well and not hurt people. Lila even started laughing when she heard such a strange answer, and Zik decided to ask her what exactly she was doing in Osprey at the time. She then told him that from what she remembered, the vampire closest to Zeke Moore was the one she wanted to check out for herself. Zik told her that if by vampire she meant Joachim, then she was very much mistaken in her judgment. Lila didn't understand what he was talking about, so Zik decided to tell her that Joachim no longer held the title of vampire, because now he had accepted his inheritance and taken the title of Count Joachim Dracula, ruling over Osprey and his territories. Lila thought about the young gentleman's words and realized that he had probably been able to change his future. Zik lowered his eyes and admitted that he had indeed changed the future of his closest friend before his regression. Remembering Joachim, he realized that now he would definitely not become famous as a vampire because he was a count. Lila thought about it because she didn't understand why Zeke had done all this and changed the course of not only his own life, but also the lives of others. Zeke explained to her that he had promised to live a good life, and if Joachim had become a vampire, he would have had to take his life. And he absolutely did not want to do that to someone he was so close to, and whom he had treated well and trusted before his regression. Lila thought about it because she began to understand that Zeke really had no intention of becoming Zeke Moore, the Lord of all demons. Zeke said that he had no desire to do so, and that he had promised to live a good life and do the right thing. Lila smiled and asked if he had any more questions for her about what she remembered and knew. Zeke thought for a moment because he realized that he had asked her practically everything he really wanted to know. However, at some point, he remembered that in the cafe she had called him Zick Brave and decided to clarify what she meant. He couldn't understand what kind of strange name it was or why she had recommended it to him. Lila explained that Zick Brave was the name of a hero of the sun from the future whom she had seen in her contradictory dreams. Zick was very surprised because he had no idea how he could be a hero of a new era. Lila admitted that she didn't really believe it either because her memory was unreliable and she didn't remember what kind of life he had led afterwards. However, she was sure that Zick Brave existed at the very moment when he became the hero of the new era. Zick clapped his hands because he realized that her words were quite funny to him, as a former demon king. He understood that he should never use the name Brave again, and Layla replied that he could do whatever he wanted. Zick thought about it because he didn't understand why he could use a stellide, since he had no plans to use it. Then he thought that he could use the sacred sword because it was the very weapon that had taken his life in the past. Layla wanted to ask him why, but at that moment Hans and Snock entered the room and told them it was time to leave. Zick was very happy to have been saved, so he told Hans that he had arrived just in time. He then approached Hans and asked him to give him Estelle because he wanted to test his theories and ideas. Hans looked very sad because he had no intention of giving up his sacred sword Estelle, who had chosen him as her master. Layla looked very surprised because she did not understand what exactly the young master Zick was planning to check. Zick said that he wanted to see if he could get Estelle just because he had the key that distorted fate. He understood that most likely without the fate-distorting key, Estellide's sword would simply not obey him, and Hans handed him the sword. Everyone held their breath because they didn't know if Mr. Zick would be able to use Estelle without the fate-distorting key. However, to everyone's surprise, even Mr. Zick's sacred and powerful sword obeyed him and did not reject its second master. Lila watched them closely because she understood that they were like ordinary children playing with a sword. Zick handed the sword back to Hans and informed him that it was now his personal sword and that he must take care of it as its true master. After that, Mr. Zick said that they really did have a lot more to do, so it was time to get going. Turning around, he saw Lila's surprised face and he abruptly ended the conversation without answering her questions. Layla was very surprised, and after thinking for a moment, the young gentleman said that he had a special offer for her if she went with them. After finishing all their preparations, they set off on their journey, and stopping to rest, Hans and Snock immediately fell asleep from exhaustion. Layla and Mr. Zick sat by the fire because they knew there could be monsters in the forest, and they needed to keep watch to protect the others. Zick looked at Hans and Snock and realized that the two young men were very tired, even though they had tried very hard. Layla reminded him that the road to this place had indeed been difficult, and Zick replied that it was only part of their training. After thinking for a moment, Zick said that he also planned to go to bed early because tomorrow would be a difficult and hard day. Layla asked him to wait because she didn't understand when he would tell her about his proposal and what exactly it entailed. As they lay down in their makeshift bed, Zeke said he could tell her tomorrow because they would have plenty of time together. Lila didn't understand why he didn't want to tell her anything, and Zeke said that she was also very tired and should just go to sleep. Zeke looked closely at Lila and decided to ask her why she had looked at him so strangely when they first met. Lila admitted that she didn't understand it herself and had looked at him that way only because of the atmosphere at the time. Zeke replied that he was sure that was exactly what she would say, and Lila reminded him that he had suddenly decided to pick a fight with her for some reason. Zeke explained that he had suspected her, which is why he had attacked her, but Lila reminded him that he could have become the Lord of Demons, not her. Zeke started laughing at her, saying that he wasn't the great lord of all demons now, so he didn't understand her feeling. Yawning, Zeke said that if she wanted to ask him something, she could do it right now while he hadn't yet left for the realm of Morpheus. Layla thought about it because she really had a lot of questions and so few explanations and answers. After thinking for a moment, Lila decided to ask him what exactly he had wanted to offer her when they set off on their journey. Realizing that no one was answering her, Lila turned around and saw that the young gentleman had already fallen asleep, which was why he was silent. Lila looked at him and realized that he had indeed fallen asleep too quickly, and she realized that it was time for her to go to bed as well. Suddenly, Zik felt like someone was calling him, and when he opened his eyes, he realized he was wearing the armor of a holy knight of the sun. Standing before him was Saint Luvela, who asked Sir Ziku if he had slept well, and he replied in the affirmative and asked Aina the same question. Looking around, he saw Till, his comrade and friend, in all his battles against monsters and enemies. His attention was drawn to a wizard standing apart from them, arguing with an elf from the land of sun, saying that she was not suited for magical work. The mage was very angry, saying that elves had no place in their team because they were very wayward and completely disobedient. Till asked Zik, if he was finally awake, to stop the mage and the elf who were arguing fiercely with each other. Zik approached them and asked them to stop and start preparing breakfast before departure, realizing that they were responsible. The elf and the mage were very unhappy, but couldn't argue with their commander's orders and requests, so they went to prepare breakfast. Aina Luvela wished Mr. Zeke strength because he was an excellent leader of such a strong-willed team. Zeke was very pleased to receive guarantees from the Holy Karuna Auna Prima Luvela, although he was confident in his abilities even without them. Luvela replied that if her assurances truly helped Mr. Zik, she was willing to give them every morning. Suddenly, Zik woke up because he had no idea what was happening or why he was in such a strange dream. He then decided to look around and realized that Layla was sleeping next to him and doing nothing at all. Hans, Snoch, and Novem were also fast asleep and couldn't do anything to put him into such a strange dream. Zik couldn't understand what it was because in his dream he was living the life of a hero, like Zik Brave, whom Layla had told him about.